And this is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. 3, 2, 1. On the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Streaming at sportscage.com and on your radio and around the world at 620ckrm.com. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
Ooh, welcome back. Got some preseason CFL action on the schedule today. You heard the big voice guy. I'm Teagan Witko alongside Wes Cates, Grey Cup champ. We have a full packed house in here today as we get ready for another season of some CFL action. Of course, happy May long weekend. Unofficial start to summer, even though we had some snow in Saskatchewan this weekend, which is just, yeah, gorgeous. To go take a dip in the lake there, Wes?
I thought about it, but yeah.
Didn't want hypothermia?
Prevailed.
Yeah. Needed to make it in today, right? Well, the good news is it looks like it's good football weather in Calgary. That's where we're going to find your Saskatchewan Roughriders today, start of another season. And starting for the Riders in the very place where they hope to finish the season in Calgary, as the Stamps are going to be hosting the Grey Cup this year. McMahon Stadium, 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be fun to get back at her. Riders, Stamps, only game on the preseason schedule this week. You can feel free to join in the conversation at any point throughout our broadcast, by the way. And if you're listening on radio, you can now also stream our away broadcasts on sportscage.com, our YouTube channel, X as well. Join in the conversation on the YouTube feed at any point. You can also join the conversation via text, 306-936-6262, or call us toll-free, 1-866-767-0620. All right, Wes, we got our work cut out for us today. Lots of guests coming up.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We're going to chat with some people you know. Homegrown segment. We got Saskatoon-based CFL agent Chris Lamirus. He is from Lambeau Sports Group. You might also know him from his work with the Saskatchewan Huskies. So he has negotiated contracts for players like Chad Kelly and, of course, QB1 for the Stamps in Vernon Adams Jr. So we're going to pick his brain a little bit heading into this new season. Some rule changes and stuff like that. I know everyone loves the rule changes.
Yeah, a lot going on. I'm a VA fan. I feel like he can't put a full season together, but I like the way he plays. So I'm interested to hear what he has to say.
If he stays healthy, watch out for Calgary, I think.
Maybe these rule changes will be advantageous to his game. We'll see. I don't know.
Okay, I like where you're going with that.
Hopefully the Riders take the most advantage of it, right?
Well, yeah, obviously. But 3downnation.com Deep Dive is also coming up with Justin Dunk, so he'll be joining us a bit later on this hour. We also have Today in Rough Rider History with our favorite, Mr. Rob Vanstone. So we'll hear what happened on this day in Rider history. Plus, Green and White Greats. This is a new segment that we're introducing this season, so I'm excited to have a conversation with some Rider alumni in addition to yourself, Wes. It's not just the Wes show.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to find Rider alumni better than me, but we'll find some fun ones.
You'll let this one slide, right? Yeah. Okay, I like that. Barney Shinkruk, also a contributor on the Pregame show this season. So he's going to do a little segment that we like to call Behind the Face Mask. One-on-one player profile conversations. Jonathan Kim is who he spoke with this week. He's in that kicking competition, which after the exit of Brett Lawther, I think a lot of people are paying closer attention to.
Yeah, there's been too much talk about kickers over the last few years. I think, have a lot of talk about it, figure out who it is, and then hopefully we don't talk much about the kicker. It's always a good sign.
No one brought up kicking last season, ever on the call-in show.
I feel like we almost had to block some people because of how many times they kept calling up about kickers. But anyway, it's behind us now.
Yes, onward and upward. Of course, the Rider Nation pregame show continues with Cates' Corner. We're going to hear from Glenn Suter, of course, another Rider great. The Rough Rider community segment, we're going to chat with Rebecca Perroni. Now, she is part of the Rough Riders organization as they prepare for a game in less than a week up in Saskatoon. First one since the 90s. It's going to be bumping up there, Wes. You and I are going to be there.
Yeah, it's going to be live. So, Saskatoon is almost as hip as Regina. The big college helps them out.
I apologize to all of our Saskatoon fans who are tuning in today. So, of course, after 12 o'clock, as we get closer and closer to kickoff, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will be joining us live from McMahon Stadium as we set the stage for you. We get into weather. It is nicer in Calgary than it is here. Head coach Corey Mace, we'll hear his comments. Injuries, starting lineups, You got your QB matchups, and that's one Justin Dunk is going to jump into here as well because he's our resident quarterback expert. Since he's played the position, he has a little bit of knowledge there. So he's going to give us a little bit of a breakdown when it comes to that race for the QB2 position. We obviously know Trevor Harris is going to be starting this season. He's going to be the number one. But who is his heir apparent? That's what I'm interested in.
I mean, there's some good guys. I'm looking at the guys that are there. I think that definitely, obviously, Cone he's shown some sparks here and there. I don't know. We just got to see what he does with a bigger sample size. And then what is it, Shager?
Shager's been impressing people.
And I watched a little film on Shager. I'm like, I kind of like, he got a little touch. I like what I saw from his highlight tape. It was a highlight tape, though, so. Yeah. We got to see when the bullets are flying if you can stay as calm, cool, as collected as he looked on the film I saw.
It is preseason, so you know he's going to get some reps in Calgary this afternoon. But Jack Cone did get the nod to be the number one starter for today. All bets are off with Barty Shinkruk, our resident expert when it comes to sprinkling some cash on these matchups. And then, of course, we'll also have Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game. With that 1 o'clock kickoff inching closer and closer, this is the pregame show. We got that 5th quarter following the game, of course, and that is where we get all of that exclusive content with your game stars, offensive, defensive, exclusive content with head coach Corey Mace to hear what he has to say following the game, and then your analysis, Rider Nation. So roundtable call-in show is going to be happening after that 5th quarter. So let us know what you think of the matchup this afternoon. We've got you covered, of course, with all that play-by-play action live from Calgary. A couple of battles that we're going to be watching here closely. We talked about that QB quarterback.
QB2.
QB2. Wow, you can tell it's preseason for us as well, Wes. Wow. But I know there's also a lot of people looking at that weak side linebacker position. And, maybe that Canadian receiver battle. Del Duncan Busby, I think it might be his job to lose. Yeah. But there's some stiff competition.
Yeah, I was surprised that Duncan Busby kind of came out of the crop a little bit last season. I mean, obviously there was a lot of rotation with the wide receivers, but he kind of seemed to be, when it was kind of a question of who's going to get to play more, it seemed to be him. So, and I know that they've got a couple of young guys that they drafted and brought in. So, they've got some good skills as well. So it just all comes down to, I think there's a lot of good athletes out there, and it's going to come down to kind of who mentally can stay the most focused and make the plays when it comes their way.
How did you stay mentally focused in the preseason? Because obviously for a lot of fans, this kind of just seems like, all right, they're tune-up games, whatever. But for a player, it's so much more than that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think when I was younger, it was just really just trying not to, trying to cross all the T's, dot all the I's. Like, just make sure that you do know the install that's going in for that week, for that game. Obviously, in the preseason game, all the stuff that's been installed, you're supposed to really be able to know it. So sitting down and studying that stuff, and then kind of just playing within yourself. A lot of times when you're a young guy and you got all these vets flying around and seeming like they're so much faster than you just because they know where they're going, you kind of get to going a little faster than you're used to, just trying to keep up. And that's when you get into trouble. You kind of stumble or maybe don't really read your keys well. So I think just kind of staying within yourself and just trying to read it out and know what you're seeing. Being a step slow, but in the right direction is better than going the wrong direction, right? So, but as you get older, then it becomes that mental challenge of just making sure to stay in it and not take anything for granted, because some of these young guys will come in and be smart and be ready, and then all of a sudden they're challenging you and they look like a better option because they're younger, maybe a little less injuries on the record, and along with that, they're probably getting paid less. So it's a battle for everybody, and there's things to consider. But really, it's a mental game, and just staying focused, taking care of your body when and where you can.
And mentally ensuring that you know that playbook inside and out, right? Because you only get 2 shots at this if you want to crack the roster in the preseason. You're going to be thrown right into it June 13th.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that especially when you get into your first preseason game, obviously coaches understand things are pretty basic. So if you're out there getting your shot and you're blowing assignments, they're like, I don't know. It's either him not being prepared enough or him being nervous by the moment. Either way, it's not good. So just going out there and doing your job is a win. And then if a ball comes your way, a play comes your way, and you just be an athlete, make the play, it might turn into something special that you have on film, and then it's going to make the coach's decision harder. You're going to be one of those people they're talking about keeping.
So that is today in the CFL. Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, serving Southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. Darren, Tracy, Dylan, and staff welcome you. Karst Holdings Integra Tire Assiniboia, truly local. We did already have a comment here on the YouTube feed from Daniel asking if the game is televised today. I do not believe it is, so that's why you come to us. That's why we got you. On the stream, we'll have the play-by-play live from Calgary. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will be taking us through the entire game this afternoon. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. Now, coming up here next, we're going to be jumping out on the phone lines here to chat with Chris Lamirus from Lambeau Sports Group, based out of Saskatoon. We'll have a little conversation with him. This is Countdown to Kickoff, and it is brought to you by Nelson Homes. And almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all of your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com also brings you Countdown to Kickoff. So CroftElectric.com and all socials. We'll take that quick break. We'll get Chris on the line here shortly, and we'll be back. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Summer's here in Southern Saskatchewan. Before you hit the road for your hard-earned family getaway, make sure your vehicle and your trailer are ready to roll. At Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia, we'll check it all. Tires, brakes, bearings, for your boat trailer, camper, or daily driver. You work too hard all year to let a small problem turn into a major headache this summer holiday season. Don't risk your vacation. Stop in today at Integra Tire in Assiniboia. Safe travels start here. Integra Tire Karst Holdings in Assiniboia. Truly local.
Dan from Croft Electric tells us why it's worth it to have your farm's electrical done right.
You don't go to the cheapest eye doctor. You want to go to one that's going to make sure that the product and whatever you need is done right. So that's what you may have to pay a little extra to get us there, but we'll make sure that whatever your electrical project is, Croft Electric will make sure it's done right.
Croft Electric.
We believe we'd be the right choice for you.
CroftElectric.com.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
The next big sale at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head is next Monday, May the 25th. This is an online timed auction of carpentry equipment, carpentry shop closeout, yard tools, and equipment. 2016 Dodge Caravan, walk behind and riding lawnmowers, patio furniture, garden items, and shop tools, and much, much more. Also, our next big equipment sale is June the 23rd. We've got antique tractors arriving daily for that one. Check it out. Come out and see us at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
A sea of green at a football game is great. Green in your dugout is gross. I'm Brian Tennant of Farm Fresh Water, and we can help you with your water. Our Farm Fresh Water systems use no chlorine or chemicals. It is very low maintenance and will give you water that is spot-free, odor-free, soft as a cloud, and tastes better than bottled. We're not city people trying to solve a rural problem. We make dugouts drinkable and well water wonderful. Visit farmfreshwater.ca.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during SaskAg Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
So good to be back with you. Teagan Witko, Wes Cates with you. And yes, 1 o'clock kickoff is what we're looking forward to as your Saskatchewan Roughriders are in Calgary to face the Stamps in preseason week 1 action. But we're going to jump out right on the phone lines here now, Wes, as we get prepared for this game. It's your homegrown segment brought to you by 2S Auctioneers. Start bidding today at 2sauctioneers.ca. And right now, joining us, Saskatoon-based agent, CFL player agent, Chris Lamirus from the Lambeau Sports Group. First of all, thanks for taking the time, man. I understand you were at the lake this weekend.
Yeah, just driving back to Saskatoon right now.
So were you shoveling before you left?
We were, but you know what? We still got the docks in the water, so still a successful weekend.
Yeah, what an unofficial start to summer, hey? We love living in Saskatchewan.
Absolutely.
So, Chris, there's been a lot happening around the CFL lately. You know, new rules being implemented this year and next year, and they're bumping up the season by a couple of weeks, changes to the playoff format. What was your initial reaction to the news of all of these changes?
Well, I think it's shock factor for sure, and I think a lot of the diehard fans are probably feeling how I'm feeling. It's a big change. I don't know if I'm necessarily feeling it's the right changes, but at the end of the day, I think the Commissioner's just trying to make improvements to the league and try and get more fan base and secure, obviously, TV rights to make the league more financially stronger. So, again, I don't know if the playoff one surprises me probably the most, but again, I can't blame the guy for trying to make the league stronger.
And that's going to benefit the players ultimately, right?
I don't know if it does. You know, when I talk to my players in the league, they're not the biggest fan of it. Obviously, anytime you add more games, especially having, you know, first versus second in the first round, it adds to injuries potentially, and just takes more of a toll on the body anytime you want to open up the league with more games and make the games more meaningful games. And, you know, you just hope player safety, you know, is at forefront of anything that happens when you add more games and change the rules.
So, Chris, are you more of a traditionalist, or do you like to see these efforts to make changes?
You know, it depends what it is. I mean, again, I am more traditionalist because I love the game and I love how it's been ran and what's been going on for the last how many decades in the CFL. But at the end of the day, you know, we do have a shift in demographics, and I don't know if the younger generation's watching more CFL. I mean, they're hardcore NFL fans. They're in NFL fantasy football. You know, they're flying out to NFL games, but I don't know if I feel that same culture exists in the CFL with the 20 and 30-year-old fans that are coming up. So as much as, you know, you want to be traditionalist for the diehard CFL fans, but I think you have to make these changes to get these 20, 25-year-olds through the gates and getting them into CFL stadiums and becoming big fans. So that's going to sustain the CFL for the next decades moving forward.
Yeah, so you were talking about some of your players not feeling too great about the additional playoff game. Without being specific, kind of what were their first thoughts? Because I know the first thing I thought of was it's going to be quite the predicament when somebody from that 1 and 2 clash, that first seed, second seed clash, when a top player gets hurt in that game, right? And then how that kind of shakes out for the rest of the playoff run. But what did your players say about it?
Yeah, you know, there are kind of two parts to it. The first part is sometimes it doesn't feel like a reward. Generally, you want to get that rest in the first week of the playoffs, let the other teams, you know, kind of beat each other up, and you get that bye week, and then you can go into week 2 rested and potentially not play a stronger team. Whereas, you know, right away you potentially have a Grey Cup matchup in the first week, and everybody's just going to pin their ears back, and it's going to be such a physical game. So that's the one part. The second part is, you know, there's a lot of playtime bonuses that happen on players' contracts, and what's the last week or last 2 weeks going to look like if you're automatically in the playoffs, and it's kind of meaningful game in the last week. So you're going to see potentially coaches sitting players that normally would be playing. And does that affect their bonuses? Does that affect that play time bonus? What does week 16 look like, 17, 18? If you're finishing 8th and 9th is nowhere near making it, then what does the last 3 weeks look like to CFL? Then are those games even meaningful? Are players being healthy scratches? So I think there's more to the story that players just don't know what that looks like, and you really won't know until it unfolds. But those are some of the conversations that I've had with my guys.
So I'm curious, given your involvement with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies, Chris, they are now moving up the season by a couple of weeks starting in 2027. So what does that look like in terms of youth sports players? They might have training camps start the same time that they're writing exams.
I think for the most part, most universities, I don't want to speak on behalf of other programs, but from my understanding, most are pretty favorable, and even the universities are really good at giving players opportunity to write exams. If they're on the road even during the season, they can write it before or after they get back from a road trip. So I think most universities and professors will accommodate that. The only thing that I look at, and when I look at the decisions the commissioners made, is there hasn't been any consultation. It's almost just like, this is what it is, we're going to move forward. It's the same thing with the field dimensions. Thankfully, U of S plays, in their own stadium on campus, but there's a lot of programs throughout, youth sport that play in CFL. And what are the Dinos going to do? What are the Rams going to do? And I know they're looking at stadiums potentially being built on campus and doing their own thing, but right now that's a big shock factor to them. Where do you play? Where do high school football teams play? Where does amateur football play? So I think it's just important that the CFL have those conversations with youth sport coaches and with high school football teams just to ensure that, hey, this is what we're doing, because that does have major impact on teams.
And, I understand that the CFL is trying to balance tradition with innovation. Revenue is certainly a big piece of this. But how involved are individuals such as yourself in terms of agents when they're speaking with the league office and the CFLPA? When you try to talk to them about the competitive balance and the scheduling and player interests, have there been a lot of conversations with you?
There isn't between agent and the CFL. Even players and even the PA, consults with the CFL when they're making changes. The PA is really good for the agents. Obviously they're here to protect the players, so there's always open dialogue. We always have meetings. Ian Sanderson ran a meeting last week with all the agents to talk about a lot of salary cap changes and CBA or anything that the league's implementing and how that affects the players. So I would say definitely it's like an A+ rating between the Player Association and the agents. But as far as it is between the CFL and other areas, I don't think it's strong. I get a sense that it's mostly, this is what we're doing and this is how it's going to be, and you guys just kind of react and adjust. They're not talking to players. They're not talking to agents. Whether they believe we have much behind it or not, it's another thing, but it just seems like CFL is motivated to go in a direction, and that's the direction they're going to go, and you kind of just have to deal with it as we saw with the recent changes. The only, thing that I'll say is they're not talking with youth sports. They're not talking with amateur football Canada. Those make their impacts. And they even look at draft day. They come out with the changes the same day the CFL draft comes out. And it's like, why would you steal the thunder from those youth sport athletes on the biggest day, potentially, of their career? And they just come out with the real change that day. And then, there's so much more I think the CFL could do that would just make the fans and the players at least feel like their voices are heard and just they have a little bit more to say what's happening.
Well, I think a lot of times, like Teagan mentioned, with the revenue factor, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. I feel like there's an opportunity for more teams to make, to fill up the stands one more time. But do you know how it's affected maybe the playoff compensation for the players? Was anything changed as far as that aspect of it?
Yeah, I know revenue is a sticking point with the CFL, and you want to pay the players more. You want to give them more opportunity to earn more. And does that come through another playoff game? Then you get more playoff, bonuses. And then obviously if there's another game and the stands are full, you hope that generates more revenues for the team. I just don't know if that's the right answer. I think the CFL potentially needs to talk to a lot of the ownership groups who do tremendous jobs at understanding how business and how sports growth works and how these entertainment groups operate. lot of them are owned by NHL teams. You look at MLSC and how big of a juggernaut they are in the sports entertainment world. Do they ever have conversations with them to say, hey, what are your thoughts? How do we get better fans in Toronto? How do we grow that? What does expansion look like? So I think there's still a lot of pieces that they're missing out. But again, change needs to be done. I think because we don't do anything at the end of the day, you might just start to see a slow decline in the league. So hopefully these are things that will just get more revenue and hopefully secure more TV rights. There's more games, and maybe that makes the players happier too if income can come up.
I mean, hey, I think the broadcast deal is going to be needing a renewal after this season, so the timing is lining up.
Let's hope for sure.
So you, Chris, you've negotiated contracts for starting quarterbacks like Vernon Adams Jr. and Chad Kelly, and I'm curious, as you represent one of the league's most exciting quarterbacks in VA, a team, for the Stamps, it was a team that kind of had the Riders' number last year. So what can you tell Rider fans about what you've seen from Vernon Adams Jr. over this offseason and maybe what we can expect to see early in the year?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he trains hard. He works very, very hard in the offseason. During the season, he spends so much time in the film room and physically taking care of his body. So, of course, I think you're going to see even a better version of VA this year. As much as I'm homegrown and a low-key Rider fan, as much as I'm clients on all the other CFL teams, just it'll be exciting. He's excited. He's had a really good offseason. I think you're going to see him move around a lot, make big plays, and Calgary's team's looking good so far in camp. So should be a good game. But of course, it's preseason, so I don't imagine he'll get a lot of reps, maybe the first quarter. But it'll be exciting again to see in the regular season.
Well, I think we're running out of time here, Chris. You've been very gracious with your time. But before we let you go, I have to ask the inevitable question. Are we going to run into you at Griffith Stadium up in Saskatoon next weekend?
Hoping so.
Well, good. You're going to have to wear a neutral-colored jersey, but that's okay. We'll forgive you.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Well, Chris Lamirus, thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris Lamirus joining us, of course, on the hotline here. Thank you so much to him. This is Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. Still plenty more to come, including Justin Dunk, who's going to be diving in with his 3downnation.com deep dive. That's on the way next. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi, I'm Fraser Tolmie, your Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. Saskatchewan is my home, and representing our province in Ottawa is my top priority. That's why I'm working hard to deliver lower prices for you and your family, stand up for our farmers, speak out for our veterans, and so much more. Canadian football is such an important part of the over 60 communities I serve in Ottawa and brings so many different people together in a positive way. Let's go, Saskatchewan. Thank you.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com. It's late, the day's done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips. With their new e-commerce site, online parts platform, you can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just simple, reliable AGCO parts ordering when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
SEIU West members are
phlebotomist, food service worker, security officer, plumber,
continuing care assistant,
porter, licensed practical nurse, medical device reprocessing worker, purchasing agent,
environmental services worker,
social services worker, cook, health information management practitioner, switchboard operator,
distribution worker.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seiuwest.ca.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Wes Cates with you. Preseason week 1, Saskatchewan Roughriders in Calgary, getting ready to face the Stamps at McMahon Stadium. Kickoff is scheduled for 1 o'clock, so make sure that you hang around for that. We got the play-by-play action, and of course right now this is Countdown to Kickoff as we get you set for this matchup. Up next, your 3downnation.com deep dive, which is brought to you by Fraser Tolmie, Member of Parliament for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, fighting for Saskatchewan in Ottawa. Let's throw it over to Justin Dunk of 3Down Nation.
Let's get to it, Teagan. A lot of people in Saskatchewan like talking about the backup quarterback unless there's a season like Trevor Harris put together last year where I believe during the regular season, he played at an all-star caliber level and then went on to earn the 112th Grey Cup MVP award. And I think the conversation around backup quarterback is a right one to have this year because Jake Maier left for the Ottawa Redblacks, went and signed in the nation's capital and became the highest paid backup in the Canadian Football League in terms of hard money for the 2026 season. He'll earn $200,000 there with some upsides in terms of play time and statistical and award and all-star incentives. But to focus on the Riders, Jack Cohn, according to Jeremy O'Day, had the leg up coming into training camp. But if you look at his contract, doesn't necessarily say that he is the guy far and away because there was no signing bonus on the deal that he signed to come back to the Saskatchewan Roughriders in the offseason, $88,000 in hard money, plus he can earn $3,000 in marketing money with the team. But the fact there's no signing bonus there tells me it has a chance to be a legitimate open competition, and we'll get to Braden Shager in a minute, but he's really pushing. Tommy Stevens is a guy 29 years old, came to Saskatchewan last year as a short yardage demon. There is no debating how important he is to this team. Jeremy O'Day in the front office believed that as well because they gave Stevens a $5,000 signing bonus on his contract to return to Riderville. He'll earn $95,000 in hard money, and due to that signing bonus, I believe that barring something unforeseen, Stevens will be on the roster just simply due to how good he is in short yardage. But Stevens has talked about it. He wants to show that he has that ability to be a legitimate passer and a quarterback in the Canadian Football League, not just a short yardage guy. So I think he has been focused on coming out with something to prove in terms of his arm talent and ability as an all-around quarterback. Then we talk about Braden Shager, 23 years old, a young kid that the Riders could potentially develop. Corey Mace has noted that he's made the most of his reps during training camp. He's on a base minimum deal in the Canadian Football League, $75,000 in hard money. But the fact that Cone doesn't have a signing bonus makes me think that, okay, if Shager continues this role that he seems to be on in training camp into the preseason games and is consistent throughout those practices in Saskatoon and then back in Regina before the regular season, that he could actually be in the mix. So this is a critical game in Calgary for Shager, especially to show that continued development. And just looking at the sheer numbers in terms of the signing bonuses between these three guys, I think this competition perhaps is open a little bit more than we think. That said, Trevor Harris has praised Jack Cone and his work ethic. He actually told me directly, Harris did in the offseason, that there's days where Cone is in the facility even before him, and he trusts Cone with film study projects during the season. And Harris doesn't even feel like he has to go back and double check his work, because when he has done that in the past, it has been spot on. So to me, that says a lot. It definitely makes Cone the front runner, but the financial details show that this is a legitimate competition. Let's flip over to the defensive side of the ball, because a lot of people are wondering, all right, with Habakkuk Baldonado gone to Ottawa and Malik Carney to Edmonton, who's going to rush the passer opposite the veteran James Vaughters, who has a relationship with Corey Mace? I thought Chico Bennett Jr. coming to training camp would be one of the players in the mix to get that spot. He indeed is going to start in Calgary at defensive end, 24 years old, signed with Saskatchewan last fall, and then within a month of signing with the team, he'd already played 2 regular season games. So I think he's certainly impressed in a short time, needs to continue that upward trajectory if he is indeed going to be a week 2 starter, I should say, against the BC Lions when they roll into town for the Roughriders home opener. One other defensive lineman to note before I get to the last one, Jalen Pate, 24 years old. Mace has talked about the fact that he believes Pate has the potential to play inside and outside. And if you look at the official depth chart that the team put out, Pate is actually listed as a starter at defensive end, even though he checks in, if the roster is to be believed, at over 270 pounds. So this is clearly a defensive lineman who has versatile abilities. But I want to single out Desmond Evans, because Mace agreed that there is a physical comparison there to make with Willie Jefferson from a height standpoint and a wingspan standpoint. Okay, Willie Jefferson has an 82.5-inch wingspan going back to his pro day numbers, whereas Evans checks in at 78.75 inch in terms of his wingspan. Both of these guys are around 6'5", 6'6". So to me, I think that's exactly where the comparison comes from. Willie Jefferson is the more explosive athlete based on his pro day numbers, but Evans is the quicker athlete. You look at his 10-yard time, part of his overall 40-yard time, 1.65 seconds. That's a fast get off and should help him in the Canadian Football League clear up that yard that the defense has to give. I think Evans is certainly a player to watch. Corey Mace has talked about him glowingly. He's gotten reps in training camp so far at times with the number 1 defense. That does not happen by accident. That is certainly earned. And Evans was the number 2 ranked player overall by ESPN in the 2020 recruiting class when he decided to go to the University of North Carolina. So he clearly has elite talent. And if the Riders can realize even part of that high upside, I think he could be a player that has a great future with the team, but he needs to go out and prove it in these preseason games to make the roster from the jump. Let's go one level back to the weak side linebacker position, because a lot of people were wondering, okay, A.J. Allen goes to Ottawa, becomes the highest paid linebacker in the Canadian Football League, $240,000 he'll earn in 2026. Who's going to replace him? Well, the Riders went out in free agency. It was under the radar, signed Josh Woods to a contract worth $100,000 in hard money, essentially, and that included a $10,000 signing bonus. So that told me that coming into camp, Woods would at least be the leader in terms of that competition to start at the weak side linebacker spot. Now, Mace has talked glowingly also about Aubrey Miller Jr. and that he has an opportunity to win that spot as well. Miller Jr. re-signed with the club, $87,000 in hard money, but no signing bonus. So just looking at the financials and comparing these two players, that tells me that Woods, similar to Cone, would have a leg up coming into training camp, but that's not a huge amount of money and doesn't mean that if Miller Jr. plays better, that he wouldn't be able to leapfrog Woods. I think that's a legitimate possibility. So I think the starter at weak side linebacker will be decided on the football field. Whoever plays better in the preseason games and is most consistent throughout the training camp practices in Saskatoon and back when they move to Regina will be the starter at weak side linebacker in week 2 when the BC Lions come to town. So those are 3 key positions to watch in this game against the Stampeders at McMahon Stadium: backup quarterback, defensive end, and weak side linebacker. I think this game will help show us who is potentially for real, and I think that will also show it based on the tape to the coaching staff and the front office in Saskatchewan.
Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation walking us through a couple of these positional battles to look for during that matchup against the Calgary Stampeders at McMahon Stadium this afternoon. Kickoff is at 1 o'clock. We have the play-by-play action right here on 620 CKRM as well as on sportscage.com or YouTube channel, wherever you like to stream the broadcast as well, as that's a little new element this season. So join in the conversation anytime as well. 306-936-6262 is how you can text us, or of course you can call 1-866-767-0620. Join in the conversation on the YouTube feed as well. So that was the 3 Down Nation deep dive with Justin Dunk, brought to you by Fraser Tolmie. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side as we get closer and closer to kickoff. Green and white greats with a gentleman by the name of Glenn Gulka is going to be joining us. He played with the Saskatchewan Roughriders from 1995 to 96. Also did some wrestling, some mixed martial arts, and he's going to be in Regina a little bit later on this week for a very important seminar. So we're going to chat with him and take a deep dive into today in Rough Rider history. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The next big sale of 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head is next Monday, May the 25th. This is an online timed auction of carpentry equipment, carpentry shop closeout, yard tools, and equipment. 2016 Dodge Caravan, walk behind and riding lawnmowers, patio furniture, garden items, and shop tools, and much, much more. Also, our next big equipment sale is June the 23rd. We've got antique tractors arriving daily for that one. Check it out. Come out and see us at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Dan at Croft Electric explains the 3 levels of electric service they typically supply to customers.
Number 1, you need to do it now. There's something really bad that we need to fix. Number 2, this should get fixed soon, but it doesn't, it's not an immediate emergency. And number 3 is the nice to have, should be done eventually kind of stuff.
For reliable, professional electrical work for your farm, see Croft Electric.
Do it right, do it once.
CroftElectric.com.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for your right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Young's Equipment, Prairie 6-inch Eaves Trough, Zipper Lock Building Company and Powerlift Doors, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Proud to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
You heard the big voice guy. You can join in the conversation at any time by texting us. You can also now watch away broadcasts on our stream. YouTube, sportscage.com. Join in the conversation on the YouTube chat as well. It's the Riders and Stamps preseason week 1 action from McMahon Stadium. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will have the call starting right at 1 o'clock. In the meantime, we are counting down to kickoff. And what we're going to dive into next is a look back on this day in Saskatchewan Roughrider history. And we're going to turn things over to our pal here, Mr. Rob Vanstone.
Today in Roughriders history, May the 18th.
May 18th, 2006, 20 years ago today, the Riders signed defensive back James Johnson, a future Grey Cup MVP. 2007, he picked off 3 passes against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, 23-19 Grey Cup win for the Riders. And James Johnson was a pretty easy pick after those 3 picks. The year before in the West semifinal against Calgary, he had 2 interceptions. The Riders won 30-21 in Calgary. So here's to victories in Calgary.
I bet you recognize that name, hey? James Johnson, Mr. Wes Cates?
Yeah, actually, I think he just had his birthday recently, and I was like, happy birthday, GC MVP. That's what I used to call him. After
I like that.
We won it. Yeah. I mean, I don't keep in touch with him too much, but social media and whatnot, reach out every now and then. But yeah, no, he's a great player, man. That was one of the fellas. That was a good team, man. We all hung out and enjoyed each other's company, right? So it was like, I feel like those are the teams that win it, is the ones that can kind of put the differences aside and hang out, spend a little more than just the practice time together. It kind of helps you bond and kind of helps you get to know each other a little better, and then it kind of translates onto the field. You become a little more simpatico.
I like that, simpatico.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that 2017, that was something special. So, a little trip back in time there to Wes's old teammate, James Johnson. Now we're going to jump out on the phone line because this is a little something that we're introducing this year in 620 CKRM's 100th anniversary. We wanted to pay homage to the greats of the past. So we like to call this next segment Green and White Guests. And joining us on the phone, someone you might recognize here, Glenn Kulka played with the Saskatchewan Roughriders from 1995 to 1996. He will be coming back to Regina to speak to youth on addiction, recovery, and sustaining addiction recovery. Thank you so much for taking the time, Glenn.
My pleasure. Just absolute proud to be here, and looking forward to discussing this big game.
Oh, I think you cut out there really quick. But Glenn, if we still have you there, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about what your visit to Regina is going to look like on May the 22nd, a little bit later on this week.
Oh, no, we're losing you, Glenn. Can you move to a different spot and where you're at?
Yeah, I'm trying to move all
There you go. Wherever you're at right now.
You're
Stay
good.
there.
You're good. We got reception now.
Here?
Yeah.
I'm coming in with a group. We're called, oh, my Lord, have mercy.
The Chef Off for Recovery, right? So this is featuring a couple of individuals in addition to yourself.
Yeah, we're coming in with a group that's named Wow, this is you guys cannot hear anything, can you?
Oh, now we got you.
Yeah. Oh, we're in and out.
Yeah, so Glenn having a little bit of reception issues, which is completely understandable. These things happen. Battle for Recovery, The Gathering is what it's called. So it is a Chef Off for Recovery featuring a couple of different guests, as Glenn was starting to allude to there, by the way, former CFL and WWE superstar. I'm not sure if we can get Glenn back on the line here. Maybe we'll have to get him dialed back in, but what an impressive resume.
Do we have the chef list? The list of chefs? It's a chef off. Is it one chef? I mean, is it two chefs or is it multiple chefs?
Special guest and judge and speaker, Glenn, and then you also have an opening prayer, and then it doesn't say who the chef will be, but that got you going, hey? You're like, what kind of food?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about chef offs, that's a competition, and this, people trying to put their best foot forward. This should be some of their top dishes we're hearing about, right? So, I mean, anytime you have I'm just hoping there's enough to share for all the people in attendance so they can do a little taste test afterwards. Maybe not for the official competition, but a little sample. Send you home with a little sample. That'd be nice. You know what I mean? But food is universal. Everybody got to eat. So
yeah, and it's very healing, and that's what this event is all about.
Right.
If we can't get together over food, then we can't get together, period. Right? So Empower to Recover is the name. Battle for Recovery, The Gathering, pardon me. May 22nd is this Friday, so I'm hoping maybe we can get Glenn to swing up to Saskatoon, come say hi, check out that preseason game on the Saturday. It'll be at George Gordon First Nation. So this is a unique event, kind of one of a kind here. I'd like to pick his brain a little bit more on what's going to be happening at this event, but I think our producer, Curtis here, is just making sure that we can get a stronger connection with him on the line. But yeah, played in the WWF before it was even WWE.
Yeah.
Would you strap on the onesie and get into the ring?
In my heyday, I would have done it. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say I never was
Not
big
now?
into wrestling like that. Like I watched a little bit, before he kind of got weird. I was a Hulk Hogan fan, Macho Man, Randy Savage, The Rock was cool. Stone Cold Steve Austin for some reason was a guy that
Brock
I
Lesnar?
liked in his he's cool, but I wasn't like a big fan. You know what I mean? But
You're infuriating some people here in Saskatchewan.
yeah, I guess.
He has a farm in southern Saskatchewan, right?
Yeah, I know. I've actually dealt with I'm a landman. Well, I used to be a landman, and we kind of dealt with him because he has so much land. But he was kind of hard to talk to himself. He had representatives, right? He was,
Big deal?
Yeah. So,
okay.
We
can appreciate that. We can appreciate
but
that.
I might have thrown on a leotard if I was getting paid right. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the word for it. I think I called it a onesie before. That's not quite accurate.
Yeah.
So Curtis, producer Curtis, can we get him back on the line here? Are we feeling a little bit more of a stable connection at this point?
Oh, geez Louise, Teagan. I'm not ready to hit my button here.
See, again, it's preseason for all of us. It's not just the riders that are.
Reception's a little bit bad. We're gonna try calling him a little bit later.
Okay.
So
understandable. No, that is totally fair. We appreciate Glenn Kalka taking the time regardless. We'll get him back.
That was just a little teaser.
Yeah.
Getting people curious, right?
That's what we do like to call a tease in the industry. We are already getting close to the end of hour one here, believe it or not, inching closer and closer to a 1 o'clock kickoff as Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder are getting set for the matchup against the Calgary Stampeders at McMahon Stadium, I should say. Depth charts are out. VA also going to be getting some reps today. Trevor Harris is not for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, but it looks like they are getting Vernon Adams Jr. on the depth chart here. He'll play what? Maybe a quarter?
I mean, if he's dressed, I'm sure he'll probably want to get – it probably just depends on how well those first couple drives. They're probably like, we'll give you 2 drives, and then if you don't get – if they don't move the ball, then maybe you'll see him a little longer or something. But I'm sure they'll give him some reps. Unless he takes a hit like that first drive, then they might be like, yeah, get him up out of there.
Yeah, don't jinx it. Let's not put that out into the universe, Wes. Come on.
Right.
It's still preseason. It's fine. No, join in the conversation with us anytime, though. You can text us 306-936-6262. We even got a text from someone here. No name on this. Please send in your name when you join in the conversation here. But they said, even though it's just the Roughriders' first preseason game for this upcoming season, I thought I should start by using my Rider coffee cup this morning for my morning Java, and then sent a little picture.
I mean, you're supposed to keep that going year round.
I know.
You got to wait till the season to pull it out.
Oh, I have.
Maybe they have like some kids' mugs, like some that their kids made them or something. I don't know.
Do you use those though, or are they just more for decoration?
Well, as long as they don't leak, I would say you try. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's fair. Well, take a picture, send it to us, show us where you are listening from. You can always watch us on the stream now as well, because we are streaming away games on YouTube, sportscage.com, and of course on your radio at 620 CKRM. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back on the other side and touch base with our boy Barney Shinkaruk with Behind the Face Mask. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. NHL analyst Eric Francis talks about how people come up to him at the Saddle Dome and comment on his hits every week.
Those hits that you guys do on the Sports Cage twice a week are the best thing on radio in Regina. So anybody in Saskatchewan who's coming to a Flames game, come find me on the concourse and say hi on behalf of the Sports Cage listeners. I love it.
It's the Sports Cage, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM and through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com.
SEIU West members are
Stores person,
Unit Assistant, Finance Officer,
Unit Clerk,
Recreation Coordinator,
Youth Care Worker,
Medical Laboratory Technologist, Power Engineer,
Office Administrative Assistant,
Maintenance Services Worker,
Medical Transcriptionist,
Medical Office Assistant, File Clerk,
Medical Laboratory Assistant,
Pharmacy Technician.
The backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Keeping you company wherever you are in Rider Nation. It's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Welcome back. Getting you set for the first game of the 2026 CFL season for your Saskatchewan Roughriders as they are in Calgary getting ready to take on the Stamps. 1 o'clock kickoff. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will have the call from McMahon Stadium. And of course, Wes Cates and myself, we're getting you set for this game, getting you set for a whole new CFL season. But also joining us is Barney Shinkruk for a little segment we like to call Behind the Face Mask. So he had an opportunity to speak with Jonathan Kim as this kicking competition continues, and Kim reveals why he initially declined the Riders' first contract offer. Here is Barney Shinkruk with more.
All right, it's our first installment of Behind the Face Mask here in the Rough Rider pregame show. We're joined today up in Saskatoon by American kicker Jonathan Kim. Jonathan, thanks so much for being here today.
Thanks, Barney. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, let's start this with the journey. Tell us about your hometown, Fredericksburg, Virginia.
There's not much there. It's a beautiful place. It's not super small. It's not super big. You got everything you could want or need, but it's awesome. I really wouldn't have traded it for the world. I love Fredericksburg. There's a lot of great talent that comes out of there, and I'm happy to be one of them.
All right, you're a kicker. So when does kicking become full-time, or when do you realize that, hey, I got a gift here. I can just be a kicker?
So my sophomore year is really when it started to take off. 8th grade is when I started kicking. Sophomore year is when I started to take it seriously, and I was like, oh, you know what, maybe I'll try for college. Got to college, and kind of the same thing happened. I was like, you know what, let's try and take it to the next level, and here we are.
All right. What other sports do you play as a kid? Is it safe to say soccer?
Yeah, I played soccer. I tried basketball. Wasn't great at it, but I played soccer pretty much my whole life.
Okay, so you start your college career with North Carolina, true freshman, 2019, but you go as a walk-on. Can you take us through that process? Obviously, going as a walk-on must have been a little leery at times.
Most importantly was the education. Knowing I was going to get an incredible education there. And it was just a great opportunity not only to get a great education, but also play a high-level ball. And I just knew that the Lord had a plan for me, so I just trusted it and went with it.
It says you were a kickoff specialist. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. Why didn't North Carolina give you more of a chance to kick field goals, or is that a tough question?
It's not a question for me.
Okay, I love hearing stories about the transfer portal. You go into the transfer portal in 2023. Did you have any inkling that teams were interested in you before you made that jump?
I didn't. It truly was a big leap of faith, knowing that the Lord wanted me somewhere else. And He took me to Michigan State, and it was awesome. I got to grow in my faith a lot and got to see the field a lot more, so it was awesome.
When you're in Michigan and you're able to kick field goals, do you get the mojo going? Do you have more confidence with the Spartans?
Yeah, I would say I get most of my confidence from the Lord. He has given me this gift, and I just try and harness it as much as I can and try and give him as much glory as possible. But I also have a great support system in my wife, my parents, my brother, and my coaches as well.
Okay, another question I like to ask. What did you take in school? I think you mentioned education. What did you take in university, and did you finish?
I did. So I got my undergrad in exercise and sports science, and then I got a master's in coaching, leadership, and administration at Michigan State.
So you get a chance to go to Chicago and get a little look with the Bears. What was that experience like for you, Jonathan?
It was incredible. It was a dream come true. Everybody dreams of playing in the biggest leagues, and so getting the opportunity, getting the call to go up to Chicago is awesome, just as awesome as it is to be here in Saskatchewan.
Okay, how do you find out about this great league, the CFL, and when does it become an option for you?
October last year, I got a call from Saskatchewan, and they wanted me to come up and do a tryout, but my son was due in 4 days, so I unfortunately couldn't make it, and then they gave me a second call, and I was like, these guys really want to give me a chance, and so I'm really grateful for the second opportunity, and I'm pumped to be here.
Well, that's a really interesting. I don't even think anybody knew that story about having your son. And congratulations, by the way. How much do you know about the CFL? Have you scouted the other stadiums and the quirkiness, I guess, kicking up here? How much do you know?
I'm still learning. I've picked up on a lot of the rules, learning all the differences between how we play down in the South and how it's played up here. So yeah, I'm really excited to learn about all the other traditions, all the other stadiums, and all the other teams up here.
Longest field goal you've ever made in practice?
In practice, the longest field goal I've ever made is 70 yards.
70 yards, eh? Wow, we'll get some Sasky wind in there. Maybe we can push 75 for you. Is there a kicker that you've looked up to, maybe that's helped you, that you've tried to emulate your game after?
There have been a few. Joey Sly has been a huge help for me. He started working with me when I was in high school. Matt Gay is a really good buddy of mine. He's been awesome. So both of those guys have really helped me to grow and not only get better at the game, but also get used to what it's like to be a professional.
All right, last question. I don't know how well you know your CFL and your Saskatchewan Roughriders history yet. What does the name Dave Ridgway mean anything to you?
It does not. I'm still learning the history.
He was the all-time all-time leader in field goals for the Riders. So that's why I asked that.
Got it. The only other kickers I know are Brett and Mike, who just left. So
yes, there you go.
That's my experience so far. I'm working on it.
All right, Jonathan Kim, great to have him on. First edition of Behind the Face Mask here on the Rough Rider pregame show.
Well, thank you so much, Barney. Of course, that's Behind the Face Mask with Barney Shinkaruk. We're going to be having that every pregame show for you. And obviously, with Lother moving to Ottawa, there is obviously the kicking conversation that's happening here in Saskatchewan and a couple of different options that we see on the depth chart here. Wes, my friend, there was a question that came in at 306-936-6262. This one coming from Paul, essentially suggesting that maybe there's a different quarterback that can be holding for these kickers. Specifically, Tommy Stevens was the name that was dropped here by Paul, and now, of course, my text message system is completely frozen up. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I saw an article about it. I mean, if you have a QB or even if it's a receiver or something like that, I remember Weston Dressler was a holder when I played, like a guy that kind of can run around or maybe throw it or, just keep the defense honest. So maybe there's less of an all-out block on your field goal kicker type of situation going on. I think it's a good thing. But at the same time, you want somebody that can get the reps in and work with the kicker to make sure that the kicker's happy with the way they hold and the way they set it and just get the timing down, that sort of thing, with this long snapper as well. So I think as long as you have a guy that can get those reps in to make everybody feel comfortable, it's good to have a more athletic guy doing it. I mean, if your punter has a noodle for an arm and it's slow, then nobody's going to really worry about you running any fakes. But if you got a guy back there that might all of a sudden hop up and run around a bit, now there's a lot more, field goal block safes on, or, just letting the kicker take his time and kick the ball, which can help, right? If you know that you've got a situation where your kicker's never really getting pressured, then that's going to obviously help him mentally and likely make his kicking percentage go up if you're not getting any stress or pressure on the kick and the operations of it all itself.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting thing to watch in terms of special teams throughout these first 2 preseason games to see how things shape up as we get closer and closer to that home opener.
Barney's got it called behind the face mask. They should start off with their helmets on, and then as the conversation goes on, they pull the helmet off.
You know what? Let's give him your notes. We'll have you air check him, as we call it in the industry.
Right.
You can go back, give him a little air check. By the way, if you do want to watch along on the stream, you can always do that. Now we're streaming away games, so YouTube, sportscage.com. Join in the conversation on the YouTube chat as well. And just like Paul did, you can always text us 306-936-6262. We got to take a break, though. Rest your voice, Wes, because we have your segment coming up, Cates' Corner. That's right.
Everybody loves it. Everybody's favorite.
Everybody's favorite. Now, looking forward to it. We'll be back in a little bit with that. It's Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Nelson Homes, supplying home packages and RTMs for over 65 years. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and liquid logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during SaskAg Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
The next big sale at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head is next Monday, May the 25th. This is an online timed auction of carpentry equipment, carpentry shop closeout, yard tools, and equipment. 2016 Dodge Caravan, walk behind and riding lawnmowers, patio furniture, garden items, and shop tools, and much, much more. Also, our next big equipment sale is June the 23rd. We've got antique tractors arriving daily for that one. Check it out. Come out and see us at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things, like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. wood-country.com.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
It's an all-access pass to everything you need to know about your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It sure is. I'm Teagan Witko alongside Wes Cates, ready to go for Game 1. Preseason action live from Calgary. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will have the call right at 1 o'clock. Until then, you got me and Wes, and we are counting you down on the countdown to kickoff. And now we're jumping into what we like to consider our favorite segment of the broadcast.
That's what I heard.
The people want it.
Yeah.
The people want it, Wes. It is Cates' Corner. And here we're going to go a little bit off the beaten path. Now, some of the biggest conversations that have been had recently are the changes that are coming in 2026 and 2027. Board of Governors just approved a number of changes earlier in the week. So real quick, let's just start off with Darren Hackwood, CFL Associate VP of Officiating, talking about the changes to the play clock and how that's going to work. And then I want you to give us your analysis.
Sounds good.
So pleased to be joined on the line by the Vice President of Officiating with the Canadian Football League, Mr. Darren Hackwood. Thank you so much for taking time for us, sir. And I guess, you know what, there's a lot of rule changes that are coming in this year, and it's an exciting time, but it can also be probably an interesting one for you in relaying the message and how the changes affect the gameplay to your officials. Wanted to run through some of them. Could you maybe first and foremost explain the 35-second play clock and how it's going to work?
Yeah, certainly. So it is a big adjustment for us, obviously, heading into the season. We've spent lots of time with our officials. We've met with each of the club coaching staffs as well this spring to kind of go through it. But essentially what we have is a 35-second automatic play clock. So when a play ends, we'll have a period of time to ensure the play is over. There'll be a signal from the officials on the field, and our clock operator will then start a 35-second automatic play clock. So there'll be, whether the pass is ruled incomplete or a ball carrier goes out of bounds or is down inbounds, the officials will signal kind of the end of the play, and then the 35-second play clock will begin.
But that does change in the final 3 minutes of both halves, correct?
Yes, exactly. So the final 3 minutes of both halves, we are timing just like we've done in the past. So we have that 20-second variable play clock, which is run by the officiating staff. So we have the play ends, the game clock stops, the officials look for substitutions, and then when everything's ready to go, they blow the play in. So that's, definitely the last 3 minutes will be just our 20-second play clock that we've used in the past.
During a game, and in an official's eyes, I have commonly said a number of times that football is the hardest sport to officiate because the rules can change twice in a couple of different plays or within the same play. The objective is to get it right as often as we can. Human error means we make mistakes. That's where the command center comes in. How do you see working with the command center when what you're aiming for a standard to be, and maybe even when you're requested to review plays? What does the command center overall mean to the football game and the Canadian Football League?
Sure. So we call it the replay center now. So it's a $5 fine, Dave. But anyways, we essentially we use that clear and obvious approach. We want to see something that has occurred on the field that if we've ruled incorrectly on the field, and it's clear that we've ruled it incorrectly on the field, that we're able to fix that through replay. However, there is a direction and I guess an impetus on us to manage game flow and to support game flow. So we want to do things quickly. We also don't want to impact the game if we don't have to. So I think one adjustment that you'll see this year is we're working towards fewer officiating huddles. Nobody likes it when the officials huddle, even the officials themselves. So hopefully with this 35-second automatic play clock, you're going to get less of that because the clock's moving. So the next snap is coming up and we need to move on. So hopefully we see a better performance with respect to game flow from an officiating perspective.
Darren Hackwood is the Vice President of Officiating for the CFL. I went back to the replay, and yes, that was a bad question. I'm actually going to find myself extra for not having the replay setter down, so $10 instead. But
nice.
When it comes to the game, we all love it. We all want an outcome, and the overtime format is kind of changing. Can you explain the changes and how it works?
Yeah, certainly. So we talked about this at length in the rules committee process, but essentially we got rid of the tie game in the regular season. Nobody likes leaving the field tied in football, so we've gotten rid of it. So essentially, it's the same rules we've had in the past, where we will go to a mini game situation where teams scrimmage the ball from the 35-yard line. We'll play 2 of those mini games, and the rules there are if you score a touchdown, you have to go for a 2-point convert. But if we remain tied after playing 2 mini games, we'll now move to alternating 2-point convert attempts from the 3-yard line. So again, we'll do that until we have a winner. So that's the change for this year.
So, Wes, why don't we start off with the overtime format changes and the fact that there's no longer going to be ties. I don't think there was a single tie last season.
No, I feel like there wasn't. I felt like there was maybe one or two. Like Ottawa always seems to
I'll fact check
tie or
myself.
something. But anyway, I mean, I don't mind that. Like, let the teams get the whole points that they went out there to play for. I didn't mind the ties because, sometimes it kind of just shook up the playoff picture and kind of, it's like a half point in betting, right? It's like it kind of took it off of the point and kind of had those guys that were floating with that half a game in their pocket. So, I mean, obviously, if you're down a half a game, it hurts. But if you're up a half a game based on a tie, hey, it is what it is. But I don't mind the rule change. I think it's smart actually. You do the same old, get your first couple rounds of the overtime, and then just one play. Either you get it or you don't. Give the other team a chance. Boom. We kind of can figure it out quick, fast, and in a hurry, not drag this thing out. So I don't mind that.
Now, what about the game clock? Obviously, we haven't seen it in action yet. Is this kind of like a wait-and-see thing?
Nah, I think it's actually going to make things more consistent and make things a little easier, especially for the refs, because then it's not, you guys, there might be some arguments about, you guys set the ball too soon or this or that. If a team has a delay of game this way, it's like, hey, clock starts when the clock starts. You see the clock. I think really the game flow is going to be pretty similar. Maybe, it might be a little maybe longer of a game naturally without any delays, but it'll be a more consistent, it'll be easier to time, and you'll kind of know, the quarters and things like that will last a more determined amount of time. So I like the play clock. It's still a little faster than the NFL, I guess, or is it now? The NFL play clock is shorter now. It used to be 40. Now I think it's 35 too. But anyway, at the end of the day, I think just having a play clock, as soon as the ball's dead, boom, let's go, is good. The only thing that's going to be tricky is now all of a sudden, in the last 3 minutes of the halves, now it's like you got to reset your coaching mind and be like, okay, we got to be a little quicker now. You know what I mean? Because now if the ball's set quick, now we only have, 25 seconds in between plays instead, something like that. So I think it's going to be how we see coaches and teams manage that last 3 minutes. It's obviously stretched out because of the rules and, the clock not starting until the ball's set. But it is going to kind of throw the rhythm off for those coordinators and those quarterbacks.
Well, the only constant is change, as they say. I know it's such a cheesy quote, but man, how many more times are they going to rename the command center, replay center, whatever you call it now?
Replay center. The command center was over the top anyway.
A little
replay is better.
It seems like such an unnecessary thing to worry about, given all of the other changes that have recently taken place under, the helm of Stuart Johnston, where there was years under Randy Ambrosie where we didn't see a ton of change. So do you think that that's maybe a shock to people?
What, the name change from?
No, not that. No one cares about that. Let's be honest, Wes. I just mean the flurry of changes in such a short period of time.
Yeah, I definitely think, obviously, if you're used to a game now, all of a sudden, just stuff like, I mean, everything's going to look different here. The field is going to look different soon. You know, obviously, the game flow is going to look different. Maybe some people knew how to get up and grab their chips and dip right at the right time. Now they're like, what the heck? I missed a couple plays. No. But at the end of the day, I think it's something that needs to be done, right? We've been talking about it for years. The CFL needs to get, a little more fan base, a little more attention. So just trying some things out. I mean, obviously, everybody's not going to be a fan of changes when they're made. A lot of people don't like change, but at the end of the day, change is hard, but change is good. And it doesn't have to stay that way. You can kind of learn what's working, what's not, and then maybe pull it back a little bit or just tweak them again. So I think, if it hasn't really been working the way you want it to, then make some changes and see how it helps the league out. So I don't mind it. It's, obviously it's something fun. Everybody likes to get a little disgruntled, complain about something. We all like to complain, right? Every now and then. So, yeah, let people complain. We'll see how the flow goes, see how it works out. And then we can talk bad about Johnston. When the stuff that fails, we can give him crap about it, and the stuff that's good, we can not say nothing.
Because that's always how it works.
and give him more crap about the stuff that's not working, right?
Yeah. I mean, 2027 is going to look very, very different. Playoff format changes, as you mentioned, the field changes. But, we were even talking with Chris Lamirus earlier, and you can go back and listen to it in podcast form at any point, but it is about revenue at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, the fact that as a fan, I'm like, sweet, more playoff games, cool. Like, I love it, but as a player, I'm like, and like Chris mentioned, like the two top teams maybe meeting at the beginning of the playoffs, it's one thing, like I related it to the NBA play-in tournament, but you're playing in to get the 7th and 8th seed out of like all these other teams. Like in the CFL, there's 9 teams, so there's not enough. Yeah, you're beating each other up a little more, but hey, you already seen each other like 3 times or so, in the regular season anyway. So it's something that you can be annoyed about, but until some like a big time player gets hurt and then it really shakes up who gets to the Grey Cup in that 1-2 match, I think that it's a cool thing, and it brings more revenue, gives the teams an opportunity to fill up the stadium, right? Most of the time, playoff games are something that everybody wants to come see, and so it's just another good game, a good selling game, I guess. Yeah.
But first things first, we got to get through the 2026 season. Of course, game 1 of the preseason in Calgary, 1 o'clock this afternoon. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, they have the call for you, I guess, against the Stamps. Any positional battles we haven't talked about yet that you'd like to hone in on while we still have a little bit of time here in the Cates' Corner segment?
Yeah, obviously, I guess I can touch on it. We talked about the QBs a little bit. Like I said, this Shager kid, he like, from what I've seen, he's got good touch, and he's got a wonky release, but it's quick. I like that about him. I think Cone is a little taller. DBs will see his arm motion, and it's a little smoother and a little slower. I do think he throws a great ball, but I just want to see how they both move in the pocket. That's another thing about Shager. I think he moves around in the pocket from the film that I saw very well.
More mobile?
Yeah. I don't know if Cone is as mobile, as good at sensing the pocket, like adjusting and collapsing, but your running back position, obviously, we're not going to see A.J. Ouellette, but we are going to see Mario Anderson Jr. I think he's kind of a good complement. The kind of same style. I think him and A.J. are kind of like bruisers, kind of elusive, but they kind of like to, like contact. Obviously, Thomas the Train, Bertrand Houdon. He's always like one of those guys that surprises you and seems to kind of just make the right play. So I like to see him out there. And then that Kweli Conley, I was watching film on him, and I'm
intrigued.
Yeah, because I was watching his film from Arizona, and I was like, okay. I was like, he kind of reminded me of a young Cates out there. He's a slasher. he's faster than he looks. He's smooth, but it's like he kind of just like paces himself, sees it, hits it, and then he's out. You know what I mean? And then actually Peter Borsch, I mean, obviously he's playing CIS, but I'm looking at him. I'm like, okay, this kid's legit. Like he's got some sweet feet. He can pick him up, put him down. He's a bit of a slasher too. I just want to see if like the game speed of the going up a level, if he can keep up. But what he was doing to the kids at his level in college, I'm like, yeah, this kid knows what he's doing. He runs pretty square. They both run square. See their holes, hit it, get upfield, don't do a lot of side-to-side wasted motion, but they both look like they have the ability to step out of a tackle, make guys miss. They run with good. The only thing I don't like about Borsch, he looks a little tight. You know what I mean? He needs to maybe do some stretching and stuff. When he gets out in the open field, it's like he stays his same good speed, but he doesn't have another gear, whereas I feel like Quali Conley has another gear that he kind of can shift into and run away from guys. But we'll see. Borsch getting around some better competition. I think a lot of times you step up to it without even realizing it. So we'll see. The Canadian kid can make an impact.
Well, and local, right? A lot of people here from Regina definitely going to be cheering on Peter Borsch. You think that nerves play a factor into that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking about he's up. He's in the backfield with a bunch of, guys from the States. Obviously
veteran players.
Exactly. So there's going to be a bit of that. But the one thing that Canadians do have is just playing in this style of game. I feel like the Canadians that can make it up here, like a Jesse Lumsden or somebody like that's what Borsch kind of reminds me of a little bit smaller Jesse Lumsden, right? Okay. He runs a little straight up, a little too vertical, but then he's always falling forward. So you're like, I guess I'll give you a pass on that, even though you're a little, upright. But he does seem to. John Cornish is another one. Some about being up here playing in Canadian football that helps you kind of just know that, that mat play or that typical zone read run play, quarterback option run zone. Canadians seem to kind of just naturally read it out and run it a little better. It's a little different style than coming up from the States and always kind of trying to hit things fast and be more downhill. And I think Canadians have more of a knack for just naturally finding the holes in the CFL systems.
So for those who are going to be listening for Peter Borsch's name, just know that he is number 75, not 26, as he was previously.
Yeah, that number's trash. But I'm like, what y'all trying to do to my man? Man, y'all got the young Canadian. Maybe he wanted it. I don't know.
Maybe.
But
all I know is that you may have uttered the words disrespectful.
Yeah, man. You can't. Yeah. You gotta give a kid a number that makes him feel like you value him being there. Like, oh, here, take this. 75. That's
what we had left in the equipment room.
Maybe they're trying to put a little chip on his shoulder. Like, hey, man, you're gonna have to work to make this roster. You got all these Yankees coming in here trying to kick you up out of here. Let's go ahead and handle your business. Let's give him a little chip on his shoulder because 75 ain't happening. They're gonna have to get him out of that.
Let's talk to him about that next week when we're up in Saskatoon. Okay. Cates' corner. Appreciate that, man. We got to move along here because Glenn Suter, I'm pretty sure, is going to be standing by in no time. It is Countdown to Kickoff, brought to you by Croft Electric. Almost 29 years of trusted, reliable home, farm, and commercial service for all of your electrical needs. CroftElectric.com. And all socials. Join in the conversation at any point. 306-936-6262 is where you can text us. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dan from Croft Electric explains how important farms are to his business.
Yeah, we would consider it a privilege to come out to your farm and do work for you, give you a quote, give you a free safety check of whether it be your barn, your shop, your grain operation, your home, and then follow up with a quote. We would consider it a privilege to be able to come out to your farm.
Croft Electric.
We believe we'd be the right choice for you.
CroftElectric.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Milligan Bio has a need for seed, and they want your heated and damaged canola today. Milligan Bio, a locally owned Canadian company based in Foam Lake, has space available for your canola and is accepting immediate delivery. Get that damaged canola out of your bins and put the cash in your pocket. Call Milligan Bio now at 272-6284. That's 272-6284 to arrange your delivery or on-farm pickup. MilliganBio.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
SEIU West members are
Medical Equipment Coordinator,
Combined Laboratory and X-ray Technologist,
Orderly, Biomedical Engineering Technologist,
File Clerk,
MRI Technologist,
Carpenter,
Pharmacy Technician, Cardiology Technologist,
Staff Scheduler,
Information Technology Analyst.
the backbone of your public health care system. Learn more at seius.ca.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody. Imagine no sanding or staining and enjoying your deck for decades. That's a TimberTech deck. TimberTech is fade resistant, comes in a bunch of pretty colors, and features a hidden fastener system, making construction clean and easy. Oh, I tell you, shoot, it's as slick as a whistle. TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. Every Monday we got Darian Durant, and you find out some interesting things about the Rider Great.
Did you ever anywhere along the way have to play special teams because you weren't doubles as we know him?
You know what's crazy? I did. When I went as a free agent to the Baltimore Ravens, they had me just catching punts.
Wow.
Notice I said catching, not returning, because there's no way I could do that.
It's the Sports Cage, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM and through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com.
Getting you set for Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Appreciate you taking the time. I'm Teagan Witko alongside Wes Cates, getting you set for a 1 o'clock kickoff from McMahon Stadium. Saskatchewan Roughriders preseason action week #1, of course, against the Calgary Stampeders. So Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder getting all set up for this one, and they will have the play-by-play broadcast right at 1 o'clock. You can feel free to watch along. Join us on the YouTube feed, sportscage.com as well. Join in the conversation on the chat anytime. You can also text us at 306-936-6262. And I did fact check myself, just real quick from our Cates' Corner segment. There was 0 ties last season in the CFL.
No rule change needed. No.
Hey, season prior to that, there were 2 ties.
Yeah,
so,
no.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't mind this rule change. It's just trying to hurry things up.
Yeah.
It's like, come on now, let's get this over with.
our
Get
attention
home.
spans are short. Come on,
Yeah.
let's be real. Okay, now let's jump out on the phone lines here with our next guest, Glenn Suter. This is press coverage brought to you by North Home Windows, designing, building, and installing window systems in Saskatchewan for Saskatchewan conditions. NorthHomeWindows.ca. How you doing, Glenn?
Teagan, how are you? Wes, good to be back. First of all, I've got a couple questions. One is it okay to have hat day? Because
You're repping. I tried to do something to kind of battle the weather. In my mind, I'm by a palm tree somewhere. Right? I see you repping the squad. You got your logo on.
Yeah, Wes, I wasn't sure if it was allowed. It's allowed on the cage. I didn't know if it was allowed on the pregame show. And
If it was up
also,
to me,
I should.
it'd always be.
Yeah, I hear you.
We're just as chaotic as the cage. It's fine, Glenn.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And, also we should celebrate and I know we've talked about this on the cage, but 100 years with CKRM. I mean, this is quite the milestone, and the relationship between the station and the football team, just unprecedented, really. And where would the team be if you go back to some of those really tough financial years without the support of the radio station? So congratulations to everyone involved. We've talked about it on the cage, but this is the first pregame show on the 100-year anniversary.
Let's go. Hell yeah. Hopefully they can run it back in this 2026 season. Now, as we do jump into this year, as a defending Grey Cup champion, what type of target do they have on their backs walking into the a visiting barn?
Yeah, Teagan, it's I look back because I'm starting my preparation as well for the season and getting ready for all the teams, and I look back at the semi-final or the West Final and the Grey Cup, and I thought, I know that the entire province and the team has been celebrating in a big way, but just the remarkable way they won in both of those playoff performances, postseason performances. Like, when you consider that Trevor Harris went toe-to-toe with the MOP in the league, Nathan Rourke, and put together a long drive for a winning touchdown with 1:03 left in the West Final. That got them to the Grey Cup. I mean, that is a drive for the ages, really. And then when you look at the Grey Cup, that was the number one ranked defense all season in Montreal. I know they had some injury issues, but that doesn't take anything away from it because that defense was healthy. And Trevor Harris dissected the defense. And then, speaking of defenses, those two games, the Rider defense averaged, I think, about 19 points against or 20 points against in two games on average. I mean, you hold the team in the CFL to 20 or under, your chances of winning go through the roof. So I think about how they did it, how great that run was, the championship season, and now it is even harder. I mean, I remember 1990. Wes probably can have similar thoughts about this, depending on, when you had the biggest seasons and then you come back and you're kind of the number one dog on the porch, and everybody wants to get up there and start barking because it's you are the target. They all remember how it ended last year, and it's especially the teams like Calgary who, Calgary played well against Saskatchewan last year. I think they beat them twice in the regular season.
Yep.
So they would have watched that playoff run going, wow, like we can beat that team, and they're the champions. So now they're getting geared up to go head to head. I know it's just preseason, but get a taste for each other in this new season, and then go back and every game that the Riders play, especially in the first half of the season, every game the Riders play, the team that plays against them is going to have their best ready, and they're going to go after them. That's the target you have when you're the defending champions.
Yeah, Glenn, but as the defending champions, that only lasts so long. Ring ceremony, and then it's going to be, what have you done for me lately, pretty quick here. So what are we trying to get out of this first preseason week, right? This first preseason game as an organization?
Yeah, like this is a chance to really take a look at the young guys. I mean, when you look at the roster of players that aren't dressed, I mean, that's an all-star team right there. So you're looking at all the young guys, and I think for coaches, you'd love to see the big play, like a one-handed catch or something like that. But as a coach and a coaching staff, and even a football staff, Jeremy O'Day and the group, that all of the guys on the field that you brought in are great athletes. They can make those one-handed plays. They can, knock a guy down from pulling guard or whatever it might be. You brought those guys in because of their athleticism and their resumes. So that's almost a given. And if you see it in the game, great, because that means they can do it when the lights are on. But it also doesn't necessarily put them completely over the top, as you know. I think it's consistency. And for the players out there, especially these quarterbacks in this race that we're looking at for the number 2 spot, these quarterbacks have a chance to put together a drive or two, show they can be accurate under pressure. This is not practice for quarterbacks. This is full-on rush. Some teams won't blitz, some teams because they want to test their secondary. Some teams will blitz because they're just getting into their regular game flow and what they want to do. So these quarterbacks are going to have to make the read with the bullets flying, and that's the test. That's what's important about this first one, especially all the young guys. And for the Riders, you hope that the Stamps play some of their veterans, so you can see one-on-one how the young guys hold up with the veterans.
So as we head into this preseason game here in Calgary today for Saskatchewan Roughrider fans, positional battles, there's certainly a few intriguing ones. I mean, you're looking at the Canadian receiver battle. You're looking at weak side linebacker, special teams, defensive end. But what about the quarterback situation? Because we know Trevor Harris is going to be starting. We know Tommy Stevens is the short yardage guy. But who will be the heir apparent to Trevor Harris in your eyes?
Yeah, and that's what I'm real interested to see. And I'll tell you a quick story about a pretty famous quarterback, a Grey Cup champion quarterback in Michael Riley, who played with the Edmonton Esks at the time and the BC Lions. And when he was a rookie in BC, he had basically one drive. Coach Wally Buono at the time told this story much later when Mike had become a star quarterback in the league. But he told the story that in the preseason game, he thought in his mind that he was going to cut Michael Riley, that he didn't do enough in camp to prove that he could be the number 2. And he gave him one drive in one of the preseason games. And Riley took it down the field, put it in for a touchdown. I can't even remember if they won the game. It really didn't matter. But that drive changed the mind of Wally Buono at the time. And he said, you know what? I'm going to stick with this guy. I'm going to take another long look at him. He's going to make the roster, maybe even as a number 3 to start, but we're going to keep him because that drive was impressive. And that's what these quarterbacks have the opportunity to do, whether it's Jack. I even think Tommy Stevens should still be in the discussion. I know I might be, there might not be too many people on my island with me, but I like Tommy Stevens. I love his fire. I love his competitiveness. If you run the right offense with him, not Trevor Harris's offense, but more of a zone read, press the edges, run or pass option type of offense, I think Tommy Stevens could still be a really good number 2 as well as your short yardage guy. So I think he's still in the fight. And you guys talked about Shager, and it sounds like I haven't seen him live, so I'm going to hold judgment really until I see him. But it sounds like he's slinging it. I mean, he had 10,000 yards basically at the University of Hawaii, so he can throw the ball. We know that. It's just a matter of can he do it at the next level and make the reads and understand the nuance of Canadian football. So I'm really interested in that battle more than any on the field for the number 2 spot at quarterback.
Well, we're going to get a little more information and insight into that today. 1 o'clock kickoff. Glenn, we are out of time, but thank you so much for doing this. Appreciate you as always.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey, and Wes, I got to get in. How do I get in Wes's, what's it called? Cates' Corner? How do I get on that segment? Come on. We got to get on that.
We got a bit of a wait list right now, but you got Inside Connect. You got Inside Connect, so we might be able to work something out, Glenn.
Sounds good. Have a good show, guys.
I hear he takes bribes there, Glenn.
Okay, you got it. Whatever it takes.
Take a TSN hat. Oh, jeez. Thanks so much. Glenn Suter.
Okay.
Press coverage with Glenn Suter brought to you by North Home Windows. We are going to take a quick break here, and we're going to be back on the other side with the Rider in the Community segment. It's the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The first North Home Windows customer was an important customer. So was the next, and the next. Since Since 1990, North Home Windows has been working to make every customer feel like they're North Home Windows' only customer. Let them show you. They'll come to your home with samples and do an estimate for free. There's not even a charge for mileage. Feel like someone's only customer. And now offering window coverings. Visit northhomewindows.ca.
Need tires that tackle every terrain? Trust Integra Tire Grenfell. But they're more than just tires. Trust them for all your towing, mechanical repairs, and farm service needs as well. From your family car to your combine, they keep you rolling with expert service and small town care. Farm tough, road ready, always reliable. Integra Tire Grenfell, where rubber meets the road and service meets the standard. Locally owned Integra Tire in Grenfell, at the intersection of Highways 1 and 47. Truly local.
The next big sale at 2S Auctioneers in Indian Head is next Monday, May the 25th. This is an online timed auction of carpentry equipment, carpentry shop closeout, yard tools, and equipment. 2016 Dodge Caravan, walk behind and riding lawnmowers, patio furniture, garden items, and shop tools, and much, much more. Also, our next big equipment sale is June the 23rd. We've got antique tractors arriving daily for that one. Check it out. Come out and see us at 2sauctioneers.ca, online auction house in Indian Head.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything tonight. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Did you know you can get endless streaming and live entertainment anywhere in Canada?
Now wait just a moose a minute.
You can, thanks to Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer. So cross that border to Flin Flon, Manitoba, and your shows come with you. Why stop there? Head to Vulcan, Alberta, or heck, even St. Louis du Ha-Ha, Quebec, the town with exclamation marks in its name. See Glassers TV, your SaskTel authorized dealer, for details on Max TV Stream, internet, and cellular service.
For 10 years, JK Junior Containment has been helping Saskatchewan oil fields save a lot of green, on the ground and in the bank. The little blue box that's built to last. JK Junior is a Saskatchewan-made, patented wellhead containment system, trusted for reliable protection in tough conditions. And while the product may be blue, this time of year, we're all about the green. Celebrate 10 years of reliable, innovative wellhead containment with a product trusted by champions. Learn more today at jkjunior.com.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during SaskAg Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. Crowd to tailgate with all of Rider Nation. This is the Croft Electric and Nelson Homes Countdown to Kickoff. Text 306-936-6262 with the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, thank you for being here. First broadcast of the 2026 season underway. You got Teagan Witko here. I'm joined by Wes Cates, getting you set for this battle. 1 p.m. McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder will have the call for you. As we get closer and closer to having them join us, however, we are going to jump out and have a quick little conversation here first with riders in the community. It is brought to you by Saskatchewan Senior Mechanism. Better health isn't always found in a prescription bottle. SKSeniorMechanism.ca, community care, real connections, better well-being. Joining us now, Rebecca Perroni. She's the manager of marketing and fan engagement. Are you ready for the showdown this afternoon, Rebecca? Oh, sorry, we had you muted apparently. We got you now?
Oh, no.
See, I've said it before.
I
I'll say
can
it
read
again.
lips. She said absolutely. Happy to be here.
Yeah. Again, it's preseason for us too. This is why we work out the kinks and we don't do it on the home opener, right?
Uh-oh.
Producer Curtis is just getting y'all set up here, ready to go. But what we are going to talk about here is obviously coming off a Grey Cup championship season, a little bit of a different off season, I'm sure, for you and the rest of the crew there, especially because one of the preseason games, one of two, is going to be in a completely different location that you guys haven't executed in so far, up in Saskatoon. Do we have Rebecca? Okay. So what does the off season look like in preparations for tomorrow's or next week's game?
Yeah, so we've been super busy this offseason, especially with the Grey Cup community tour. And we actually made 37 stops across the community or across Saskatchewan where we brought the cup to visit these communities with Gainer or cheer or players. It was just perfect connection to make with the team. But in preparation for preseason, we are super excited to be in Saskatoon next weekend.
So what's all going down, without the stadium and all the amenities that you're used to? What's going to be happening in Saskatoon, kind of to give the fans that good rider experience, that great rider experience they're used to?
Yeah, absolutely. So starting 3 hours before kickoff, so at 2:00, we will have the Coors Light Party in the Park open, where we'll have a DJ, we'll have inflatables, we'll have family games, and then a bunch of mascots across the province. And then in-game, cheer team and pep band will be giving performances as well. At halftime, we will have a mascot race. So this will be a bunch of mascots across the province, and my hope is on Gainer, but we should see.
Oh, you're calling Gainer already? No other favorites?
I'm calling Gainer.
Yeah.
What's the money line on that? Come on.
Right.
Maybe throw down a couple of bucks.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But Wes really wanted to know about the food, I think.
Well, because the Ryder Stadium has some great food, so I was wondering, how's the food going to be up there? Or do you know?
Yeah.
Is that even something you got to worry about?
Yeah, there's going to be like 6 different food trucks. There's like tacos, burgers, everything. It'll be super awesome.
Nice. Okay, so driving in the food. That works. I love a good food truck.
Exactly. It's perfect.
Rebecca, we are running out of time here, but I am curious about tickets and what those are looking like.
Yeah, so our grandstands are sold out, but we still have limited standing room tickets available, which are only $25 plus fees. So super cheap. And you can kind of roam around the whole stadium. So get a view of everything.
Oh, I love that. Okay, well, best of luck in preparation for next Saturday's game, and we'll see you up in Saskatoon, Rebecca.
Yes, we'll see you there. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the time. Rebecca Perroni joining us, of course, on the Countdown to Kickoff, Manager of Marketing and Fan Engagement for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. We do need to take a quick break. We're going to have 2 more voices joining us on the other side, and Luc Mullinder and Dave Thomas. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Did you know better healthcare isn't always found in a prescription bottle? Through a plan called Social Prescribing, healthcare providers can connect older adults to community supports, things like social groups, housing help, food access, and meaningful connections. Because sometimes the best medicine is community. If you have aging parents or you're a senior yourself, learn how social prescribing can support healthier, happier living. Visit Saskatchewan Seniors Mechanism at skseniorsmechanism.ca. Community care, real connections, better well-being.
Since 1949, Nelson Homes has been providing you one-stop shopping for ready-to-move homes, panelized packages, and on-site builds. Nelson Homes' team of authorized dealers all over Saskatchewan would be happy to help you turn your dream home into a reality. In the Strasbourg, Last Mountain Lake area, call Dean at Solid Works Carpentry or call 1-800-661-6534 for more information. Nelson Homes, trusted quality and service since 1949.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
Meet your new favorite shade of green. At Nick Service, we offer the Fendt 500 Vario Series tractor that's tailor-made for your farm. Get better stability, ease of use, and comfort with one tractor. Whether you're feeding, tilling, baling, or hauling, this series is built for your farm. Experience up to 163 horsepower with this multi-purpose tractor. Visit Nick's Service in Emerald Park or go to nickservice.com to get a quote on the Fendt 500 Vario Series.
This football season, Positively Perfect Pets is offering a fantastic selection of healthy food and treats. Dan from Positively Perfect is your quarterback for your pet's food decisions and everything else for your furry friends. The customer service will always go long for anything you need, setting their team apart from the big box stores. Get everything for your pet with Positively Perfect Pets, 4637 Ray Street. Visit their Facebook page and onestopdogshop.com.
Unlike the country song Kick the Dust Up, Milligan Bio knows for those of you that are construction site managers, farmers, golf course and park managers, or rural homeowners, it's all about keeping the dust down, inspiring their environmentally friendly road dust suppressant. Safe and easy to use, Milligan Bio's road dust suppressant controls the dust, coats the surface, and reduces grading and maintenance needs. To book application, call 306-272-6284.
A sea of green at a football game is great. Green in your dugout is gross. I'm Brian Tennant of Farm Fresh Water, and we can help you with your water. Our Farm Fresh Water systems use no chlorine or chemicals. It is very low maintenance and will give you water that is spot-free, odor-free, soft as a cloud, and tastes better than bottled. We're not city people trying to solve a rural problem. We make dugouts drinkable and well water wonderful. Visit farmfreshwater.ca.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Young's Equipment, Prairie 6-inch Eaves Trough, Zipper Lock Building Company and Power Lift Doors, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Rider Nation, get ready to get loud. Kickoff is 60 minutes away. It's time to get you set for Saskatchewan Roughriders football.
It's gone 10 yards. It's up. Riders touch it. It's still loose on the turf right at the 45-yard line. Riders have it. Riders have it.
Coming up, we'll hear from head coach Corey Mace with all you need to know about today's matchup. We'll look at the injury reports, the starters, Luc Mullinder's keys to the game, and we'll take you inside the Rider locker room as the green and white suit up for another Canadian Football League contest. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Here's Teagan Witko, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, and Wes Cates.
Welcome back and happy May long weekend. Unofficial start to summer. May have been a little snowy here in Saskatchewan this week, but that's okay. Sounds like good football weather in Calgary. We're going to head there here in just a second as we get ready for another week of CFL preseason action. Riders and Stamps only game on the schedule. Of course, for the Riders, they're starting where they hope to finish, in Calgary at McMahon Stadium, the very place where the Grey Cup will be hosted in 2026. Joining us now to help us set the stage, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder, live from Calgary. How you guys doing?
You know, I hate to say this, but boy, is it a beautiful day here in Calgary, isn't it?
It's an amazing day. It's a great day for football, great day to be evaluated, but more importantly, it's just a beautiful day. Could have gone on a walk today.
Coulda.
Didn't want to, though. Yeah.
But you know what? We did walk around last night, had some supper with some of the players. Of course, the players were very active in the lobby, getting themselves set. And you've been in this situation before, heading into your first preseason game. There's some pretty nervous faces today.
Yeah, you're excited, right? Going into because up until last night, it just felt like the same old routine. before game day routine that you've gone through in college, that you've gone through on our other CFL team, whether you've been in the NFL for a little bit, UFL. But today, all of a sudden, it becomes the tryout, right? It's not just a game. It's an environment in which you're going to have to develop some trust between the coaching staff. You're going to have to convince the coaching staff that, hey, you're the guy that should be filling that spot. And that is, it's a large, just sort of ominous cloud that hangs over you, because again, we talk about it all the time, on our broadcast. If you're a professional athlete in the Canadian Football League, you're a 1%er, right? Only 1% of the folks that get to the NCAA get to do this, and it's the hardest job interview in the world. So today, I hope the guys fly around fast. I know that the coaches have taken a little bit off in terms of the playbook expectancy in order for them to help these kids just not think while they're out there, and hopefully they can make a play.
I know that this is going to sound very easy, but one of the goals of today, I would assume, is that the team will find more answers than they have question marks remaining.
Right.
Where do they need to find answers?
Yeah, it's a really interesting sort of scenario today. I think that one of the things that you're looking at is you've got a lot of young Canadians, a lot of depth guys. So what is your ratio option going into week one, right? Where can you play with your ratio? Where do you want to stack based on how your ratio could play out? And for some of these American players, right, how do I be like Aubrey Miller, right, who didn't earn a starting spot, but also proved himself in the special teams and was able to stay on this roster, right? And the sort of moment of realization to some of the American players especially, where it's like, oh man, I'm not only just competing with the same position groups, I'm competing with like a Canadian that might not even play my position but fits the roster. So I'm watching that. The other thing I'm watching is in the trenches. I think that the defensive end battle today is a really interesting one. You've got 4 defensive ends: Jalen Pate, Desmond Evans, Chico Bennett Jr., who was here last year for a little bit, and Justin Weaver. All of those guys have different skill sets, but again, we're looking for a pass rusher on the edge. You've got Devin Adams, who's been playing well. Ali Saad, a great question mark, right? Like, Ali, you've put in the work in the offseason. You've gained some weight. Like, can you make the next step this year? Devin Van's going to get some run, and Kendi Charles out of Duke is a phenomenal player as well.
Okay, we can all see if a player makes a sack. We can see if a defensive back gets burned. We can see if a wide receiver makes a nice catch or if a running back goes on a big run. What are the details that maybe aren't as obvious that we should be watching for today?
Yeah, sometimes you don't see the player that missed his name being called out for punt return, right? And I've talked about this at length since I've been part of the broadcast. One of the things that you've got to be able to do is you've got to have your ears open. Wes was probably in this position very early on in his career, right, when he was getting to where you have to cut your teeth in the league playing special teams. Now, again, for Wes, it probably lasted 5 minutes before everybody found out that he was a real dog out there and was the guy. But what I'm saying is, if you want your opportunity, sometimes, or it may not come on offense or defense, it's going to come on special teams. So don't be the guy that the coach is on the sideline screaming out your name looking for you. That'll get you on a plane back home faster than anything, right? The other things that you don't see are the errors, right? Or who's out of their gap, who's not playing their assignment, right? Because again, we talk about it. The most important keys in every single first exhibition game are alignment, assignment, execution. These coaches need to know that you know where to line up, you know what to do, and that you can actually make the play.
So there you go. Details and a beautiful day is kind of the scene here in Calgary. I don't know. What are the details like there, Teagan? Did you get coffee for everyone like you were talking about in the pregame?
I said nothing of the sort. I did look over at Wes briefly here, and I was like, hey, 2 hours in, we haven't broken anything yet on Countdown to Kickoff, except for my desk.
It's beautiful tropical weather out here. It's been raining, that's maybe not the warmest rain, but it's tropical. One thing I did want to mention, though, is that I heard from you guys is, one, you skipped out on exercises because you didn't go for a walk, and two, you guys invited yourselves to the team meal. What the heck? They're talking about eating with the players. It sounded like they had an organized dinner, and Luke and Dave just showed up. I'm just saying.
Are you guys just supper crashers at this point?
Well, so the way it breaks down is Wes knows this. The team stays at the West and downtown so it's actually the best location in all of the road trips because everything happens there. They've got the keg attached to the restaurant. If you don't eat too much, they have a buffet in the morning where you can get breakfast, but they've got a little breakfast that's attached to Starbucks. So guys like me who are allergic to exercise and movement when I'm not in the gym, we really enjoy it because we don't have to leave the hotel during game. But so the other perk of coming to Calgary, and I will say this, Calgary and Edmonton really know how to put on a support and an event when it comes to the people that are supporting the event. Calgary's got the best pregame meal in all of the league, hands down. And that's what you guys see here. Right underneath here is barbecue chicken, some roasted carrots, and Brussels sprouts. Me and Dave, we did the responsible thing. We didn't load up on the cookies, but that's because we get dessert on the plane. So yeah, Calgary is really the place to be, guys. And you guys are missing out. It's awesome. And during the season, they've got all the tailgate parties. So if you want a hot dog or anything, you can go fill your heart up with the glizzies if you want to. So it's a great place.
Well, thank you so much for rubbing it in and talking about all the delicious food. You might as well continue. Let's talk about the weather here. Your Quality Tire Precision Weather. What's it looking like at McMahon Stadium?
Okay, here we go. Welcome back to football season. Our first game in Calgary today will be under partly sunny skies. Every now and then some thicker clouds. There's just a slight 30% chance of a sprinkle. Winds will be light and variable. And high temperatures should be flirting with 14, maybe 15 degrees this afternoon. Those temperatures will slide back to about 10 degrees by early this evening. So all in all, not a bad day to kick off the brand new season. And go Roughriders. Let's go after that Grey Cup one more time.
Oh, we like that. Okay. A little bit of positive energy coming from our precision weather forecast for Rider Nation. It is brought to you by Quality Tire. We got to take a quick break. We will be back on the other side with more from Dave and Luke at McMahon Stadium. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Home of Saskatchewan Roughrider football, 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Municipal Hail Insurance, International Rural Exchange Canada, Original 16, the premium prairie beer, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Revolutionize your operation and get more power with a Fendt 1100 Vario MT. The Fendt 1100 Vario MT not only touts the highest horsepower in the industry, but is the only track tractor of this size to feature the revolutionary Vario CVT transmission. Get uncompromising performance and reliability with Fendt. See the Fendt 1100 track tractors at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both, with SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
All right, almost done. Just need to get this last bit.
Hey!
Did the power pole just talk to me?
You're a little close, don't you think?
I do this all the time. Gotta maximize the field.
Sure, but I'd like to stay standing. And you've got people counting on you to come home.
Right. Good point.
Remember to give power poles and lines the space they need this season. And most importantly, come home safe tonight. A message from Sask Power.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Wes Cates, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
And new this year, you can watch the away games on our YouTube feed as well as sportscage.com. Join in on the conversation there in the YouTube chat. You can also do the same by texting us at any point throughout the afternoon, 306-936-6262. And of course, we will be taking your phone calls after the conclusion of today's game, as we always do in the Roundtable call-in show. So it's myself, Wes Cates, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder joining us from Calgary at McMahon Stadium, where the weather is a lot better than here in Regina. But as we head into this Week 1 preseason game against the Stamps, Dave Thomas had an opportunity to catch up with head coach Corey Mace.
The preseason game and how you decide what that's going to look like.
Yeah, it really just depends on what's going on as far as, injuries and stuff like that. But for the most part, you kind of go into the training camp with a plan and how you're going to execute that. So pretty much for us, it's been pretty bang on. So our plan is to stick to that.
And how difficult is it to come up with that plan? Does a game rep mean more than a practice rep?
You do. You want to see it executed, versus somebody else, and when it's live. So that does hold obviously a lot of weight. But we're evaluating everything. Reps on the field, how they're in the meeting rooms, how they treat the people in the cafeteria. It's everything. So, but certainly yes, the game is very important.
How big are reps for your coaching staff?
Huge. There's a lot of operations that some of the new coaches, haven't had to do before. Obviously Micah and, Stus, he's helped us with training camp before, but just being more dialed in on that. And then obviously with the rule changes coming in, new for everybody. So it's good for everyone.
Do you have an idea of what that 35-second clock and that rule will look like?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've been practicing with it all camp. So we have an idea, but, ultimately, it's out of our control in running that. So maybe it's faster, maybe it's slower, but, we've had plenty of reps at it.
You definitely know what you want to see. What do you tell the players you want to see?
Just the same thing that we pride ourselves on throughout the week of practice. It's just, go out there and execute your job at a high level, communicate, and fly around.
That was our own Dave Thomas with head coach Corey Mace from the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And there was an interesting little nugget in that conversation that I made note of, at least. And that's, okay, it's preseason for everybody. Everybody involved. This is preseason, an opportunity to shake off the dust, shake off the rust, however you want to phrase it. So I'm curious, and maybe I'm going to throw this one over to Luc here and just ask, how important are these reps for the coaching staff, not only the players, but for everybody to get back on the same page?
Well, I think that for the coaching staff, it's obviously you've got to have, you're specifically paying attention to certain guys. Certain guys are going to prove you right or prove you wrong today, right? And you might have argued for guys in the locker room, right, or in the coaches' meetings, like, no, we need to give this guy more reps, or no, this guy's not who we think we are. So you're really trying to validate today. But again, I think you're right, Teagan. I think that it goes to getting back into the same routines that you're used to as a coach, right? Where you eat pregame meal, for instance, in Calgary, what time you wake up comparative to when our first team meeting is in the morning, things like that. So yeah, I think it's slowly getting back into your routine as a coach, but more importantly today, keeping an eye out for those guys that you really want to sort of prove the other coaching staff that, hey, I'm right about this guy, or you know what, nice to see I was actually wrong about this guy, and he played a lot better than we think we did, and maybe it's worth taking another look at him as we head into week 2 of training camp.
And Dave, your thoughts on that?
You know what? I think that it's phenomenal, the work that is done to replicate and simulate game action in training camp, or in practices by this coaching staff. It's something that I haven't seen before in my career, the way that everything is fundamentally broken down to making sure you win, whether it's a rep, whether it's even a warm-up, for heaven's sake. So reps and the distribution of which are very, very key here for today, and I'll be watching those closely because, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, Luke, should we read into if Jack Cohn gets a quarter and a half, should we read into the fact that he didn't get a full half or not? You've been there. You've done that.
No, I think that you've got a schedule in your head as a coach. Wes will remember this. The night before the game, maybe the week of, during practice, eventually you've told your guys what to expect, right? Like you've told Jack Cohn, hey, you're slated for quarters 1 and 2. Now here's the problem with that, right? It's literally quarters 1 and 2. So if the defense has 3 consecutive 15-play drives against them, right? You might only get a couple series in those 2 quarters. But again, that's what you were scheduled out to do. So it goes back to what we talk about all the time, is taking advantage of your opportunity, right? Grabbing that bar of gold. No matter if you get 30 reps or 2 reps, they need to look like the best reps that the coaching staff has ever seen.
Yeah, and guys, I just wanted to ask real quick, has the depth chart really changed a bunch in this first week of training camp? I know a lot of times, obviously, the preseason games can have a big impact on the depth chart, but, you can never guarantee, or you never are guaranteed reps. And I just wonder if anybody's kind of moved up or down the depth chart much in this first week before this preseason game.
I would say the most movement has been along the defensive line, with guys earning more or less reps seemingly in practices. The linebacking core has been pretty stable. The defensive backs, the ones are pretty well set, it looks like, but the twos have been moving in.
Yeah.
And there's some guys that, again, we haven't talked about that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah, there's some really interesting characters. Again, I think Wes, I would echo what Dave's saying. If there's anybody who's kind of moved up or moved down or moved up the depth chart, I would look at Braden Shager, number 10, the third-string quarterback coming in today's game. If anybody looks at stats, this guy put up numbers in Hawaii. He part of that run-and-shoot Hawaii offense, and I think that because of the way he processed information or had to process information in the run-and-shoot offense in Hawaii, I think it's gone well as far as him being able to process what they put in front of him at Rider training camp. But again, you have some really outstanding defensive ends. Desmond Evans, I've seen a couple features on him. He's got the athleticism that you just can't teach, right, Wes? We see guys we used to see guys come in where you're just blown away with their frame, with their length. You got a guy like that. You've got a guy like Justin Weaver, who had suffered a devastating ACL injury when he was in college, but realistically one of the more productive players that they've ever seen at Kentucky. A guy that if he can kind of put it all together, there's a really cool redemption story in there. I mean, you look at 39 starts, 21 quarterback sacks, 197 defensive tackles, and this is in college, right? So, again, there's interesting stories up and down the lineup. Dave and I were talking about Seyo Oladipo Jr. I mean, this kid, he's going to play at the strong side linebacker spot, but I'm hoping that he can make some plays on special teams because CFL defenses love big guys, right, Wes? And this kid's 6'2", 210 pounds, big athletic guy. Just guys you hope to get on the roster. So again, I think you're going to see the most movement in camp after today's game.
Well, there we go. Catching up with the coach, catching up with Dave and Luke from McMahon Stadium in Calgary as we inch closer to that 1 o'clock kickoff against the Stamps. We are going to take a quick break here on the pregame show, and then we'll be back with a look at your injury report. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. 620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget. Protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Football is all about making the right call early, and the same goes for your fall equipment lineup. Salford Tillage and Application Equipment combines speed, durability, and agronomic performance to help you move the chains in tough field conditions. Call your Salford dealer today for early order discounts with the best price available before May 29th. Score big this season by putting the Salford team to work in your field. Salford, field your best. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
The countdown to kickoff continues with the Rider Nation pregame show. Get the latest on your team from our team at sportscage.com and here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Thanks for coming along for the ride. I'm Teagan Witko with Wes Cates. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder join us from McMahon Stadium in Calgary as the Riders get set for their first preseason game of the 2026 season. Let's dive right in, talk about some injuries. It's brought to you by the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. Construction companies trust the SCSA to help prevent serious injuries with training programs and advice at scsaonline.ca. What are we looking at, Dave?
Well, there isn't an actual injury report that is, I guess, reported on by the teams in the preseason. However, what we can tell you, there are 4 injuries that we are going to watch and monitor here as we go into week number 2 of training camp. First and foremost, Benoit Marion and Caleb Sanders. They were expected to have big roles on this defense. The 2 defensive linemen haven't been able to get on the field as they were nicked up in the offseason coming into camp, so they will not play today. Ryder Varga, who of course was signed by the Riders after he was released by the Toronto Argonauts after blowing out his ACL last season. He isn't recovered enough to get back back into the lineup today, nor is Daniel Johnson, who's on the one-game injured list today. The big offensive lineman, again, he's been battling, nicks and injuries through the last year and a bit. So Daniel Johnson was putting together a pretty good camp for himself. Unfortunately, he will be unable to take the field today.
There's your injury report for the Saskatchewan Construction Safety Association. Well, let's talk about who is healthy and who is starting. Let's dive into that depth chart with the starting lineup for Athol Murray College of Notre Dame.
Well, let's go with the receiving core, and the person that I'm really excited to see play today is Siosi Mariner. He has 4 years of CFL experience, was out with Ottawa for a bit, then went down to the UFL last season. He's a graduate of Utah and has put together a real good and impressive camp today. We'll see whether or not that translates, as he's going to start as the wide side receiver. Abdul Janneh Jr. will start on the inside, working in tandem with Mariner today. On the other side, Daniel Weeb, Deshaun Mims, and Del Duncan Busby. 3 Canadians are going to be taking to those receiver spots today, so we'll see who can go ahead and exert their influence today on the coaches and earn more reps. Along the offensive line, you've got Peyton Collins, the left tackle, who of course was the Riders Rookie of the Year last year. Zach Fry out of Western in his 4th training camp. Then you've got the Riders' 3rd round selection from this year's draft starting at center. That's Darius Bell. Jacob Bramer, who started at right guard for much of the season last season, gets the call again today. And then 2nd-year pro Darius Washington starts at the right tackle spot. In the backfield, Mero Anderson Jr. will get the call. He is in his 2nd season with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. After a solid campaign last year that was kind of interrupted a little bit, as you'll recall, mid-season, he was sent home when the Riders signed Kadeem Carey. He came back impressed and is doing a nice job here at camp. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan, who missed the first week of camp, is also going to be back on the field today taking part. Well, the quarterback, who we will get into in a little bit, is 3rd-year pro Jack Cohn, who I had coffee with his parents at Starbucks this morning.
Can I just add one thing? I think that, folks, we've focused so much on Malcolm Bell, their 1st-round pick for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. I really think Darius Bell's got a chance to be special, the rookie out of East Carolina. Again, when you're looking at sort of the intangibles, he's an intelligent kid, but man, he anchored one of like the most prolific offenses in NCAA history. He's a really impressive kid, so hopefully he plays well today.
On the defensive side, Luke, Chico Bennett Jr., who I know you've had an eye on, second-year pro, out of Virginia. On the other side will be Jalen Pate, who likes to foil up before games when it's cold. We'll explain that throughout the broadcast. The interior defensive lineman to start, Ali Saad, again, 1st-round draft pick last season, number 4 overall, along with Devin Adams. In the linebacking core, Josh Woods, of course, comes over from BC as a free agent, 6-year pro out of UCLA. Aubrey Miller Jr., who arrived at camp early, he was that anxious to get out onto the field. And Antoine Brooks Jr., who switched up his number and only made plays last year when he was on the field. So he's going to start at that weak side linebacker. In the secondary, Nelson Lacombo, recently married this offseason. Congratulations to Nelson and his wife. He will start at safety. Juju Hughes will play with a toothpick in his mouth at halfback. DeMarcus Fields is the other half, and James Burgess Jr. and Garnet Hollis Jr. are the 2 corners to start this afternoon for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And maybe even talk about the kickers, because it's going to be a story today. Getting the start at punter is Jesse Mirko, while Jonathan Kim will be the starting kicker this afternoon for the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
And just one more quick one. We didn't talk about him starting. One of the more interesting defensive backs in camp has been Trey Tomlinson, guys. Obviously, the LaDainian Tomlinson lineage and having that in that last name and being from football royalty is pretty cool. But this is a kid that won the Jim Thorpe Award for the NCAA's best defensive back. He's an undersized guy, but I'm telling you, I think he's got a chance to make the squad as well. And anytime you can mention a lineage and then draw a line directly to a Rider legend like Reggie Hunt, is a good day.
And if you're saying toothpick and foil and all that stuff, you're saying, what is he talking about? Go to sportscage.com, click on Saskatchewan Roughriders, Teagan, and you will find all the details there.
You can also sign up while you're at sportscage.com for the Rider All Access Report throughout the entire season. That is where you'll get all the information on the Saskatchewan Roughriders delivered direct to your inbox. So get on it as we get closer and closer to kickoff here. We do need to take a quick break. Not to worry, still plenty more to come, including a quarterback comparison with 3 Down Nation's Justin Dunk. We'll be right back. Stay close. Rider Nation pregame show on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's late, the day's done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips. With their new e-commerce site online parts platform, you can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just simple, reliable AGCO parts ordering when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
Access is connected where it counts, in your community and in your home. And right now, we're making it more affordable for you to stay connected at the acreage, the cabin, or the farm. With Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 for 24 months. Plus, you can add Access Next TV Stream and keep an eye on things with Access Rural Security. Stay connected, stay local. With fast, reliable, homegrown solutions from Access Communications. Visit myaccess.ca to sign up.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Municipal Hail Insurance, International Rural Exchange Canada, Original 16, the Premium Prairie Beer, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
At Golden West Trailer and Equipment, they don't just sell trailers. They move the prairies. Canadian owned, prairie proud since 1979. With 3 local locations in Moose Jaw, Winkler, and Saskatoon, they've been your go-to for trailers, heavy equipment, and wreck vehicles, new or used. Need parts? Need service? They've got both. With SGI and MPI accreditation and a fully stocked parts department. Golden West Trailer and Equipment. They'll hook you up. Visit goldenwesttrailers.com or stop by today.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. There's no better way to get you set to cheer anywhere else in the province. This is the Rider Nation pregame show. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, appreciate you joining us. I'm Teagan Witko with Wes Cates. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder join us from McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Feel free to join us on the stream as well, sportscage.com, our YouTube channel. You can join in the conversation in the chat there. You can watch along and see all of the visuals that we're including here. Brand new this year, we will be streaming all away games in addition to the home games, so you can see our wonderful faces, right, Wes?
Always great to see our faces.
Mm-hmm. Okay, follow along, text us. I know we did actually just have someone reach out on the or on the text line here, 306-936-6262, wondering why in the world Calgary's starting VA. Vernon Adams Jr. is on the depth chart as QB1 today, likely to get some reps in here. But to dive deeper into this, we have Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation to deliver the quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea.
The quarterback comparison in this preseason game with Calgary hosting Saskatchewan is definitely a stark difference. You have the Stampeders playing a number of their starters, including Vernon Adams Jr., who has recently been anointed the franchise QB there in Cowtown. In 2025, he was the 4th highest paid quarterback in the Canadian Football League, earning $465,000 in hard money. In 2026, his ranking among the highest paid quarterbacks won't change, sits at number 4. You can check out that article at 3downnation.com, but he'll earn $500,000 in hard money. Part of that compensation came in the form of a $225,000 signing bonus. And as part of that contract extension that he signed to add 2 years to his existing deal through 2028, in 2027, his maximum value, $565,000. And in 2028, $580,000. So Vernon Adams Jr. has re-upped and can make substantial money in 2026, that $500,000 in 2027, that $565,000 in 2028, that $580,000 total maximum value. And oh, by the way, he has half his $241,000 base salary guaranteed in 2028. That's $120,500 guaranteed for Vernon Adams Jr. in 2028, which tells you he's going to be on the roster with the Calgary Stampeders due to that partial guarantee. Behind him, Josh Love trying to lock up that backup quarterback spot, and that leads us into the Saskatchewan Roughriders, because Trevor Harris will not dress in this game, the 112th Grey Cup MVP on the sidelines. That gives Jack Cohn a great opportunity to try and further his quest to lock down the number 2 role behind Trevor Harris, with Jake Mayer now in Ottawa, in the nation's capital. Cohn has been getting the number 2 reps in training camp, but it's a legitimate competition if you look at the financials in Cohn's deal, Tommy Stevens' contract, and also with Braden Shager, because Jack Cohn did not receive any signing bonus money when he re-upped with Saskatchewan for the 2026 CFL season. That tells me that it's legitimately an open competition. And Corey Mace has talked about not giving this to anyone. It's going to have to be earned regardless of what you've done in past seasons. It's about the preseason games, training camp, and being consistent. So you look at Tommy Stevens and his contract for 2026. He earned $5,000 in the form of a signing bonus as part of a contract that'll pay him $95,000 in hard money. So clearly, he's going to be on the roster, barring something unforeseen due to his short yardage ability, but he wants to prove that he has the ability to be an all-round quarterback in the Canadian Football League. Him getting reps in Calgary will be very valuable if he actually wants to become a player who is viewed as something more than just a short yardage converter. Braden Shager, 23 years old. Corey Mason said he's made the most of his reps in training camp. He'll need to continue to do so to impress the front office and the coaching staff. So big opportunity for Shager in Cowtown to go in there and show his consistent ability on the field, and also display the fact that he's able to carry over what he's done on the practice field at Griffith Stadium to the actual game when the lights are the brightest. So lots going on in terms of that competition for the Saskatchewan Roughriders backup job behind Trevor Harris.
Well, thank you very much, Justin Dunk of 3 Down Nation, giving us that quarterback comparison, brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. All right, we got to take a quick break. We're going to be back on the other side. Barney Shinkruk will join us next as we dive into All Bets Are Off. That's coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football, and it's on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now. Until June 1st, lease a 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit sastel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and Anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
It's late, the day's done, but you still need that part for your AGCO equipment. Good news, Nick Service now brings the parts department to your fingertips. With their new e-commerce site online parts platform, you can search fast, check in-stock items anytime, and see accurate pricing in seconds. No waiting, no guessing, just simple, reliable AGCO parts ordering when you need it. Easy, fast, stress-free. Nick Service puts the parts counter in your pocket. Order anytime at nickservice.com.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. The only thing better before Rough Rider football is the sizzle of burgers on the tailgate barbecue. This is the Rider Nation pregame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Teagan Witko, joined by Wes Cates, Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder in Calgary from McMahon Stadium, getting set for kickoff here. We are only about 15-20 minutes away from the start of the 2026 CFL Preseason. Yeah, preseason week number 1, which means that we got to throw things over to our buddy here, Barney. He's going to take a look at some of the odds with us. We like to call this one All Bets Are Off with Barney Shinkaruk.
Okay, the segment is called All Bets Are Off. It's a preseason game. We're early in things, too, the only one. So there isn't a lot out there for lines. I don't know, maybe some of you got bookies. This is for entertainment purposes only, as two, right? So the one thing when you look at preseason games, and we're having a debate here, Colson and Curtis, and we're talking take the under, right? But if historically, I ran some data from the past years. Last year's preseason game, first one out of the gate, it was really low scoring, 23 points. Winnipeg 15, Saskatchewan 9. Second preseason game, 47 points. You go back to 2024, we got a 37 points, and we have 55 in the second one when Saskatchewan visited Edmonton. 2023, first game out of the gate, 57 points scored. BC had 27, the Riders 30. And then we had 44 in the second game in 2023. 2022, 41 points in game 1, 38. So if you see a line out there, and I think if it is under 50, the data shows us take the under. There's only been two preseason games in the last 4 years that it's been over. Futures, if you haven't heard, on the Sports Cage, we've been talking about this. Grey Cup futures. This is from the Sports Select site, by the way. Grey Cup, I would have thought the Riders would have been the front runners. No, it's the Montreal Alouettes paying $355 to win this year's Grey Cup. Second, got to be the Riders, right? No, the BC Lions. The bullish on Rourke out there on the West Coast. They're $425. Then the Riders at 6. We had, I think it was Arash Madani on earlier this week. He really liked the value of the Edmonton Elks, which are 16. Basically 16-1. So I think Arash might want to check on that. Maybe there was a gas leak in his house that day. It's preseason. So betting not a lot. We'll keep doing this segment as we go along here. Again, I'm no expert by any means. This is just for fun to throw it out there. But if you do see a line for this game at around 50, the data says take the under. All bets are off all year long. That's how we're going to do it. If you have any comments, of course, always listen during the week to the Sports Cage, and you can text in 936-6262. Let me know what you think. There it is, our first episode. All bets are off.
Thank you very much, Barney. He's going to be joining us on the pregame show every week throughout the course of the 2026 CFL season. So appreciate that, Barney. We do need to take a quick break, though. We're going to be back on the other side with Luc Mullinder's 3 keys to the game in this first preseason contest of the year. That's coming up next on the Rider Nation pregame show. It's Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's that time of year again. Is your tractor ready for all the hardcore tilling, high-volume air seeding, and grain cart work your large acre farm has in store? Maybe it's time to consider a Xerion. With up to 653 horsepower, class-leading hydraulic flow, a CVT transmission, and the quietest cab in its category, the new Xerion 12 Series is built on a solid frame to safely handle your biggest implements. Kloss delivers equipment, parts, and service support that keep you running. Go to kloss.com to learn more. Kloss, are you made for more?
All right, almost done. Just need to get this last bit.
Hey!
Did the power pole just talk to me?
You're a little close, don't you think?
I do this all the time. Gotta maximize the field.
Sure, but I'd like to stay standing. And you've got people counting on you to come home.
Right. Good point.
Remember to give power poles and lines the space they need this season. And most importantly, come home safe tonight. A message from Sask Power.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. Every Monday we got Rider legend Darian Durant, and sometimes he likes to sing 80s pop hits.
Milli Vanilli, man, I was a young kid at the time. It was another song they had. What is the name of it? Blame
Girl, you know it's true. You don't forget my number.
Girl, you know it's true.
There it is. Just sing it.
Yeah.
Give us some.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I love you.
It's the Sports Cage, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM and through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Getting you set for Rough Rider Kickoff. Rough Rider Kickoff. It's the Rider Nation pregame show with Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Wes Cates, and Teagan Witko on the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Getting awfully close to kickoff here. First game of the season as your Saskatchewan Roughriders are in Calgary to face the Stampeders in preseason week 1 action. Right now, we got to turn things over to Luc Mullinder with his 3 keys to the game. What's the key to success here, Luc?
Yeah, you know what? Again, it's exhibition game number 1. My 3 keys to the game have been the same every single year, and it's really just a reminder of what type of job interview this is. The coaches need to be able to understand, or they need to be able to know that they can depend on you. I always say master an ability and make it dependability. First key is alignment. When the play is called, offense, defense, or special teams, do you know where to line up? Second key is assignment. When you line up in the place, do you know what to do when the ball snapped, right? And the third key, alignment, you know, you get in the right place, you know what to do. Can you make the play when the ball comes to you or when the ball carrier comes to you, whether you're on defense or on special teams? That is the 3 most important keys to today's game for every single one of these guys, veteran or rookie. Can the coaches trust you know where to line up? Can they trust that you know what to do? And can you make the play? That is how you're going to make the 2026 version of the Saskatchewan Roughriders.
This is going to be an interesting question for you, Luc, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here, but I don't know if you've heard this as much as I have. Has Coach blown up? Has Coach got upset, right? The last couple of years, Coach Mace has gone ahead and exerted himself emotionally at different times during camp to ensure that he gets a point across. I haven't seen that much this year, but the one thing that has stood out goes back to your alignment. And there are a lot of coaches that get pretty revved up if you are not or did not look at the depth chart to understand where you needed to be. So how big of a factor or critical is that, saying that you've probably seen the same thing?
Yeah, again, these coaches need to know that they can depend on you in the game, right? And it's not just about going out and making a great tackle, sacking the quarterback, or making a great catch. It's about alignment, right? Yeah. But more importantly, too, we noticed that this week in camp. It's been far different from the last 2 Corey Mace training camps. They have not been making stupid mistakes in camp. They're not jumping off sides like they were. They're not, having those holding penalties when they're actually paying attention to team period. And again, I think that one of the reasons why, it's not just because you won a Grey Cup championship last year, it's because you came in understanding your core guys were going to lead, and they've been leading. Again, I said it all camp. Jameer Thurman, one of the best in camp. Trevor Harris, one of the best in camp. Jamarcus Hardrick, one of the best in camp, right? It's the guys that have been there and won a Grey Cup for this organization who are leading the way, which is why I think they understand, or the young guys have come in understanding, or at least being able to shoot for where that standard has been established.
Okay, I'm going to throw this one to you. B&A Petroleum, they bring you the text line throughout the game. If you've got a question for Luc, he'll answer it at 306-936-6262. And it comes down to veterans that are starting. We had a conversation. You said, Dave, look, veterans have to start in this game for a very specific reason. Vernon Adams Jr. is going to start at quarterback for the Calgary Stampeders. Explain that process and why. In order to be evaluated fairly, everybody,
wide receivers, running backs, even defensive guys. The ball has to get to the quarterback, and the quarterback needs to be able to make. So when people look at this roster and say, why are Peyton Collins starting? Why is Zach Fry starting? Why is Brammer starting? Why, right? Like, these are guys that we're going to be leaning on during the year. Well, it's because if I want to take an evaluation seriously on my number 2 quarterback battle between Cone, Stevens, and Braden Shager, right, I would really like to know if what decisions he's making in a clean pocket. You don't want him running all over the place like a chicken with his head cut off. You don't want your quarterback taking a ton of sacks, right? Like, if you want guys evaluated, like look at Calgary, they want their receiving cores evaluated. They want, put the guy in that knows what to do, right? Put the offensive line in that you can depend on. You don't have to put them all out there, but you need some veterans in there, because if you want true evaluation, right, especially offensively, your quarterback has to take the snap and get the ball out, right? That way they understand that the other guys understand alignment, assignment, execution.
There you go. That is the keys to the game with Luc Mullinder. Teagan, as we are getting set for kickoff just moments away here at McMahon Stadium in Calgary.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, thank you so much for helping us on this Rider Nation pregame show. As you mentioned, we are getting awfully close here, so we got to take a quick break, and play-by-play action will return. For myself and Wes Cates, we'll talk to you at halftime and following the game. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Capital Automotive Group's Pick 6 contest is back for the 2026 Rider season. Head to pick6.ca for your shot at winning your choice of one of 6 brand new vehicles courtesy of the Capital Automotive Group. We're talking GMC Sierra, Jeep Wrangler, Ford Bronco, Lincoln Nautilus, Mercedes-Benz GLB, or the all-electric Cadillac Optic. Get in the game and enter now at pick6.ca. Capital Automotive Group. We drive Rider Nation.
Seize the power of the Bourgault 9000i Series air cart at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seating certainty with 9000i Series air carts. They are configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking, so you can accomplish actual application rate in real time. Explore Bourgault's seating lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seating and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Municipal Hail Insurance, International Rural Exchange Canada, Original 16, the Premium Prairie Beer, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
I'm Brent Blakely, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina Wascana Plains. We've heard your frustration. You're tired of paying more for food, housing, clothing, electricity, and car insurance. Our Saskatchewan NDP team believes we should stop the rate hikes and end the mismanagement of the province's finances. It's time that you stop paying more for government's mistakes. Let's come together and deliver real change in Saskatchewan. Contact me 306-584-4404.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. Twice a week, we talk to Arash Madani. He's got so many connections, but Arash also likes to make weird predictions.
I gotta tell you something I was telling Curtis before we came on. I was hoping the Bombers were going to convert on the 2-point conversion because I wanted the game to come down to a Blother field goal attempt. Just became a dad, embattled, at home, boom, to get it done, but then Tavon Campbell took care of business.
The Sports Cage on 620 CKRM.
Pride. Tradition.
And it's intercepted. Riders have it again.
Excellence.
Gets across the 40, leapfrogs a man. A big first down run by A.J. Olette. What hops on that man?
For over 4 decades, Harvard Media has been the flagship broadcast partner of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, uniting our province from corner to corner. It's game time, Saskatchewan, on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Now to the broadcast booth. Here's your voice of the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to McMahon Stadium in Calgary, Alberta, site of the season opening game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. And if all goes according to plan, the final game of their season as well. I'm Dave Thomas alongside Grey Cup champion Luc Mullinder, celebrating his 10th season at the broadcast booth to my right, with our technical producer Jerry here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth with us, while Colson Schultz and Curtis Gammon are producing the game for all of Saskatchewan back in our Rose Street Century studio in Regina. The 2025 Grey Cup champion Saskatchewan Roughriders can, for once and for all, put last year's championship in the rearview mirror today, as a new crew will look to duplicate that feat. There are questions, of course, when it comes to this team behind quarterback Trevor Harris, along the defensive line and special teams that will need to be addressed before they can do that. The Green and White are hoping for answers on all of those fronts today. Meantime, here in Calgary, after finishing at the bottom of the league in 2024, the team rebounded in 2025 and were first in the West Division entering Labor Day after a victory over the Saskatchewan Roughriders. But losses in 4 of the next 5 weeks cost them a home playoff date and an eventual loss to BC in the semifinals. The first step in a long journey will be taken here in Calgary this afternoon, the site of the 2026 Grey Cup Championship game. We now take a moment for the national anthem.
True patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Fireworks are going off and rainstorms are collecting around the stadium. That's the best way to describe it this afternoon. Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder here in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Getting set for the coin toss at center field. Today's referee is Richie Miller, and all of a sudden things got pretty dark pretty quick here, Luke, as that forecast changed from a 40% chance of showers just 2 hours ago to a 60% chance of rain. The Riders have been practicing in it, so who cares, right?
Yeah, no kidding. The Saskatchewan Roughriders have been dealing with the western elements since they opened camp last week, but a really good opportunity here for a lot of guys in green and white. Obviously, a lot of guys in new Stampeders, new to the Stampeders organization as well. I really like their new uniforms, by the way, Dave. I'm not sure what you think of them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They've got a bit of a different combination of the legendary white and red and the new black jersey that is going to be introduced at Labor Day by all intents and purposes. And right now it has been the coin toss for Quality Tire, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca, has been won by the Riders, and the Calgary Stampeders have chosen sides, and we're going to get set to go. So the Riders win the toss and defer, and I don't know. Is that gamesmanship? I thought, okay, preseason, let's just get our offense out there. Let's give them an opportunity to roll. Not quite the situation.
I think that, again, anytime you can work how you would operate during a regular game day situation, you take advantage of that. That seems like the decision they made seems very regular season-ish to me. You're right. Like, you just sort of, in an exhibition game, you come to think, we don't care who gets the ball, right? But again, you got to roll out your scheme and roll out your operations. It's preseason for everybody, right, Dave? We had a little bit of trouble up in the booth getting the signals back on, and I'm sure there's going to be a ton of challenges down on the field, right? You're looking at logistics that from the booth all the way up to or down to the sidelines, right? Let's get all the mistakes possible out of the way right now today.
Well, and it's funny because some fans say, well, it's meaningless. It's preseason, but boy, I tell you, the nerves I felt from this team, it's anything but meaningless.
Yeah, again, this is the toughest job interview in the world, and this is one part of it, right? And guys don't necessarily know what the future holds for them outside of this game. You know, people always used to say to me, well, you know, you'll have a chance to make up for any mistakes you make in the second exhibition game, right? And you got to tell them, well, being realistic, you don't know if you're going to get there, right? You don't control any of that, so you've got to really embrace the situation you're in now, manage your nerves, and again, focus in on the job at hand. Play in, play out. If something doesn't go right, during the play that you're in, flush it quickly, right? Start over with the new bar gold / opportunity that you're given the next play.
So the Calgary Stampeders will be moving from right to left as we see them. There will be a little bit of a wind in their face here in this opening quarter. The Saskatchewan Roughriders wearing all green today. Yes, green jerseys along with the green pants, white trim on either side of those pants. And then, of course, the famous Saskatchewan Roughrider helmet with the S emblazoned on either side. The Riders will be receiving this opening kickoff for Quality Tire. Quality Tire with 9 locations and at qualitytire.ca. The Riders send back to receive this opening kickoff Jalen Johnson, a receiver who has shown well at camp. He had the fastest 40 time, as a matter of fact, in the team testing at 4.46, so the guy can fly.
East Carolina product. Shout out to former East Carolina product Marcus Crandall, one of my former teammates. That's how old I am, but it's good to see Jalen Johnson back there. He does have some skill. There's some interesting names and body types out here today. We haven't mentioned Juwan Winfrey, journeyman since probably 2019 in the NFL, started off with the Broncos, played for the Colts a little bit. He's in camp, right? So you got an interesting mix of veteran players that are trying to earn a roster spot and new younger players just trying to cut their teeth in this league.
So Jude McAnamy for the Calgary Stampeders has got the ball on the tee on the 30-yard line. He places it on the far hash marks as he waits for the signal to come in from Richie Miller on the sideline. It does. Hand in the air from the kicker. And here we go. We are underway in Calgary and McMahon Stadium. It is the 2026 preseason, and look at this rocket of a kick. High up in the air, Johnson fields it his 20, takes it to the 30, dances across the 33, near the 35-yard line, and that's where he'll step out of bounds. And here comes the Saskatchewan Roughriders offense, going to be led by Jack Cohn, the third-year pro. Cohn last season had 8 pass attempts, connected on just 2 for 38 yards, did not find the end zone, albeit in limited playing time.
Yeah, Cohn's had an up-and-down camp. He's been really good in spots, and then he's been off in spots. So here is a massive opportunity. How about we lead a drive to score and open it up nice?
5 receivers for Cohn on first down. 3 go to the far side of the field, which is the short side. Now Del Duncan Busby comes in motion near side onto the line of scrimmage. Fake handoff. Now it's complete out to the far side, up near the first down sticks. A nice gain of 9 yards on first down by the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Is hauling it in was Abdul Janae Jr.
Yeah, Janae Jr. out of Georgia Tech. You mentioned in the pregame, this is just a quick little 5-step route. I mean, he goes to 5 yards, stops, turns around. Cohn gets it right to him. That's a good start if you're Jack Cohn. Get yourself in a manageable second down situation. And normally for the Riders, this is where they go to Tommy Stevens, but because it's preseason, they're going to rep Cohn again.
Well, actually, they're going to give
him the first down.
Absolutely. For cooperators, Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services, your first choice for insurance. So the Riders, 1 play, 1 first down, and they're set up now at their own 45-yard line. Just underway in Calgary this afternoon, preseason opener for both squads. As Jack Cohn is in the gun, extra bodies in along the offensive line on this first down down play. Calgary brings a blitz. It's a little run-pass option. Looked awkward as Cone kind of held onto it for a little bit longer, I think, than what he had originally anticipated as he was waiting to see whether or not that defensive end would crash down. It didn't come. Riders, though, still able to get about 4 yards on the play.
Yeah, trying to be as patient as possible with that RPO look, but also a good job by Mario Anderson, right? He gets this ball a little bit late, but cuts back to the left early on, and it's what gives this play a chance to begin with. The Saskatchewan Roughriders, they're not gonna tell any secrets, right? They're gonna line up tight end formations, fullbacks, and they're gonna run it right down your throat.
Ball on their own 49-yard line. It's 2nd and 6 for the Riders. 13:24 to go in a scoreless opening quarter. Cone, all kinds of time to pass. Guns it over the middle, but that's going to fall incomplete. Into the middle was a couple of receivers, but more importantly, 2 Calgary Stampeder defensive backs, and the ball falls incomplete. It'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, Del Duncan Busby sits down in about a triangle of defenders. I think it was about 12 yards from the line of scrimmage, and Cone just flat out misses this. And this is what I'm talking about. He's been really good in spots, but then he's been off in spots. Del Duncan Busby not able to haul it in because it's thrown behind him.
Jesse Mirko will come on to punt the ball away for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. High kick that's going to be fielded down inside the 5-yard line. As a matter of fact, it goes over the returner's head, and it's going to trickle out the side of the end zone, meaning no points with no rouge in the modified rule here in Calgary. And the Stampeders, they will get the ball when we come back. 12:54 to go in the opening quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
A successful crop requires each plant to be seeded at the same depth, regardless of soil conditions and terrain. Väderstad Seedhawk's independent opener design follows the ground independently. The consistent contour following allows each seed the best possible start, across the entire toolbar evenly. The result is quick, uniform crop emergence, better quality, and higher yields for a better return on investment on your farm. Precise, reliable. See Young's Equipment or visit Väderstad.com to learn more.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Preseason for everyone, right, Luke? 1-0, the Saskatchewan Roughriders lead as that ball didn't land in the end zone. If it lands in the end zone, so a 77-yard punt single from Jesse Mirko results in the rouge for the Riders, and they lead 1-0 in Calgary as the Clouds have really got ahead and accumulated over top of McMahon Stadium. The Stampeders come onto the turf, 1st and 10, starting at their own 40-yard line.
And again, we got a battle of defensive ends. You got a group of 4 here. Pate and Chico Bennett Jr. lead off our end package in this first possession for the Stamps.
So Vernon Adams Jr. gets the call for the Stampeders, calls his receivers to the line, hands it off in the backfield, room to run out across the 45 near the 50-yard line before finally being tackled up. That's Ludwig Shaquet, and a big first down run for the Stamps.
Well, we mentioned the defensive end battle, and right off the bat, Chico Bennett Jr. makes a massive mistake. He's got the outside gap here, and he takes a peek in, and when he takes a peek in, he gets stuck there by the offensive tackle, and they're able to run for the first down.
Choquette, the 6th-round pick of the Stamps in this year's draft. Pass near side is complete to him. Up to make the tackle for the Riders is Garnet Hollis Jr. Spun him around a few times before finally bringing him down, but it'll be a 2nd and medium for the Stamps.
Rookie out of West Virginia. Shout out to Lance Fraser, one of my former and favorite teammates. It's a good tackle. These coaches, other than the alignment assignment, the execution piece, especially the DBs, can you tackle in space?
2nd down for the Stamps and 6, just shy of midfield. VA back to pass from the shotgun, near side, that's complete. Jalen Philpott, pulls it in up at the Saskatchewan 42-yard line for a first down, Calgary.
Good throw here by Vernon Adams. He's got Philpott just sitting at the sticks, settling in between James Woods, the linebacker, and Garnet Hollis Jr. First down.
Ball is at the Saskatchewan 42-yard line. Vernon Adams Jr. Play action pass. Now he throws it up, looking deep, and that's going to be intercepted. The Riders pull it in for an Olympic RTM's turnover as into the end zone, and coming up with a beauty was Nelson Lacombo for the Riders, and our first turnover of the day goes the Riders' way.
Well, first of all, I mean, this is a protected pocket, so Vernon Adams, I think he forces this in. It's a good job by Nelson Lacombo, reading his eyes, coming over the top, and intercepting a ball that's thrown just a little bit outside the intended target, who's number 81, Vaishon Janusas.
Riders did not get a rouge. I was right at first. See, it's preseason for everyone, so no rouge on the punt. We're scoreless in Calgary, 11:18 to go in the first quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's that time of year again. Is your tractor ready for all the hardcore tilling, high-volume air seeding, and grain cart work your large acre farm has in store? Maybe it's time to consider a Xerion. With up to 653 horsepower, class-leading hydraulic flow, a CVT transmission, and the quietest cab in its category, the new Xerion 12 Series is built on a solid frame to safely handle your biggest implements. Kloss delivers equipment, parts, and service support that keep you running. Go to kloss.com to learn more. Kloss, are you made for more?
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag professional agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back at McMahon Stadium. We're scoreless. Should have went with an initial instinct, right? Like, who was I to trust somebody else? But after a interception in the end zone by Nelson Lacombo, the Riders have the ball at their own 30-yard line for their second possession of the football game. Jack Cohn is in under center. Hands the ball off. Anderson looking for some room. Mario Anderson Jr. not going to find much room. Maybe a gain of 3 as he scampers towards his right before finally being taken down. Second and long, Saskatchewan.
Yeah, if you want to make this team do the other stuff, right? There's only one football. This is a good job by Abdul Janae sealing off the defensive end on the right side of the Calgary defensive line. This is what gives Mario Anderson an opportunity to even get some yards, because if Janae doesn't put the block, all that defensive end does is he shoots down and he makes a tackle for loss.
Second down and 7 for the Riders at their 33-yard line. Ball right hash for Cohn, who's in the backfield. And here comes the pressure, but he'll duck under it and get away. Puts his head down and dives across the 40 for a first down for the Riders. Big play by Jack Cohn to escape the pocket and then put his head down and get a first down.
Yeah, you said it. Great escapability here. Cohn keeping his eyes downfield. He wants to make a throw. He has a good pocket initially, and just the time it takes for his receivers to get open causes the pocket to eventually collapse. Takes off up the middle, dives for the first down. Great execution.
First down at 10 for the Riders. Again, the play clock at 35 seconds, so there's a little more time to get in and out of the huddle for the Riders as that play clock counts down at 15 now. 9:47 to go in the opening quarter. We are scoreless. Here comes the pressure from Calgary on this near side handoff, though, to Mario Anderson Jr. through the middle, breaks a tackle, still pushing his way up near midfield for another first down for Saskatchewan.
It was a great job by the left side of the offensive front. Zach Fry, Darius Brown, Darius Bell, Peyton Collins. Knocking defensive linemen off the line of scrimmage. Patient run here for Mario Anderson. People raised their eyebrows when J.O. and the front office staff released running back Darrell Henderson, who had a ton of NFL experience. One of the things I said is, hey, Mario Anderson's looked great in camp, and he's exhibiting some of that today.
First and 10 for Saskatchewan, now at the midfield stripe. A little bit of a breeze at their back as 3 receivers come to the near side of the formation for Cohn, who's in the gun. Back to pass, looking far side. Dangerous pass. Was it caught? The Riders bench says that it was. It would be close to a first down. However, it looks like it fell incomplete at the last moment.
Yeah, really dangerous pass. Anthony Johnson's here in coverage. And if he turns around a little bit earlier, he's got an opportunity to pick this ball off. We're trying to get it to the sideline near the sticks, and fortunately the defender didn't react because it might have been going the other way.
Cioce Mariner, the intended target on the play. It's incomplete. 2nd and 10 for Saskatchewan. Cone in the gun, left-hand hash. Calgary rushes 5. Cone. Time, throws, over the middle, complete, down into Calgary territory to the 38-yard line, and another first down as it looked like a late flag came down at the end of the play. Catch, though, made by Abdul Janneh Jr.
First of all, great pocket for Cone to be patient in. He works through his progressions, makes a fantastic throw over the middle. This is great patience. They showed blitz initially, so what they're trying to do is they're trying to speed up the clock in Jack Cone's head. He remains patient, goes through his progression, first down.
Scoreless in this opening quarter, 8 minutes to go in it, and it's a first down for Saskatchewan inside Calgary territory. Now at the 37-yard line, pair of receivers move in motion to balance the set in his 4-receiver package. For Cone, who's back to pass, has time initially, and then he's intercepted. Tried to find Mario Anderson Jr., went off his hands and into the arms of a Calgary linebacker. He'll squeeze it, hold it, and give the Calgary Stampeders the football. Is coming down with it was Kyle Wilson.
Yeah, I think it's Jeremiah Hunter, the defensive tackle for the Calgary Stampeders, beats Zach Fry on an inside move, and he gets pressure on Cone. Cone rushes the throw. It ends up getting tipped by one of the Calgary linebackers and falls right in to Kyle Wilson's hands. That's not necessarily on Cone. Zach Fry's got to do a better job protecting. Either way, you don't want turnovers. Doesn't matter if it's preseason, regular season, playoffs. Football is won and lost when it comes to the turnover category.
Well, one each on the Olympic RTM's turnover scoreboard. We are scoreless in Calgary. 7:44 to go in the opening quarter. Take a timeout and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Calgary back on the field. Offense goes to work after the interception. They start 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line. Vernon Adams Jr. runs away from a pair of Riders as he'll get up to the 50-yard line and then hit down in the slide as he had a couple of Rider defenders coming after he broke contain in the pocket.
Yeah, you had an RPO look to the left, and Justin Weaver initially, I talked about him earlier, plays this well, but just misses completely on the tackle attempt. He goes too far inside, and it allows Vernon Adams to skate to the outside for a first down. Both defensive ends here starting out, or two defensive starting making massive mistakes.
11 yards on the gain for Vernon Adams Jr. It's a first down for Calgary at their 50 on the right-hand hash. There's 4 receivers to the left of Vernon Adams Jr. on this play. He'll fake the handoff now. He'll throw it wide open, but it's dropped. Vaishon Janusis for the Calgary Stampeders had all kinds of turf in front of him, but he couldn't squeeze it.
Well, the first ball that was intercepted by Lacombo was going to Janusis, and here he gets an absolute gift. They're running another stop route at about 8 yards, and he just drops this. This is brutal, especially in a down or a possession where that would have moved the sticks. So mistakes on both sides of the ball.
2nd down at 10 for Calgary. Riders have 4 down linemen on this 2nd and 10 play. 6:35 to go in the opening quarter. Scoreless here at McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Early movement along the line. Flags fly. Vernon Adams Jr. time. Dumps it underneath. That ball complete into the Saskatchewan side of center, but going to be a couple of yards short of the first down. Choquette had it. And we'll have to wait and see as now a flag comes down way late, and the Riders are pointing towards the Calgary side of the field.
Well, there initially it looked like the Riders are offside. Desmond Evans, the 6'5", just athlete, may have moved early, but I think Calgary got a penalty after the whistle here. We'll see how it goes. Can't miss Desmond Evans. Not only does he look like Willie Jefferson Jr., one of the most dominant defensive ends we've seen in the CFL, but he's wearing the brightest green shoes you'll ever see in your entire life. I think they're the Grinch editions by Kobe Bryant. They look phenomenal from all the way up here.
Well, taking some time to get the call in here, and this is one of the things that you heard with Darren Hackwood talking about from the CFL in our pregame show. Let's go down to official Richie Miller. The ball's moving towards Saskatchewan's side.
It's not good.
It's still going to be short of the first down by the looks of things.
Well, Dave, while we wait for the referee's decision, again, we talked about the defensive end battles between the 4 here. Pate Evans, Chico Bennett Jr., and Liam Hoskins out of Windsor, and Justin Weaver. I mean, we've seen 2 really bad mistakes from the defensive end group, and we haven't seen much of a pass rush yet either, so hopefully things improve. We need to figure out who's on the other side from James Botters this year.
So the call from Richie Miller, offside for the Riders, and then the 15-yard unnecessary roughness penalty for Calgary. So they moved the ball back to the Stampeders 40 for a second and extremely long.
Well, and if you're the Saskatchewan Roughriders, especially up front, now's the time to break out your best pass rush move.
Yeah.
Right? Because you know it's pass. If they run the ball, they're just trying to punt it.
2nd and 20 for Calgary at their own 40, ball right-hand hash. Riders show 4 down linemen as the defensive backs back off for Vernon Adams Jr. Pumps once, now going to pull it, now going to throw it. He's got a man wide open. Down to the 20, it's Philpott to the 10, 5, count it.
Yeah.
Philpott gets the first major score of the day on a bomb of 65 yards from Vernon Adams Jr.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Saskatchewan Roughriders, they're just not on the same page. Vernon Adams does a good job sitting back in the pocket, realizes there's some space to the left between the B and the C gap, so gets down in there, doesn't look to run. Vernon Adams Jr., the young version, would have ran this ball. Instead, keeps his eyes downfield. We see a bust down. We see a breakdown in coverage between Exume and I think it's DeMarcus Fields. And next thing you know, the Stampeders are in the end zone on a perfect throw from Adams.
Potentially could have been some active eyes. You called it exactly right when those defensive backs crept up when they saw Vernon Adams Jr. escape. And then it was academic as he hit Philpott down to the Riders' 10-yard line and he coasted into the end zone. The point after attempt is coming from McAnatomy at 32 yards. Puts his foot into it, and it's 7-0 for Calgary with 5:38 to go here in the opening quarter. We'll take a timeout. The Calgary Stampeders score the first major of the day. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's your jack-of-all-trades tractor. The Fendt 700 Vario is hard-working and versatile for maximum productivity. Go from farm to field with extreme comfort and durability to handle any job you face. From mowing to baling to hauling to loading, this series can do it all. Invest in your farm with a Fendt 700 Vario Series tractor. See the Fendt 700 Vario Series tractor at KMK Sales in Humboldt.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
65-yard pass from Vernon Adams Jr. to Jalen Philpott makes it 7-0 for the Calgary Stampeders. Vernon Adams Jr. 3 of 5 for 87 yards, a touchdown and a pick thus far in the opening quarter. Your stats are brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Also, big thanks to all the crew that are reaching out in the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum in Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, and many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for over 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all of your fuel needs. And we understand there are some audio issues coming to you from Calgary, but we're sticking with it and we're having fun. It's preseason for everyone, folks. As the Calgary Stampeders get set to kick off the football after a little bit of a rain shower just kind of all of a sudden erupted here at McMahon Stadium. High end over end kick. This one's going to be taken by the upback in Thomas Bertrand-Houdin. He'll take it to the 25 to the 30. Stops at the 35. Stumbles ahead near the 38. He's tackled there. And here comes the Saskatchewan Roughrider offense once again onto the field. After the last time they made it into Calgary territory, it had an impressive drive going, albeit an interception by Jack Cohn. Stopped that in its tracks as Cohn and the offense will make their way out onto the field.
Well, more importantly, I think you got to get the offensive line going, right? Like Cohn was under pressure and end up rushing that throw. I don't want to just sort of make an excuse for him, but again, I think the whole sort of unit needs to take a step up.
So 1st and 10 for the Riders at their own 38. Jack Cohn fakes the handoff, throws it far side. That's complete to Del Duncan Busby. Scoots up the sidelines, going to be pushed out of bounds right at the Rider bench near midfield. Yeah. It will be another first down.
And right when you need a play from the offense, right, you go back and you show your opponent what you're really good at, which is essentially running the football, right? You run Del Duncan Busby from the right to the left, make it look like he's playing his normal bomber blocker position. He sneaks out into the flat and Cohn finds him wide open. That's really good football.
Wow, they're only going to give Del Duncan Busby 9. I thought he got the first down. Instead, it's going to be 2nd and 1, and here comes Tommy Stevens onto the field for the first time in short yardage. Both teams crowd the line. Stevens going to go to the left. Flags fly as it looked like Calgary might have lined up offside. We'll have to await the call and see. But Tommy Stevens would have the first down, and what a luxury Tommy Stevens is. Again, good on over 95% of the times he comes in on 3rd and short or in short yardage situations. So basically you only need 8 yards for a first down, right?
And one of the big guys out there is Spencer Brown. He's actually, taking most of the reps over at that right tackle spot. He's listed as the left tackle behind Peyton Collins.
Calgary number 98. 5-yard penalty, first down.
But, he's an Oklahoma product who's played on some of the biggest stages in the NCAA. 6'6", 330. So if you want a short yardage or a guy to run behind, let's go behind Spencer Brown. I think that the challenge for Spencer Brown is his feet fast enough for this league that includes a ton of wide open space and more movement.
First down for the Riders as Jack Cohn checks back into the ball game. Just at their 52-yard line. Going to hand the ball off. Stutter step at the line of scrimmage and across the midfield stripe, and not much more, but a good carry on first down by the Riders. Thomas Bertrand-Houdin, who last season was just limited to 7 games, and he was nicked up at the start of training camp, but good to see him back and put his head down there for a nice game.
The problem with Thomas, the train engine, is that he's a fantastic football player. He gets out there and does, but he just can't stay healthy, right? The majority of the time he missed was directly after the only start he made in the regular season last year. So he's just got to stay healthy because the talent is there.
Gain of 4, 2nd and 6 with 4 minutes to go in the opening quarter. Riders trailing by 7. They're inside Calgary side of center at the Stampeder 54-yard line. 5 receiver package for Cohn, 3 to his right. Back to pass. Looks to his left. Now pulls it down himself. Going to go for a run. And again, he'll just go head first and dive. I'm not so sure that the Riders coaches are appreciative of that, but it will be enough for another first down.
Again, Cohn gets through his progressions. Doesn't see anybody open. The pocket is really good, so it gives him time, but eventually it does sort of just collapse, and he runs the opposite direction this time from his first run to get a first down.
Ball down to the Calgary 42-yard line with 3:25 and counting. Riders have what little wind there is. It was about southwest at 6 kilometers an hour. That wind is at their back, and the clouds have taken over the skies here at McMahon Stadium, but the Riders looking to brighten them up as they've got another impressive drive happening into Calgary territory. Cohn in the gun. Fakes the handoff, now dumps it underneath. That's incomplete. Trying to find Morgan Runge coming out of the backfield, and a play that they've run numerous times in practice just doesn't connect, as the ball was maybe a touch low, but it is incomplete. Second down coming.
You know what's funny about, well, it's nothing funny about dropping a football, but he's dropped that a couple times in training camp this year. It's just a little bit of a flat route outside to the right. Cone puts it on him, and Runge just can't help him. Now, if you're the offensive line, now you know what's coming from the defensive line, right? It's 2nd and 10. They're going to have their ears pinned back. You're about to get their best pass rush move. Can you hold up?
Ball on the Calgary 42. 3 receivers to Jack Cohn's left. That's the far side of the football field as we see it. 2 receivers near side. Thomas Bertrand-Houdan. Early movement along the line. Looked like Calgary jumped. Now a pass near side, and that's going to fall incomplete. A diving attempt just fell out of the arms on this near side of COC Mariner. But again, it looks like it might have been a free play for Saskatchewan.
Yeah, it's a free play here, but I'm going to tell you what. Remember, you're being evaluated, and that was
offside. Calgary number 91. It's a 5-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
And that was a catchable ball. I think it was for Abdul Janae.
Yeah, you're right, it was.
And to be able to catch that and get your foot, even though there was a penalty, the coaches still want you to be able to make that play because Cohen put it in a place where he could have made the play. So 2nd and 5 now, obviously, there's more options open in your playbook, and Calgary's got a lot more to think about defensively.
2:27 to go here in the opening quarter. It's now 2nd down and 5, Saskatchewan at the Calgary 37. Cohn in the gun. Thomas Bertrand moves in motion to his left pre-snap. Cohn back to pass, looks to the near side, feels the pressure, dumps it, and then it's going to be incomplete. Looking again to try to find the receiver who went all out, and I think that was COC this time. And yes, indeed it was. COC Mariner just couldn't come up with that catch, and now a kicking attempt for the Riders.
We talk about consistency, though, right? Like, that is a play and a throw Jack Cohn needs to make. He puts it too far out and too low for Mariner to get a fair chance at it. And that's what I've been talking about with Cohn. He's looked great in spots, but he's been off too. But you know, competition is always present here, and now we've got the first field goal attempt.
Jonathan Kim, a Reliance Heath Water Heater Rental field goal attempt from 45 yards, right hash, wind at his back.
Michigan State, by the way.
Clean snap, end over ender from Kim, sails through the uprights, and the Riders get on the board from 45 yards out. Jonathan Kim is good in his first professional attempt.
Attaboy, Sparty. 3 years, Michigan State University.
Well, interesting, Jonathan Kim was actually called by the Riders last fall when they brought in Michael Hughes. They said, hey, do you want to come up? We're looking for a kicker. We need something. Do you want to come up and go? And he goes, normally 99 out of 100 times I'm going, except my son was due 4 days later.
Yeah.
So he made the decision to stay home.
You know, it just does not surprise me coming out of Michigan State University that he is a high character guy and, you know, prioritizes family. I mean, that's what the university's all about. I'm proud of him.
The over-under on Michigan State references today, by the way, is
skyrocketed.
9.
It's going to go way over 9.
So 7-3, the Riders trail. Vernon Adams Jr. has been replaced at quarterback, and the first pass is almost intercepted. Is coming on to throw is Josh Love, the second-year pro to San Jose State, and he almost had that one intercepted.
Yeah, they like Love, too, and this is just a little bit out of range for number 87, Eric Brooks. He tried his best at it, but just couldn't come down with it. You're starting to see a ton of rotation here defensively. The defensive ends have rotated out now, and our defensive backs and linebackers has been moving in and out as well.
And the Calgary Stampeders also moving pieces on their depth chart as well. Pre-snap motion, 5 receivers on 2nd and 10 for Love, and the ball is batted at the line of scrimmage. The Riders able to go ahead and knock it down. Good pass rush, and then you get your arms up if you're not going to get to the quarterback, and that's what the Riders do, and it's going to be a 2-and-out for Josh Love and the Calgary offense.
Good job. Good push by Ali Saad here. He's in the middle where he operates. That's why he gained another 15 pounds and got himself to 300 because he wanted to hold up better against the double teams, but just continues to work in this one-on-one situation, gets his hand up right as the quarterback is throwing it and knocks it down.
A little bit of rain in the air as the Roughriders will get their first opportunity on an EB Power Sports in Assiniboia punt return. Fielded by the Riders at their 27. Initial tackle is missed as starting up the field was Matthew Sexton, the speedster signed this week by the Green and White. He makes a couple of moves, but looks like this one's going to come back.
Yeah, both Sexton and Thomas Bertrand-Houdan have pressed it up the middle when they've returned it and then tried to break to the outside. And there's been room both times.
Yards. Calgary number 44. It's a 15-yard penalty. First down.
And by the way, while we're talking about this, we haven't said it out loud, but the offenses on both sides of the ball, they've been moving quickly. I like the way this play clock rule, 5 seconds between plays, is working out. It feels like the game is a lot crisper.
Well, after the penalty, the clock will start at 20 and count down as it's blown in by referee Richie Miller, as you heard, a no yards penalty, to Calgary. So that means the Riders get the ball at their 42-yard line. They trail 7-3 in the latter stages of the opening quarter. Lots of bodies go to the far side, handoff underneath to Mario Anderson Jr. Not going to get much there, maybe a yard, as we've got some physicality happening. And well downfield was Jason Williams, the rookie out of Youngstown State, was on top of his Calgary Stampeder counterpart, and that's probably going to get flagged.
Jason Williams, out of Youngstown, played every single position on the offensive line except center. Played 52 games. He's got good feet. Question, I think, for Williams is he a guard or
Saskatchewan
a tackle?
number 64. 15-yard penalty. Second down repeated.
And it wasn't 64, it was 54. 64 is not out there.
No, there is no 64 on the Saskatchewan Roughrider roster today.
Of course, Jason Williams doesn't want us to know that. No. Like, oh, yeah, it was definitely 64. What a cheater. Yeah, absolutely.
So that's going to back the Riders all the way back to their 27-yard line. 22 seconds and counting to go in the opening quarter. Yeah. Calgary in front 7-3.
Second and a billion. And now I know that we've seen Cone run a couple here, but I'd actually really like to see him press the pocket and get one downfield here, right? You're going to be hard-pressed to make this first down anyways. Let's see your arm.
3 receivers far side. Cone is back to pass. Pass rush comes. It's a little screen underneath to Anderson Jr. Gets away from the first tackle and then out across the 35 near the 36-yard line for a gain of 8, but it will not be enough for a first down, and it will be a punting situation for the Riders when we come back. On the Quality Tire scoreboard through the opening quarter, it's Calgary 7, Saskatchewan 3. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and Anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Municipal Hail Insurance, International Rural Exchange Canada, Original 16, the premium prairie beer, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
It's time for second quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas along with Luc Mullinder in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth, selling land in the equipment department. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Questions coming in for Luke on the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-936-6262. Kendall wants to know, Luke, about hands for defensive linemen who have to adjust to being a yard off the ball. Is that the most important piece?
I'm really glad she asked that. Yes, absolutely. Or he. Kendall's one of those names we can go both ways on. Yeah, hands are absolutely important. As a matter of fact, number 90, Jalen Pate, we haven't seen him out there yet, but I feel like technically he's the most sound defensive end, and it's because of the way he uses his hands. Obviously, you can create separation, get off blocks quicker. You can pull on jerseys and stay in on tackles longer. Hands are so important in this game.
Oscar Chapman comes on for his first punt as a Saskatchewan Roughrider. That's fielded downfield by Calgary's Tyreek McAllister. He'll get across the 30 up near the 32-yard line. A little meeting of the minds there with both teams at the 32 of Calgary. However, the Stamps have the ball, and they will get back to work as still in at quarterback is Josh Love, who replaced Vernon Adams Jr. very early in that opening quarter. And with 14:42 to go, the Calgary Stampeders will have the football. Should mention the B&A Petroleum text line always open for your questions and comments at 306-936-6262. B&A Petroleum, Swift Current, Assiniboia, Gravelbourg, many other locations serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years.
Riders weren't lined up. David Gabanga didn't get into the defensive set early enough.
So a handoff on first down. The Riders, though, able to recover from the late set, and that's going to be taken down right at the line of scrimmage.
Do you remember when I told you, don't be the guy that the coaches are screaming your name, trying to get you out on the field? That just happened. Literally, I was wondering why people were running around like chickens with their heads cut off, and it's because we had no middle linebacker. David Gabanga got in there late, and fortunately the Riders got through unscathed in a rep, but that could have been a tough scenario playing out. Second down and 10 now, so you got a chance to pass rush.
Ball is at Calgary's 32-yard line, right in the middle of the field between the two hash marks. 5 receivers near side for Love, who's back to pass. He looks to the far side, throws it up, gets it over a hand of a on-rushing Saskatchewan Roughrider defensive lineman, and then the pass is complete. Aubrey Miller Jr. for the Riders, able to get there quickly, prevent the first down, as it's going to be a gain of about 7 on the play.
So not much pressure there from the Riders' defensive front, but great coverage once the ball gets out, especially by Aubrey Miller Jr., who has been a mainstay here for the last couple of years for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. He's started a couple games. He's been providing some great special teams play, and there he comes up with a critical tackle. He misses that. They've got a first down.
K-Ron Lynch-Adams out of Michigan State on the reception for Calgary. Had to throw that in for my 2 cents, as now we get set for the Roughriders and an ED Power Sports into Assiniboia punt return.
There's a historic level of talent in the CFL, and I think it's because of Michigan State.
Bassett on to kick it. Going to be fielded by the Riders on the fly back at the 11-yard line. Starting up that near sideline across the 20-25 near the 29-yard line before being spun out of bounds is Jalen Johnson. And the Rough Rider offense will come back to work with 12:50 to go in the opening quarter. Calgary leading Saskatchewan 7-3 in this preseason opener. And you're listening to it on the Saskatchewan Rough Rider football. Yes, it is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Mark Bassett's punt went 59 yards. Johnson for the Riders returns at 17, and Saskatchewan is set up 1st and 10 at their own 29-yard line. Jack Cohn still in the game, but he's got a new offensive line look in front of him, Luke.
Yeah, you've got Spencer Brown and Darius Washington in at the tackles. I believe Eric Anderson is also checked in, though, and I wish the guy that I'm looking at would turn around so I can get his number.
It's all about you.
Yeah, it's all about me. I mean,
it's your 10th year. You've been around for a while. You've got seniority.
It is Jason Williams who has checked in as well.
So the Riders getting the call in from the sideline. Still at center is Darius Bell, of course.
I don't think Darius Bell's going anywhere.
No. So Cohn breaks the huddle, sends a couple of receivers to this near side. They've got a bunch formation to the far side. That is the short side of the field. Cohn calls them to the line. Fakes the handoff, back to pass, looks, has a man. That ball is complete. What a catch. Oh, my. Hauling it down right near the 35-yard line.
It's Abdul Janae again with a beautiful catch. And this is a great throw by Cone in a little bit of a pressure cooker pocket-wise. He gets it up only where Janae is going to go and get it, and Janae comes down. It was a great tackle. He gets contacted on the inner thigh board. First down, Riders.
Yeah, contact came courtesy of Devondrick Bynum for the Stamps. It's another Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down, and the Riders are set up just shy of their 45. Cone to pass again. That ball is complete, and then slicing through the middle up into Calgary territory, down to the 45, 40-yard line. Big catch there by the Saskatchewan Roughriders as brawling it in. It looked like Matthew Sexton.
Yeah. Sexton comes across, and this is another great throw from Jack Cone. Feels like maybe he's settled down a little bit, but this is right on the money on a quick developing in route, and Sexton showing the speed that you talked about, getting upfield in a hurry.
23-yard pass and catch, first down, Saskatchewan to the Calgary 42. Right-hand hash for Cone, who's back to pass again. Guns it, and it's going to be incomplete, but a flag comes down. This is going to be interference, definitely, as there was a lot of contact downfield. The aforementioned Bynum for Calgary steps in front of it, and yeah, we're going to get a call here.
This is a sleeve seam route between
defensive
the hash.
Pass interference. Calgary number 32. Ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
This is a seam route between the hash and the numbers, and they're trying to take advantage of Sexton's speed against Bynum. And it plays out the way they thought it was, as Sexton's probably beating him, and Bynum's just trying to stay connected and within reach of Sexton, and an obvious pass interference call.
Impressive that Sexton's only been here a couple of days and a couple of targets here in this second quarter. Riders set up at the 21, just on the edge of the red zone. Fake a handoff, Cone flat. That's batted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete.
Yeah, number 72, Tristan Merios, gets his hand on it. He wasn't really affecting Cone in terms of his pass rush. He just kind of stayed on the line of scrimmage and timed his hand right. Spencer Brown had a good lockdown position on him. He just managed to get his right hand up and get some contact on the ball. 2nd and 10. Now you're in exhibition season. If they get 5 yards, Dave, do you kick it or do you go for it?
With a new kicker, probably going to kick it.
Well, it's guaranteed. It's from Michigan State.
5 receiver set, Saskatchewan. Ball on the 21 of Calgary. 3 receivers far side for Cone, who's in the gun, back to pass. Look to the far side, didn't see it. Then he gets hit as he throws. Ball is loose. The Riders scoop it up. Cone's going to get up, but he took a hellacious hit along the way. And I'm not sure. It looks like they've called that a fumble and not an incomplete pass. And now it looks like another kicking situation for the Riders.
Yeah, well, right up the middle. Kaliche Yalabeki.
You got it.
Probably butchering that.
No,
Sorry,
you got
Kaliche. But yeah, he just comes off a block from his linebacker spot and gets in on Cone. He smashed him too. And here's another error on the behalf of the Saskatchewan Roughriders special teams kickoff this time. Missing a guy. He's running in late.
So on the 28-yard attempt here for the Roughriders, it's Alex Hale, and he'll heck it and hit it through the uprights. I don't know what I was trying to say. All I do know is that was brought to you, of course, by Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, and it's 7-6 now. The Stampeders leading the ball game with 9:37 to go here in the second quarter. We'll take a timeout and come back with more in a moment. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to revolutionize the way you harvest. The new Fendt Ideal Combine has been precision engineered to give you better real-time monitoring. A 485 bushel grain tank that unloads at 6 bushels per second. Plus, the industry's best warranty, service, and loaner program. The new Ideal Combine. It's Fendt. It's time. Learn more at idealharvesting.com and schedule a demo. See the Fendt Ideal Combine at AgriLink Equipment in Brownlee.
With wedding season upon us, turn heads in a fresh look from Colin O'Brien. A light sport jacket for a casual outdoor wedding, a classic single breast, or a timeless tuxedo. You'll be ready to mingle with the singles. A style, a fit that looks great and feels better. Colin O'Brien Men's Shop. Contemporary, urban, defined. Find us on Instagram and at colinobrien.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Co-operators Rider Broadcast Network.
Saskatchewan Roughriders are 2 for 2 in the field goal department for Reliance Heath Water Heater Rentals. Rent a water heater and water softener starting around $1.20 a day and get $400 when you switch to Reliance Heath. Yes, both Alex Hale and Jonathan Kim have connected thus far. The Riders, though, still trail 7-6. The score for the Stampeders, a 65-yard touchdown pass in that opening quarter from Vernon Adams Jr. to Jalen Philpott. The Riders have answered, as I mentioned, with a pair of field goals and are about to kick the football off to Calgary.
Well, and the other thing, too, though, is folks need to start paying attention on the sideline, especially now that we're getting into rotations more. We've seen twice now that the Riders haven't had the right amount of guys on the field, on special teams and on defense. That, again, is something the coaches get incredibly annoyed at.
So here's the kickoff. End over end are going to be taken by Calgary back at their 20-yard line, going to the far side and dragged down. Nice shoestring stack tackle there on the returner for Calgary in Ludovic Choquette, pardon me.
And Juju Hughes out of Fresno State with a fantastic special teams tackle. Juju Hughes is playing that boundary corner halfback spot today. He started in it. Malcolm Bell, number 12 from the Michigan State Spartans, first-round pick. He's out there now, Dave. He's occupying the field corner spot.
So Josh Love is occupying the quarterback position for Calgary, who have the ball at their own 30-yard line on the left-hand hash. Fake the handoff. Love hit as he throws. It's a throw up, and it is batted down. Who? Oh, yeah, Malcolm Bell knocks it away from the intended receiver, incomplete.
Well, we talked about Justin Weaver earlier on missing a tackle. Got to give him credit here. He beats his tackle in a one-on-one pass rush situation, and he's the guy getting this ball out quicker than the quarterback normally would have wanted to throw it. And Bell, good job, man defense here, just gets up in the air and knocks the football down.
Man, you got to love his size, 6'2", 188. Riders' first-round selection in this year's draft. In his first play, he almost had a pick. Instead, it's second down Calgary at their own 30-yard line. Left-hand hash. Riders load up the line on this second down play for Love, who gets the snap, throws it over the middle. That ball is complete, and it will be good for a first down. Nice execution there by the Stampeders. As Narelle Pollard, it looks like, pulled in the reception. Pardon me, that was Jeremiah Hunter, and it's going to be enough for a first down. The Calgary Stampeders get a game 12.
It's a great reaction by Love, seeing the blitz and calling this quick slant up. Jackson Ford, who is responsible for the man who caught the ball, just gets there a little bit late. Remember, blitzing is one of those things where you just have to understand. Jackson Ford needed to know that the quarterback had to get the ball out or he was going to get hit, so he could have cheated down his alignment.
So first down and 10 for Calgary, now up at their 42 after the 12-yard reception. Handoff on first down. Going to get across the 43 near the 45-yard line for a gain of close to 4 yards. Riders do a nice job of wrapping up the ball carrier, who that time was K'Ron Lynch-Adams.
Yeah, and good gap integrity here from the defensive line and the linebackers. What I mean by that is the line of scrimmage adjusted itself. It went from one hash mark and then it started moving to the left. Nobody got knocked off the line of scrimmage, but the linebackers were also in the gaps that they knew were going to be free. And that play is what kept it to second and about 3.5.
So second and long for Calgary. Josh Love is in the gun. Back to pass, 3 receivers far side. Here comes the pressure. He'll escape it initially, and now it comes again in a second wave. Takes a hit, throws it up to the sideline, but about 5 yards out of bounds. Incomplete. The receiver caught it, but boy, Josh Love picked a price for that. So, wow.
Liam Hoskins, the draft or the Canadian out of University of Windsor, absolutely clocks Love. He's on the right defensive end spot. He's rushing the passer. Kendi Charles flushes the quarterback, and Hoskins shoots upfield and absolutely mollywops Love. Great defensive play there, and something that young kid Hoskins is going to remember all week.
Another EB Power Sports at Assiniboia punt return coming for the Riders. Back to receive it is Saskatchewan Husky alumnus Daniel Weeb. Stands at his 15-yard line.
Weeb's had a good camp.
High kick from Vassett, going to chase Weeb back to his 11-yard line on the far side of the football field. Looks for a little bit of run, starts to the near side, then cuts back, gets to the 20, and then takes a big wallop, if you will, at the 19-yard line. And with 6:49 to go in the second quarter, the Saskatchewan Roughriders will get the football back. Calgary leading 7-6. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's that time of year again. Is your tractor ready for all the hardcore tilling, high-volume air seeding, and grain cart work your large acre farm has in store? Maybe it's time to consider a Xerion. With up to 653 horsepower, class-leading hydraulic flow, a CVT transmission, and the quietest cab in its category, the new Xerion 12 Series is built on a solid frame to safely handle your biggest implements. Kloss delivers equipment, parts, and service support that keep you running. Go to kloss.com to learn more. Kloss, are you made for more?
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Yards after catch this season brought to you by Pump Jackson Cathedral. Boy, they've got a great chicken tender, from what I understand.
Oh, yeah?
And
oh, man, I might have to sick Luther on him, man. He's the chicken tender connoisseur of our family.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah.
Plum sauce or barbecue?
Oh, he goes with the plum. If they don't have plum, they go ranch.
Fair enough.
Which is probably right, like
Understood.
what you would want to do, especially at that age. Your palate's not developed as right, so you might not just appreciate something like like one of the other fancier little razzle-dazzle dressings or dips.
Understood.
Right.
Understood. Well, the biggest yard after catch today was Jalen Philpott when he hauled in a 70-yard touchdown pass from Vernon Adams Jr. back in the opening quarter. Right now, it's the Riders, though, that have the football 1st and 10 as play is blown back in for Jack Cohn. Feels the pressure from the far side, guns it complete up to the 25-yard line. Big hit at the end of the play, but the Riders able to haul it in and come up with a big reception on that far side. Looked like it was Jawan Winfrey.
Not too many yards there. I felt like he could have gotten a first down if he had gone to Letcher. He saw Letcher and just didn't pull the trigger. But again, I mean, you salvage it by getting, 6 yards out of the deal? So good job getting through progressions nonetheless.
2nd down and 4 for the Riders after the gain of 6 on the first down reception. Cohn has got 3 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near. Ball is scrimmaged on the far hash as Cohn back to pass again. That ball is caught twice as going up making the initial catch was the Rider receiver. The ball squirted up and he was able to catch it again.
Yeah.
Near a first down. Once again, it's Jawan Winfrey, and he's going to be about a yard shy. It looks like the Riders aren't going to be shy about sending in Tommy Stevens in the short yardage.
Albert Awachi and Tommy Stevens just sprinted on the field. They know the vibe. This is a 3rd and 1, and this is a Saskatchewan Roughriders team that has a Brinks truck in the backfield when it comes to quarterback sneaks.
3rd down gamble for Northern Fireplace Barbecue and Smokers. Stevens is settled in under center. Going to go to his right this time. Flags fly again as he'll get across the 30, which is all he needed for the first down, but this, of course, will be pending penalty.
Yeah, it's curious. I feel like Calgary's offside again, but they didn't call it right away, so...
Offside.
Yep.
Calgary number 91, 5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, I think it was a lineup issue, though, right? Lining up offside, and Tremont Morris-Brash, the rookie out of Central Florida, was flagged for it, but I wouldn't doubt there was at least 2 other bodies along the offensive line. But then again, when the player comes out right away, pretty solid sign that it was him. So 1st down at 10 for the Riders. 5:04 to go in the second quarter. The Riders trail 7-6. They've got the ball on their own 34-yard line. Saskatchewan starts with 4 receivers on this near side of the formation. However, moving in motion back towards the quarterback was Abdul Janneh Jr. and Tommy Stevens stayed in the game, went to throw it to him, but just short.
Yeah, this is a first down, and Stevens just flat out misses this throw. It's an RPO look from the right. You got Janneh leaking into the flat, and if Stevens gets this to the intended target, it's a first down. That's an unfortunate miss there.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Riders at their own 34-yard line. 4:39 to go before halftime. Calgary leading 7-6 on the strength of a Jalen Philpott 70-yard touchdown back in the opening quarter. 5-receiver package for Jack Cohn, who checks back into the game at quarterback. 3 to this near side. They approach the line as Cohn's back to pass. Feels the pressure, tries to get away, but he's sacked. Calgary gets home in a real quick way, and they're able to go ahead and bring Cohn down in the backfield, as getting back to get the sack was Elijah Hills.
Yeah, this is just a monster grown man move from Elijah Hills versus the rookie Darius Bell. It is a bull rush emulating Scott Schultz. Bell has nothing he can do. He's just walked back. Cohn is hit, and just fortunately for the Riders, he keeps possession of this, because that could have gotten even worse. But what a pass rush move from Elijah Hills from the Stampeders.
So the Riders send Jesse Mirko out to punt. A good high kick that'll be fielded by the Stampeders at their own 38, making a man miss, and then slipping up was Dante Wright as he got across the 45 near the 46-yard line. And that's where the Calgary Stampeders will get the ball.
Josh Love's going to come back out. Still haven't seen a rotation at that defensive end spot. We've seen, oh no, wait a second. I stand corrected. One of the defensive ends that out there is going to play the 3 technique. It looks like it's going to be number 90, Jalen Pate, getting his hand in the dirt. Well, and realistically, that's a great opportunity. Sometimes guys come up here and they say, oh, I want to play one position, but the more you can do in the CFL, the better.
So 1st and 10 for Calgary. Ball in the left hash. 3 receivers come to the near side. Man in motion pre-snap. Going to hand the ball off or fake it. Now it's dumped underneath. That ball complete up near midfield and into Rough Rider territory is the Calgary target. Is hauling that one in alone. Looked like it was McAllister.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 1st down for the Stamps.
Well, this is good execution on the RPO from the quarterback Love. Convinces our defensive end, Desmond Evans, who was on the left side, that he handed the ball off. Evans bit the tackle or the fake, and that's how they managed to get it out for the 1st down.
So Calgary will have a 1st down with the 3-minute warning being issued to the benches. That means we need to take a break as well. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Take care of your crops with the Fendt Rogator 900 series sprayer. It's the industry's only rear boom sprayer with 2 height adjustable clearance for late season protection. Go from standard clearance to high clearance in less than 45 seconds and liquid to dry application in under 2 hours for maximum productivity. Your crops depend on spot on placement, and this is the sprayer to get the job done. See the Fendt Rogator at Nick's Service in Emerald Park.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. We love covering local sports here in Saskatchewan on 620 CKRM and through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com. We have a lot of different and unique listeners, including Coach Mesa's father.
I appreciate you, boys, and I got to say hi, Dad. You know, he's your guys' #1 fans. Pops, hi, Pops. I'm talking to Maz and Barney, you see.
What's your dad's name?
John Mace. He loves this show.
It's the Sports Cage, Monday to Friday, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM and through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Three-minute warning is brought to you by Brett Young. When it matters most, choose Brett Young Liberty Link and True Flex Hybrid Canola Seed, trusted across Saskatchewan. Visit brettyoung.ca as the Riders make a huge play on 1st down and come up with their first quarterback sack of the season. Brought to you by Quill Plains Chevrolet.
It's Chico Bennett. Nice little move from his defensive tackle spot that he was playing. Oh, sorry, his defensive end spot on the left. Sorry, I got in late. I just saw the tail end of that.
So second down and going to be a long 17 yards for Calgary. Now on their side of center, the Riders show blitz again. Love to pass, dumps it underneath. That is complete to the midfield stripe and more. 50, 40, 45, 35, down to the 30 before finally being tackled. Nice big gain for Devondrick. And I believe that was Adams who came down with it, and a big first down for Calgary.
Well, the Stampeders have put that screenplay on film a couple times now in second or first and really long situations. It's really good execution here. You have all your defensive linemen pass rushing and thinking that they're free, and then you just slip a little screen action down on the right.
So first and 10 now for the Stampeders inside Calgary Rider territory. Pardon me, at the 30. It's Love who's back to pass. All kinds of time. Now going to pull it down. Scampers to the 25, 20. It's a foot race to the 15, 10. Finally caught there as there looked like there was an opportunity to run that to the end zone for Josh Love. But a composed play by the second-year pro to San Jose State has got the Stampeders down to the Riders' 10.
Yeah, so we don't get much pass rush initially here, and then the C's open up down on the left side between the defensive tackles, and Love, that's where he runs. And if it's not for Seyi Oladipo Jr. making the tackle, this is potentially a touchdown. Great effort from Oladipo Jr., though, getting this down on the backside of the play.
First down and goal for Calgary at the Rider 10-yard line. Handoff, faked underneath. Love looks towards the goal line, and it's going to be complete. But the Riders make the goal line saving tackle, keeping the receiver out of the end zone, and it's going to be a shot at goal as the pass was intended for McAllister again.
Yeah, you see the RPO look again, and this time Chico Bennett does a little bit better. At least he's upfield to the right shoulder. That's the throwing arm of Love, and applies a little bit of pressure, but it's a good throw from Love, just getting it out to McAllister on the 1-yard line.
Second and goal for Calgary. Inside the Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interiors red zone. Ball is spotted to the Riders 1. Calgary going to crowd the line as Josh Love will approach, go right in under center. Tries to go to his right, flags fly. Doesn't look like Love got into the end zone as the Riders are even going to pull the heels to pull him back out of the end zone. And
well, we had like 5 defensive linemen offside on that one, and you're seeing it from both sides. Guys got to remember that 1-yard marker. It's really easy in the end zone because you just tell yourself, hey, my fingers can't go over the white line, right? So when you're
and I think Love's going to be credited with a touchdown.
Offside, Saskatchewan defensive line. That penalty is declined. Touchdown.
So there you go. Calgary gets the touchdown. I didn't think he crossed the line, but definitely Josh Love does.
They gave him a little bit of extra time, let's say, Dave, just let him fall forward. It's a good job initially by the Saskatchewan Roughriders just holding up against the wave of offensive linemen that are just trying to clog the middle there. At the end of the day, Justin Weaver's just a little bit too high in his pad level to really make an impact on that play and hold him up.
Point after attempt is in the air and through the uprights, and Calgary extends their lead now to 14-6 with 1:19 to go before halftime. Coming up at half, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates for YAC Auctions. They will take you through the opening half, some of the adjustments that need to make and be made. Of course, we'll get to our replay and more in what's going to be an abbreviated halftime, we've been informed, here in Calgary due to some adverse weather conditions that appear to be moving into the Calgary area. So going to try to get this one in before anything and everything that has happened in Riders camp thus far. I don't know. Snow.
It always seems to be Calgary too that we have the inclement weather. Remember, there was a couple exhibition games where there was smoke over the city, just like 2 minutes before kickoff. Last year's delayed game. During it's always Calgary. It's something with the Stampeders, I'll tell you.
Well, it also seems that Winnipeg too seems to get an early season thunder shower. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Unfortunately, my role in my real life work prevents me from saying anything bad about the province of Manitoba anymore. I really miss those days because it was so easy.
Calgary's 1 for 1 in the Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interior red zone for all your indoor and outdoor home furnishing needs, and a full line of appliances. Ashdown's Furniture and Interiors in Moose Jaw, the place to go. And Stampeders now lead 14-6. As the Riders will send the kick return unit back out onto the field, see if they can find some magic with 79 seconds to go before halftime.
And if it's Cone or if it's Shager or if it's Tommy Stevens, the opportunity is to work your 1 minute drill right now. You got 1:19 left on the clock. Let's see if you can go out and execute.
Well, Calgary just did not execute as zeros were on the play clock. Flag is down on the field. The play is going to go ahead. All right. Kick sails into the Riders. 1 yard line going to be taken there and starting up the field. Get across the 20 near the 25 yard line. The Riders bench is a little bit upset. I can understand why, as the one official blew the play dead. It was Shamar McBean on the return for the Riders, the rookie, but
we had an opportunity there. Unfortunately, Devin Adams, number 95, he's playing fullback here for the kick return team. He just slips as he's trying to readjust his alignment and put a block on one of the Stampeders flying down the field. And it was the block that he missed because he slipped that actually got in there and slowed McBean down. Otherwise, we might have had something. Either way, you got 1:13 left on the clock. We always talk about wanting to be in game situations and things that you're going to see in the regular season. Well, this is one of them. Last possession, can you put together a drive?
On the field, that ball will be re-kicked. No penalty.
So the clock for the play, and again, as I was mentioning, right, the clock, the official in the end zone behind the Riders returners threw his flag, blew his whistle, called everything off. Yeah. The referee said, go ahead and kick, so the kick happened, and it was because there were zeros on the time clock. So,
well, let's just call a spade here, Dave. You've been right every single time you've questioned something that's happened on the field. You're bang on. You know the rules, man. You are all over the rules today, because there have been a couple times now where you've been like, wait a second, this is not right. This is, and starting off with the fake rouge. We shouldn't have had the rouge. You called it.
That is Dave on the B&A Petroleum text line. Says, we had a point at the beginning of the game. Why was it taken away? Well, it should never have been awarded, because really to obtain a rouge right now, to put it in the easiest terms, is that the returner has to give up or concede or be tackled in the end zone to get a rouge. If it just goes out of play, no rouge.
Yeah. Dave, one of my mentors told me, you have to be able to take a compliment because you're going to get the criticism.
Okay.
So you should have just taken that compliment.
Sorry. Should have done better. So this kickoff goes off the returner's hands of the Riders in the end zone. Going to be brought out to this near side. Trying to run away up to the 15. Going to be spun around and tackled. That was, once again, Shamar McBean. And the Riders have got a long field ahead with 1:11 to go in the opening half, trailing 14-6.
Yeah, and I'm hoping the Riders just don't come out here and run it and try to get this clock down, right? Like, you want to get evaluated. So let's put our best foot forward here. Let's put a drive together.
And it will be Jack Cone that comes out onto the field for Saskatchewan. Ball just spotted shy of the 19-yard line on the left-hand hash. Cone in the gun. 5 receivers in formation. 3 to the far side, 2 to the near. McBean with the bright cleats on this near side, and that's where Cone looks initially. Now he gets scooped underneath. As the pressure came through the middle, just cut out Cone's legs, and that's a sack, the second of the afternoon for the Calgary Stampeders.
The Stampeders are getting extremely physical. They've abandoned the sweet feet pass rush moves and have elected to just bull rush the heck out of the Saskatchewan Roughriders. You got Spencer Brown out there, you got Jason Williams, and they just can't handle the physicality of the pass rush or the bull rush from the Stampeders, and Cone is down. Now you got 51 seconds, you're at second in a million. Now you got to figure out, if you're in the regular season, but put it into practice here, how to get as much clock off as possible before you kick the ball back, right?
Sacks this season for Quill Plains Chevrolet, Buick GMC, and Wadena, taking down high prices. Drive a little, save a lot at Quill Plains. The Riders now face a 2nd and 16 after giving up their second sack of the afternoon. Jack Cone is in the gun. Drops back to pass. Going to sling it underneath. That ball is complete out of the backfield to the 10, 15. Spun around as Mario Anderson Jr. gets up near the 15-yard line, but going to be well shy of the first down with 44 seconds to go before half.
Yeah, unfortunately, Deshaun Mims, the wide receiver out here, responsible for the initial block on the screen. I mean, we set this up nicely. Mims just misses the block, and it's the guy that got off of Mims' block, O'Malley in this case, I think it is, who ends up making the play. We had a better chance of getting some more yards had Mims secured that block. Riders will be punting.
So a pair of returners back for Calgary. Ready to kick this one off for the Riders is Oscar Chapman, standing at his 10-yard line, going to allow that 20-second play clock. Yes, it's back to 20 seconds in the final 3 minutes. Allow that to drain as much as he can. 3, 2, takes the snap. Chapman going to get a wobbler away that kind of gets caught up in the wind and is going to go directly out of bounds. So that's also going to be a penalty as well. So not the kick that Oscar Chapman wanted with just 20 seconds to go in the half.
That was a duck. Looked like me kicking out there. Now it'll be the Calgary Stampeders. You got 20 seconds. You at minimum want to come out of here with a field goal attempt, right?
Well, they will have the football in Saskatchewan territory after the illegal kick out of bounds. Josh Love is going to jog back out onto the field.
Illegal kick out of bounds, 10-yard penalty, first down.
I can't wait till these field goal posts are moved to the back of the end zone. Again, now we're starting to see it, right? This is the Canadian Football League typically. The ball right now is on the 48, and realistically, if you got a strong enough leg, you can probably kick this field goal, right? Yeah. It'll be 15 yards back after this, and so you're still going to have to earn like 15 yards here before you even think of kicking in 2027.
Josh Love for now, though, in 2026 has got the ball first and 10 at the Riders 49. Looks to throw it deep. It's up on a corner route, and it's going to be incomplete. I thought a flag may have come down late. It did not. Intended for Tevin Jones in double coverage. And it's second down Calgary with 13 seconds to go.
And it's Malcolm Brown, your first-round draft pick, playing phenomenally well when it comes to man-on-man defense. He actually had help over the top from one of the defensive backs, but he didn't need it. It was perfect coverage on a deep ball. Malcolm Brown, a couple times now, has popped on film for us.
Second down and 10 now for the Stamps. Ball at the Riders' 49-yard line with 13 seconds to go. 3 receivers far side for Love, who's in the gun. Flag comes down, and they're going to stop this play as it looked like Calgary jumped.
Yeah, Calgary is walking himself out of field goal range at the moment. So big win here for the Riders. 12 seconds left on the clock.
A little bit of wind behind Calgary's back here as the officials put the ball down. And today's referee is Richie Miller. And right now, they're looking at the Riders' bench as there might be a decision here for Coach Mace. But I'm not sure exactly what the decision would be, as it was a dead ball foul.
Procedure, Calgary number 68, 5-yard penalty, second down.
So the ball gets backed up to the Saskatchewan 54-yard line. So the Calgary Stampeders are going to huddle up once again.
Do you see another screen pass maybe, right?
Yeah.
You're trying to get into field goal position. You've had success against this with the screens.
And don't forget, Rene Paredes, the everyday kicker for the Stampeders, isn't dressed in this ball game.
Well, if there's one guy who's not trying out, it's that guy.
Josh Love back to pass, second and long, feels the pressure, gets caught from behind. The Riders bring up another Quilt Plains sack attack into the backfield. Riders do a nice job of staying in their lanes, and Love, when he stepped up, he met a man wearing a green face mask.
Yeah, it's Devin Van, rookie at North Carolina State. It's a great pass rush move from his interior tackle spot. Even better job tracking Love down as he tries to get up into the pocket. It's exactly what the coaches want to see. Who are our pass rushers? Who are the guys that we can rely on to manufacture some pressure in a situation that needs it? Now the Stampeders from here on out. It looks like they're lining up for the field goal. They are. This will be from a million yards away from the airport.
This is going to be...
Wow.
From their own 47-yard line. So that's 63.
Oh, my God, he made it.
It's up, and it's wide to the left. Going to be returned out of the end zone. That is Daniel Weeb. He's going to go to the right. Makes a man miss to the 20, 30, 35, 40. Still on his feet to the 45. Going to be dragged down at the 49-yard line, and that missed field goal attempt. Lots of leg, just didn't have the accuracy. Falls, no good. And it's 14-6 on the Quality Tire scoreboard at halftime. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Hang tight, Teagan Witko, Wes Cates are on the other side of the break with your YAC Auctions halftime report. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Blowout pricing is here at Redhead Equipment. Get into a brand new Case IH Steger tractor starting as low as $698,000. Case IH Steger tractors have the strength to tackle the toughest jobs, the smarts to make the integrated tech work for you, and the performance to get more done every day. Inventory is limited. Savings are huge. Make the most of the seeding season. Visit your local Redhead Equipment for available units. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. 30 minutes are in the books. It's time to get the story behind the score. It's the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report. Here's Teagan Witko and Wes Cates.
First half of the first preseason game of the 2026 season in the books for your Saskatchewan Roughriders. This is a condensed halftime report brought to you by YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Due to a little bit of technical difficulties, we do not have your full halftime rewind, but not to worry. We're still going to walk through everything that transpired in that first half of the game. Of course, your halftime rewind is brought to you by Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan. QualityTire.ca. The score right now, 14-6 in favor of the Calgary Stampeders. If you have something to add, you can always reach out to us, okay? Shoot us a text, 306-936-6262. We'll take a quick break, be back on the other side with Wes Cates. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Until June 1st, lease a 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Football is all about making the right call early, and the same goes for your fall equipment lineup. Salford Tillage and Application Equipment combines speed, durability, and agronomic performance to help you move the chains in tough field conditions. Call your Salford dealer today for early order discounts with the best price available before May 29th. Score big this season by putting the Salford team to work in your field. Salford, field your best. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit sastel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag professional agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durant every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Taking a deep look at the game with instant insight and analysis. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the YAC Auctions Rider Nation Halftime Report on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Wes Cates with you. Halftime report brought to you by YAC Auctions. Your legacy deserves a crowd just like a home game. Sell it right with YAC Auctions. Initial thoughts on the game here, Wes. What's your instant analysis and major takeaways?
They need to wake up out there. They're not looking good. Looking a little sleepy, looking a little tired. I guess Johnny Kim, although John looks like the type of guy that would say, call me Jonathan. But Kim's looking good.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
He's got a couple good kicks on the board. Need a little more pressure from the D-line. We saw some glimpses of it, here and there. Definitely saw Davin Van get in there on the sack, but I didn't really like he kind of wasted some steps getting around they set up a little twist, but he kind of ran a little wide. Luckily, he still made the play, so maybe it's a moot point, but if I'm coaching him up in film, I'm like, you can run that tighter, get in there. They're seeing some decent coverage out of the DBs, and I did notice that was Janae. He's been getting some looks. He's been getting the ball thrown his way, so obviously he's running his routes well and getting open to the effect that quarterbacks are trying to get him the ball. But other than that, they're just looking like they need some more pep in their step. I'm not really liking Cone's time.
Yeah, and I mean, that offensive line could certainly use a little bit of a jolt as well. Yeah. Halftime stats brought to you by Saskatchewan Highway Hotline. Check the app for work zones before you hit the road and head to the game. We got to head out of here, though, because it is a condensed halftime show. We'll be back following this contest. Hang tight, play-by-play action with Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder coming up. That was your YAC Auctions halftime report on 620 CKRM and the Cooperator Rider Broadcast Network.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig. And when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
Proven by countless farmers, 900 Series fence sprayers set the standard for your crops, and it's available at Nick's Service in Emerald Park. Featuring 370 horsepower, 132-foot boom, 1,580-gallon tank, smart drive 4-wheel steering, and Liquid Logic recirculating boom, the 900 Series fence sprayers are backed by a 3-year, 2,000-hour Gold Star warranty. Leaders drive Fendt. To learn more about making your crops successful, visit Nick's Service today, nickservice.com.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, we're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
I'm Brent Blakely, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina-Wascana Plains. We've heard your frustration. You're tired of paying more for food, housing, clothing, electricity, and car insurance. Our Saskatchewan NDP team believes we should stop the rate hikes and end the mismanagement of the province's finances. It's time that you stop paying more for government's mistakes. Let's come together and deliver real change in Saskatchewan. Contact me 306-584-4404.
It's a big deal event at Capital Ford Lincoln. This special event is on now, and we have over 300 vehicles to choose from. Looking at F-150s? Get finance rates as low as 0% for up to 72 months, or score up to $15,000 in savings. And check this out. Lease a 2026 Ford Explorer Active from just $258 bi-weekly plus tax. That's like $129 a week. Big selection, big savings, big reasons to upgrade. It's a big deal event, only for a limited time at Capital Ford Lincoln.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca 620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during SaskAg Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. It's time for third quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Dave Thomas, he's Luc Mullinder, and we're back in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth at McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Steffes Auctions, selling land and equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. And I don't know if you had a chance to grab a 50-50, but of course you can, whether we're at home or on the road. The Riders 50-50 jackpot continues giving back to youth football and programming in our province. Go to riders5050.ca and you can get your ticket now for the jackpot that continues to climb. It's the Riders Foundation and the 50-50, which, again, everyone wins. All right, getting set for the second half to get underway. Calgary has scored 2 touchdowns. The Riders have scored 2 field goals. That's the difference as Calgary leads 14-6 as we go into the third quarter of play. Again, some inclement weather is threatening things around in McMahon Stadium a little bit, so they've picked up the pace, but regardless, we are getting set to go as the Riders, who won the opening coin toss, did defer. It would appear that they're going to get the football to start this third quarter as they did back in the first quarter.
Speaking of pace, Dave, I really like the way the 35-second play clock works for the teams.
Yeah?
Right, starting it right as soon as like the original play's dead, and just starting it from there, not giving the teams like that whole sort of break before the whistle, and then whistle it in randomly and have the play clock run there. I felt like the game was a little bit cleaner, a little bit crisper. But at the end of the day, right now, what we want the Riders to do is eliminate some of the mistakes they're making or some of the physical deficiencies that we've seen, especially up front, and put some points on the board. But now we're going to start to see, Dave, a lot of the rotation coming in, right? We're going to see some unfamiliar names. But again, for those guys, it's a great opportunity to put something on film.
So the Riders will indeed kick off. The Quality Tire kickoff is now, and it's an end-over-ender that the Riders sail into the Stamp zone. The Calgary Stampeders, wearing their white jerseys, will return it across the 30, near the 35, 40, making a man miss to the 45-yard line. Nice return for the Calgary Stampeders, who will get the football here to start this second half. The kickoff for Quality Tire is mentioned with 9 locations across Saskatchewan, and the Calgary Stampeders going to jog out onto the field, and they've got a new quarterback coming onto the turf as well, as it's Ben Wooldridge, a rookie out of Louisiana, who will come in to start this second half for Calgary with the Stamps leading 14-6.
And Carson Somback, out of the U of R, made that tackle, but is also playing safety, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Riders making changes on the defensive side as well. First down and 10, Wooldridge takes the snap a little high, then going to hand it off. Near side up to the 40-44 yard, but nothing more. So a gain of maybe 1 on the play for the Calgary offense. As scampering with that football was K-Ron Lynch-Adams, the rookie. And again, long row to hoe for the Stampeders on second down.
And a tough start to this play for Jalen Pate, who got reached and out of his gap. But a phenomenal effort to shrug the block off and actually get back in on the tackle. He turns a disastrous situation into a tackle and some production points. Fantastic motor on that kid.
Woldridge in the shotgun on 2nd and long for Calgary. 4 receivers go to the far side. Woldridge back to pass. Delayed rush from the Riders, but Woldridge gets it away and complete big catch over the middle for Calgary. Up to the Saskatchewan 40-yard line is Woldridge. Wow, what an arm as he's able to thread the needle to Janusis.
No kidding, just an absolute rocket. And he's got all the time in the world because the aforementioned Jalen Pate pops a tire and falls over, and we don't get any pass rush from the line. So you've got a situation where the quarterback's able to just wait, and then he shows off just an absolute cannon of an arm.
25-yard gain, 1st and 10 for Calgary now at the Riders' 40-yard line. Woldridge hands it off on 1st down. Going to be running room initially, but not much for Lynch Adams. And it'll be 2nd and medium for the Stampeders.
David Gabengda gets back in on the tackle. We talked about him not being present when he needed to be in the first half, so it's a good job by him getting back, maybe out, Dave, of the coach's doghouse.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So a gain of, they're going to call it 5. It will be 2nd and 5 for Calgary, just outside the 35-yard line of the Riders. Ball on the right-hand hash. What was a sunny start to the afternoon has got some low-level cloud with sun occasionally breaking through. The wind is at the back of Calgary here in this third quarter as the Stamps wear their white home jerseys. Some pre-snap motion now. Looks like the waggle and timing is messed up a little bit. Woldridge undeterred pulls it down. Going to go for a run up to the 35. So near the original line of scrimmage, and it will be a 3rd down situation and likely a kicking attempt coming for the Stamps.
Well, you know, you don't see a ton of blitzes in the preseason, but you see them. And here's the 5-man double legal front, meaning the linebackers lined up over the top of the center initially, and then all 5 guys, including that linebacker, rush the pass. They managed to get a little bit of pressure. Jalen Pate gets in, but as he goes down, you see the quarterback try to get up in the pocket, can't do it. They're kicking a field goal.
McAtamney going to attempt this one from 42 yards out after missing a 63-yarder at the end of the opening half.
Jeez.
Both with the wind at his back, this time from the right-hand hash. A clean snap, good hold, end-over-ender is going to sail wide to the right. Riders going to bring it out of the end zone. It's Shamar McBean to the 10, up near the stiff arm of the 15 to the 20, and then goes out of bounds on the Riders' sideline up near the 22-yard line. So the Riders get away with the Stampeders messing up an opportunity for a field goal and points to open the second half. Saskatchewan ball when we come back. Calgary leads 14-6 with 11:34 to go in the second quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
For decades, the Case IH Patriot Sprayer has put every drop of product exactly where you want it. Today, it takes more than timely, accurate spraying to drive profitability. You need complete vehicle control, comfortable cab with built-in luxuries, remote management capabilities, and even more precise spraying technology. The Case IH Patriot 50 Series sprayer delivers all that, plus a bold look that you expect from Case IH. Welcome to the future. To learn more about the Patriot 50 Series sprayer, contact Young's Equipment.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, Tommy Stevens is into the game for the Saskatchewan Roughriders at quarterback on the Ritchie Brothers Auctioneer statistical look. Jack Cohn goes 9 of 15 for 98 yards and an interception in the opening half. Now it's Tommy Stevens' turn, and you've spotted some changes on the offensive line.
Yeah, we've got Thomas Perry checking in. I believe Eric Anderson's out there too, the Canadian out of Western. Like you said, you're going to see some rotation now.
So Tommy Stevens will start the Roughriders offense from their own 23-yard line, 1st and 10 with 11:32 to go. Here in the third quarter, Saskatchewan is trailing by 8. Stevens hands the ball off. Initial wave gets away from the running back and then out across the 25 near the 26-yard line for the Riders. Is getting the call there is new running back Conley, and Conley gets something out of there wasn't a lot there.
Yeah, product out of Arizona. And you're right, Dave, just keeps working, not much available, just works off a couple tackles. It's a good, tough run. Again, for maybe 3 or 4, but better than the 0 it should have been if the Stampeders could have made a tackle on him.
2nd and 6 for the Riders at their own 27-yard line. Tommy Stevens at quarterback in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near. Conley sprints out to the near side as well as the target is Stevens going to hammer it in. And boy, what a bullet he threw. It's complete near the 31, but it's only going to be good for 4 and a gain of... Yeah, it's still
threw that at Sexton like he was mad at him.
Yeah.
Sexton's had a good game. I don't mind him.
The Riders are going to go for it. 3rd and 2. Of course, 3rd down gambles for Northern Fireplace Barbecue and Smokers.
Eastern Michigan product. Shout out to Matt Kudu, former Eastern Michigan product and a former Saskatchewan Roughrider draft pick. I played with a lot of guys from similar schools as the Riders we see now.
So Stevens in under center, 3rd and a long 1.5, goes to the left, tries to move the pile. He might have this.
Yeah, shocker. He gets a 3rd down.
That was a long 2, though.
I know.
And it indeed will be the first Cooperators Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down of the second half.
You know, we got TH7, Trevor Harris. He's got a nickname. Cone, I mean, you could just go with the physical cone, right?
Okay.
Pylon. What nickname do you give Tommy Stevens, though, right? I think that he's entered nickname territory here for the Riders. Not something we need to solve now, Dave, but something I think we need to consider.
Rider Nation, fill us in on the B&A Petroleum text line, 936-6262. First down, Saskatchewan. Now at their own 33. Stevens fakes the handoff, slings it near side, and that's going to go through the arms of Morgan Runge. Second opportunity he had to catch a pass today, but that falls incomplete, and it'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, and it's a really difficult throw for Tommy Stevens, too, because you're RPOing to the left, right? And he's a right-handed quarterback, so really his arm is exposed to the nearest pass rusher as soon as he comes out. And it was the case there, where number 53, Karhari Maines, got upfield and was really close to the ball just because Stevens is right-handed. So he had to get rid of it quick and Runge with his second drop ball of the day.
2nd and 10 for the Riders at their own 33. 9 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Saskatchewan trails by 8. Stevens on a clean snap. Looks to gun it, and it's into Sexton again. Up near the 41-yard line, which is going to be about 3 yards shy of the first down.
Well, here's an interesting decision. You're 2nd and 3 now, and it looks like they're going to walk the punt team out.
And here they come, indeed.
And again, I feel like for quarterbacks, there's always a balance in the exhibition seasons, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm going to take the throw that's available, but I feel like in the quarterback's mind, do you try to hang in there that extra millisecond to see if something does get open downfield? Because you want to push the ball, right? You want to put film on, you know?
So Jesse Mirko comes out to punt this one away. 2 returners back for Calgary. Mirko's punt is kind of a sidewinder and gets taken at the 31-yard line. To the 35, room to run to the far side. Still going up to the 40. Here comes the cavalry for the Riders, who'll make the tackle near the 43. But Nunu Watley on the return made it look spectacular. Did a lot of east to west running, though, and Calgary will have the football when we come back. The Stamps lead the Riders 14-6. 8:04 to go in the 3rd quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing Gleaner T-Series Combines. These powerful machines leave a lighter footprint, which cuts down your fuel costs and minimizes soil compaction. They're gentler on crops too, allowing you to sell at premium prices. All this spells better yields and better overall harvest performance. That's Gleaner to a T. Get more information about Gleaner T-Series Combines at gleanercombines.com or visit us at Parkland Farm Equipment in North Battleford.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Join us on Thursday, July 2nd as we take on
The Riders 50-50 jackpot now stands at $50,000. Whether on the road or at home, you can get your 50 tickets online. Go to riders5050.ca and get in on the life-changing winnings. 50 grand, man. Go ahead. No, you're good. This is your world, and I'm just living in it.
I was going to say, and if we combine it with the Stamps 50-50, it would be $50,001. It would...
Unofficially.
No, I'm just joking. Actually, the Stamps one is at 26 grand too, so that's a nice piece of change as well.
All right, 1st and 10 for Calgary. They start at their own 43-yard line. Woolridge back to pass over the middle. That ball is complete into Saskatchewan side of center up near the 48-yard line. Norrell Pollard made the catch for the Stamps and a big first down.
Good tackle here by Juju Hughes as well. I'm telling you, there's not a lot of space in that secondary on that roster, Dave, but you got some talented kids out there vying for those positions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Juju Trey
Hughes.
Tomlinson, that I talked about. Garnett Hollis hasn't done a ton. James Burgess Jr., we haven't called his name from Alabama State.
1st and 10 Calgary. Now at the Saskatchewan 47-yard line. Left-hand hash. Handoff underneath through the left side of the line up across the 45. Not much more there. It looked like it was Lynch Adams that got the carry.
Yeah. Desmond Evans, you'd like him to react a little bit better. You got a bomber receiver coming from left to right. He cuts out Evans's feet. Desmond's got to use those big long arms to get down on that block so he can get in on the backside and bring that down for a little bit more. They got 5 out of it. I feel like if Evans is able to get off the block, it maybe gets 2 at the most. So again, just things that you want to work on, right?
2nd down and 5 for Calgary at the Riders 42, 6:34 to go. Ben Wooldridge, the rookie out of Louisiana, at quarterback for the Stamps. Riders show blitz, but then back off. Here comes the pressure, though, near side. Wooldridge escapes. Now he's going to get up near the 40-yard line. Dives head first. He'll be close to the first down.
Oh, we got a blitz here. Evans times it well. He's the free man and just misses the tackle on Woolridge, who, by the way, looks great right now for the Stampeders. He's made a couple great throws, and now he shows some athleticism, shows some escapability. Evans got to make that tackle, though. Now we're sitting at about 3rd and, what is that, a long 2 yards.
Looks like it's going to be a field goal, perhaps. No,
they're going for it.
Offense stays out. Wooldridge is in.
It's 2 yards, and they want to see Woolridge see what he can do.
3rd down and 2 from the Riders 40. Man moves in motion to the far side of the formation. 3 receivers settle there for Wooldridge. Going to hand the ball off near side. Riders have a chance to make the play. Not going to get there, though, as Lynch Adams on a second effort will get across the line on that Northern Fireplace Barbecue and Smoker 3rd down.
It's close. The refs, I think, are going to give it to him. Yep, they are. Good play call drawn up here by the Calgary Stampeders. Patience. You got Evans failing to get off the block. It's a good addition, good add to the pile. You've got a defensive back. I believe that was James Burgess Jr., who we just talked about, or maybe it was Trey Tomlinson, actually. Somebody got in on that. It was Trey Tomlinson, I think. A little undersized guy, but he added an edge to the defense and kept it to a little bit less than what it maybe could have gone for.
1st down for Calgary on the Riders 37, right hash. Wooldridge, near side, little screen pass. That is complete, but not for much. Down to about the 32-yard line was Watley.
And another good reaction and tackle by Trey Tomlinson. Right, he's playing that corner spot out there on the boundary. Or sorry, to the boundary. Ball comes to him. They've had some success with screens, not wide receiver screens, but nonetheless, he makes a solid tackle.
Going to limit the gain to 5 yards, so it'll be 2nd and 5 for Calgary on the Rider 32-yard line. 4:20 now and counting in this 3rd quarter. Stampeders in front 14-6. 3 receivers near side for Wooldridge, who's in the shotgun. He's got Lynch Adams to his left. Back to pass. Wooldridge. Here comes the pressure. He escapes, though. And then another chance to throw the football. He pulls it back, and he then gets crashing forward towards the first down marker, and I think he's got it.
And I don't want to speak negatively, but I got to call a spade here. This is another missed tackle by Desmond Evans. He's had a couple absolute gifts. Like they're sitting under the Christmas tree. They got a big tag with his name on it. All he's got to do is unwrap the gift, and he just refuses to. And they're able to advance the sticks because of that missed tackle. And again, when we talk about that defensive competition, that's not going to look good.
Little pump fake at the end of it also got Wooldridge enough for the first down. It's first down Calgary now at the Riders 27. 5 receivers set once again for the Stampeders. Hands the ball off this time. Not really much room there for Lynch Adams as the interior of the Riders defense able to come up and make the play amongst the tackle. Looked like, was that Liam Hoskins perhaps?
It might have been Hoskins, but it's a great job by Devin Adams. He gets upfield quickly, and it forces the running back to make a decision way earlier than he was prepared to make. He eventually shuffles his feet, gets down to the left. By then, the Saskatchewan Roughriders had rallied to the ball. But very good job. It's Ali Saad just getting upfield initially off the ball, and because of it, it's 2nd and 2 or 12.
Yeah, tackle for loss of 2 yards, so 2nd and long for Calgary. With 2:38 and counting to go in the third quarter, Wooldridge is in the gun, just has 4 receivers in the formation. A little flinching along the lines, no flag flies, and then a pass to the far side is not being able to be scooped up by the intended target for Calgary. It falls incomplete as the pass was low, and it'll be a third down kicking situation this time.
Yeah, you got another field goal attempt. You've missed from 63. You've missed from what was the first?
Made from 42.
One? Made from 42. What was
or
the
missed
last
from
one?
42, pardon me.
63, 42. Yeah. You got misses on, and then now you're going to be kicking this from the 37. And let's be honest. Rene Paradis is not going anywhere, so just it's not much of a competition. Maybe you're working for a practice roster spot. Either way, you're also working to get back on another team's roster, right?
Jude McApanami, he goes ahead, and this time it's good from 37 yards out. Calgary extends their lead to 17-6 with 2:08 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Calgary in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Luc Mullinder, you ask, and Rider Nation responds to the B&A Petroleum text line at 306-6262. B&A Petroleum, Swift Curtis, Assiniboia, Gravelburg, many other locations. Serving southern Saskatchewan for 30 years. See B&A Petroleum today for all your fuel needs. And you asked for a nickname for Tommy Stevens. Suggestions on the text line so far: Steamer, Terminator, Big Mac.
Steamer.
Terminator.
Tommy Terminator. I feel like everybody wants to rush to the Terminator name, you know? What's the other one? Big Mac?
Big Mac.
I don't mind Big Mac. Anything that reminds me of food at any given time is a good thing, I think. We got some good candidates.
So following the field goal, in comes Braden Shager, the Hawaii native. Or Hawaii product, pardon me, as he's a Texas native, and he'll hand the football off on first down as the Riders scrimmage at their own 40 following the field goal. It'll be a gain of about 1, 2nd down and 9.
Again, this is the quarterback that I've really liked in terms of performance at camp. And like I said, he put up godlike numbers in Hawaii's run and shoot offense. And I think that he's managed his way through camp well to be throwing confidently. Let's see what he can do out here today. This will be his first passing situation.
Yeah, 1 yard run for Conley on first down at 2nd and 9, Saskatchewan. Ball right-hand hash. Shager back to pass. Has time, guns it complete up near the midfield stripe and more for another Rider first down into Calgary territory.
It's a good job. So snap, he's looking the exact direction that he knows that his receivers are going to be open. He's got 2 routes beyond the sticks that are just sitting there waiting for him to chuck him the ball, and he makes the right decision as he goes through his progressions. It's a good start to the drive.
Sexton on the reception for the Riders. It is another Bazandowski Insurance and Financial Services first down, this time up to the Calgary 52-yard line. 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Shager's in the shotgun, 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side. That's where he looks now. He's flush from the pocket. Flags fly as he throws it complete on the sideline. Nice running toss by Shager, but this one's coming back. Probably going to be a hold.
It's going to be a holding call against Saskatchewan.
Holding Saskatchewan, number 69. It's a 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
And unfortunately here, because of the holding call on Perry, although I thought it was Spencer Brown, no, it was Perry, it negates a really good sort of pocket run. So Shager gets outside the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, and then puts an accurate ball to the sidelines that would have been 2nd and probably 1. Instead, we're looking at 1st and 20.
27 seconds and counting as the ball moves back to the Riders' side of center down to the 48-yard line. So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan, moving right to left, wearing all green this afternoon. 3 receivers far side for Shager. Conley, the lone back in the backfield. Shager looking, throws, has it complete near the first down. What a nice throw by Braden Shager, and he connects with his man for the first down. That looked like it was Sexton, indeed it was, that hauls it in.
And Sexton is playing really well today too. This is just sort of, I mean, he's running at about 10 yards, and then he starts working towards the middle, towards the goal post. And more importantly, Sexton knows he's going to get hit. He gets down right away to avoid the contact, secures the football, and you're right, Dave, just a phenomenal throw by Shager.
So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan. After that 24-yard connection, 5 receivers for Shager, unlikely the final play of the third quarter. Extra blocking help comes in for Shager. Guns it near side. It's batted down, though, as Calgary able to get near the backfield, and Shager couldn't get it over top of the defender's arms. Falls incomplete. It'll be a 2nd and 10 situation for the Riders when we come back. 3 quarters are done. Calgary leads 17-6 on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Fourth quarter is next. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Blowout pricing is here at Redhead Equipment. Get into a T9 Smart Trax, New Holland's most powerful tractor, starting as low as $698,000. With its new track system and up to 604.5 maximum engine horsepower, New Holland T9 tractors deliver even higher productivity. Inventory is limited. Savings are huge. Make the most of the seeding season. Visit your local Redhead Equipment for available units. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
0% financing is back at Capital GMC. For a limited time, get rates as low as 0% OAC on select 2026 GMC Sierras. Plus, get up to $14,000 in savings on select models. Or check out a 2026 GMC Terrain, Buick Envision Sport Touring, Encore GX, or Envista, all of them with rates as low as 0% OAC. Plus, Costco members get an additional $1,200 bonus on select models. Do not miss your shot at 0% financing. Shop today at capitalgmc.ca.
You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
I'm Dave Thomas. He's Luc Mullinder. We're in the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth selling land and the equipment to farm it. Find out more at steffesgroup.com. Braden Shager, impressive since he's jumped into the game. Of course, his stat look brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Shager 2 of 3 for 40 yards. The top receiver this afternoon is Mr. Sexton. He has caught 4 balls for 58 yards, the longest of which being 24 yards. So an early connection between the two. Sexton, however, hasn't been in camp the longest, but definitely making an impression for the reps he's getting.
Yeah, I like the tempo that we're moving the ball too. And one of the things that you failed to mention there, and it's not something that normally comes up, is that was a penalty-aided drive as well, right? They were looking at 2nd and 20 or 1st and 20 at
Yes.
one point. So not only are you playing well, you're managing the situations that you're being put into well as well. And the offensive line has done a decent job blocking for Shager right now.
So 1st and 10, or pardon me, 2nd and 10 for the Riders at the Calgary 38. 3 receivers far side. Shager back to pass. Has time, has a man, and it's caught over the middle inside the 20 of Calgary.
Yeah.
As again, it's Sexton coming up with it. These two have got a connection happening.
Yeah, Sexton's running a seam just outside the right hash. Okay, and Shager, again, a great protection. He's able to go through his progressions, throws another strike down to Sexton. A little bit low, but we'll take it. The ball's being moved. The sticks are being advanced.
So the Riders now inside the Ashdown Furniture, Appliances, and Interiors red zone. They scrimmage 1st and 10 now at the Calgary 18. This is actually the deepest penetration the offense have had all day. Shager in the gun has got Conley standing behind him. 2 receivers go far side. Shamar McBean isolated on the near side. Hand the ball off. Conley, stutter step, and then dances left, goes back right, then left again, and really nothing doing. It'll be a gain of a yard, maybe.
Well, at RPO, unfortunately, we weren't able to move a couple of the defensive tackles, including Pollard, number 76, off the line of scrimmage, right? So Conley kind of runs right into the backside of one of his guards, and from there just doesn't have much decision-making power based on where the rest of the defense is swarming to. So you got another 2nd down possession here.
2nd and long for the Riders at the Calgary 18. Shager in the gun, 3 receivers far side. That's where he looks. Here comes the pressure, though, and he's going to be wrapped up in the backfield. A 3rd sack of the afternoon for Calgary as the Stampeders able to get home when they pin their ears back.
Yeah, and right away, he's looking to the left. He's looking out near the sticks. He's trying to get a couple of his receivers to just sort of settle down and get the ball to him. But because of the pressure provided off the right side, you see Spencer Brown getting beaten by one of the Calgary defensive ends. Shager's just got to react hastily. It was good sort of speed rush by Stephen Kepe, or Kehi, number 75.
Jonathan Kim, 32-yard field goal attempt.
So Kim coming out for a 32-yarder. He connected from 45. This one is up, and no doubt about it, he slices it through. The Riders are 3 for 3 on field goal attempts for Alliance Heath Water Heater Rentals, but Kim is 2 for 2 as well, cutting into the lead. It's now 17-9 Calgary as we'll take a break with the 12:38 to go in the 4th quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM. Don't go anywhere. Anything can happen. This is 4th quarter Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Following the 32-yard field goal by Jonathan Kim, Calgary will start 1st and 10 from their own 40. Hand the ball off on 1st down. Big hole to this near side up near the 49-yard line before finally a couple of Riders will tackle the ball carrier for Calgary. Impressive run there for the Stampeders, Ryland Davison, and it'll be 2nd and short.
Yeah, just a little bit too much space between the right defensive tackle and Liam Hoskins, the right defensive end. Compounded by the fact that Hoskins can't get completely off this block.
Short yardage play for Calgary as they go hurry up, scamper to the line. It looked like the Riders were well offside, but it is going to be a 1st down for Calgary.
Yeah, and as I was saying, compounded by the inability of Hoskins to get both hands free off the block, it was a good run. I mean, second and 1 is a play also in the regular season, Dave, you can throw away, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, I would like to see, especially the Riders, go for it a little bit more on 2nd and 1, not just do the sneak, but like get out there and try to go long, dial up a safe play. If it's not there right away, just throw it out of bounds and then do your 3rd and 1 short yardage.
Jacoby Criswell in at quarterback for the Stampeders. It's a 1st down. He'll fake the handoff, scramble towards his right far sideline. That ball is complete, a little bit high, but didn't matter. It's going to be a 1st down to the Rider 41-yard line as Matt Sibley makes the catch for Calgary on Criswell's first throw of the ball game.
Seemed like a little bit of a bust. You've got Evans and one of our linebackers, I think it was Gabenda, just on the line of scrimmage together. Neither one of them attacking uphill. Maybe an assignment bust there, or somebody wasn't straight. Either way, the Calgary Stampeders have got themselves within scoring position rather quickly.
Absolutely, down to the Riders' 41-yard line. 10:36 to go in the 4th quarter. The Stamps lead the Riders 17-9. It's 1st and 10 for Calgary. Criswell in the gun, his 3 receivers near side. He's going to hand it off. Ball carrier gets across the 40, down around the 36-yard line for a gain of 4, maybe 5 yards.
Yeah, just a little bit too much movement here on our between our linebackers and defensive line. You get knocked off the ball, and makes it incredibly hard for linebackers that are trying to scrape, right, and get into their gaps when guys are getting knocked back into their laps. So it's a good job by the offensive line of Calgary, but as far as Rider Nation goes, we want to see a little bit more hold up on the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 5 now for the Stamps. Deonta McMahon in the backfield for the Stampeders, a veteran who came over in the offseason. Criswell looks to throw to him far side. That bounces off his thighs and falls incomplete. So 2nd down turns into 3rd down for Calgary at the Riders' 36.
Yeah, thank goodness McMahon can't catch, because that was not only a 1st down, it was we're going to see another field goal. This is beginning to look like field goal practice for both teams here. But it's as you would be expected as well, too, right? Like, you know that the exhibition games, they're not exactly like high-scoring contests.
Going to be a 43-yard field goal attempt.
What do you think you could get if you kicked the field goal? Like, what's your average? What do you think you need distance-wise to be able to kick one through?
With or without pulling both of my hamstrings?
With the wind.
Dawson Hodge on to kick. His attempt is up.
Buckets.
And it's good from 43 yards. So Hodge in his first opportunity to kick, and I don't know, maybe a 30? Maybe.
30, whoa. That's impressive.
Maybe.
That is, jeez.
That's maybe in my dreams, though, too.
30?
Maybe. Maybe. Strong emphasis on maybe. It's 20-9. Calgary leads. 9:12 to go in the 4th quarter. We'll take a timeout and come back with Rider football in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
Every moment of Rough Rider football is here. This is where the Saskatchewan Roughriders play. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dawson Hodge's 43-yard field goal makes it 20-9. The Calgary Stampeders lead. The Stamps have found the end zone twice. The Riders have yet to do so. There's 9:12 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Riders are going to break huddle, and once again it's Braden Shager at the quarterback controls for the Riders. He came on in relief of Tommy Stevens, who came on in relief of Jack Cohn. Shager back to pass, wind at his back, throws it far side. That's complete. Shamar McBean has got it up near the 49-yard line of Calgary for a gain of about 9.
Yeah.
Second and short, Saskatchewan.
Being really critical here, Shager can put this in front of him, and it gives his receiver a chance to run with the football. He has to stop and come back for the football. Completion's obviously what you want. However, you probably get a first down if you allow your receiver to continue running there. It was about an 8-yard dig, so it's cut inside.
Second and short for the Riders. Tommy Stevens now comes in. Settles in under center. Going to go to his left. We'll have lots for the first down and more as he gets across the 50 near the 52.
Our friend Pat Janix suggests Tommy Two-Gun Stevens. He does have some guns.
Yeah.
Depending on what your HR or the way your HR department looks at the guns reference, though, that's probably going to carry the.
That's the deciding factor.
That's the deciding factor.
Understood.
I know that wouldn't fly at the Red Cross, that's for sure.
First down for the Riders. They have the ball on their own 51-yard line. Braden Shager looking to bring the team back. They trail by 11 with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Shager is back to pass. Going to unload it far side. That's just a little overthrown in the intended target. There was some spots there, but it was a very delicate pass. Falls incomplete. Second and 10 coming up.
Yeah, it was going to be was going to need to be a perfect pass. You got 3 Calgary Stampeders in and around. Not a lot of pressure, so you're able to step in the throw. You're right, just a little bit too far over Sexton's head. But by the way, I mean, it's not like Sexton's a massive receiver running around out there. What's he run?
5'1", 176.
So essentially, it's like Weston Dressler, just a little bit more weight.
So second down and 10 now for the Riders. Left-hand hash is the football. 5 receivers in the formation for Braden Shager in the gun. 4 down linemen for Calgary. Shager gets flushed from the pocket. Now going to go for a run up near midfield. Takes a hit head on at the 51 of Calgary. Going to be about 2 yards shy. Is this Tommy Stevens time?
Good escapability by Shager here because the pocket breaks down almost right away. Evades 1 tackle. We've seen a few quarterbacks do that today. You're right. Tommy Stevens comes in. We really need better protection from Jans Javier.
5th round pick, of course, out of Southern Mississippi. 6'1", 314.
A guy who played offense and defense. If there's anybody who's considered probably a project on this offensive line, it's Janvier. He's a highly athletic kid. You just got to coach him up. He's got all the tools.
Tommy Stevens in the gun on 3rd down. Going to hand it off to Conley. He'll get across the 50 down near the 46-yard line, which will be enough for a Riders first down.
I like that. You got Stevens in there. He's always an RPO threat, right? But more importantly, let's put something else on film. Make your opponent think about some of the things that you're going to see week 2 when the Riders get here, right? Week, what is it, week 4 or 3?
Week 3, because the first week's a bye week, and then you're home to BC, and then we're back here at McMahon Stadium, and then won't see the Stampeders again until October.
Hey guys, congratulations! You won the Grey Cup Championship in 2025. Here's 3 weeks off after training camp.
So Shager comes back onto the field for the Riders. 1st and 10 now from the Calgary 45. Bunch formation to the right. Shager
got him.
He looked. Now he's going deep near side, and it's going to fall incomplete. Looking for Shamar McBean. It was a little stop and go pattern, and Shager just outthrow him by a hair.
Yeah, you got the one-on-one that you wanted. You saw the pump fake here. Everybody else was in man, so it was McBean, versus I think it's obviously one of the Calgary defensive backs, number 27. That's what I was looking for. Godfrey Onyeka, former Rider.
Yeah.
But you had him one-on-one. McBean just got to keep running. I think that he had a shot at a jump ball situation there if he kept running. But he looked back and he kind of slowed down. But it was the look they wanted.
Second down at 10 for the Riders from the Calgary 45-yard line. Shager has 3 receivers to this near side, 2 targets to the left. Shager up in the pocket, trying to get away, gets caught from behind, and then gets bowled over as he gets to the 45-yard line, as Calgary was able to get there with the pressure early, and Shager got plastered at the end of the play. It would be a gain of a yard, maybe 3rd down for the Riders with 5 minutes to go.
They're going for it. Yeah, I like this. I don't mind this. You're down 11. See what the young. So right now, Shager's had he's had success throwing the shorter routes. He's missed both longer routes he showed some good escapability in the pocket too.
3rd down for Northern Fireplace Barbecue and Smokers. Riders set up at the Calgary 45. It is 3rd and 10. 5 receivers the look for Braden Shager. Conley goes out from the backfield into a pattern as well. Shager underneath. That's going to be short of the 1st down. It is complete up at the 40-yard line, but Calgary do a nice job of converging on the ball, and the reception that was made by Benjamin Walls, the Regina Thunder Jr., and just going to fall incomplete. So it'll be Calgary ball after the turnover on downs. 4.5 to go in the 4th quarter. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Premier Scott Moe.
In Saskatchewan, the roads connect us to family, to work, and to opportunity in the places we love. That's why we're investing in safer, stronger highways across the province. So whether you're heading to the farm, to the job site, or to a Rider game, you can get there safely and enjoy the journey. Safer roads and highways, another way that we're protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
Time to get back to the action. Stay up to date on everything Riders at sportsgates.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Dave Thomas and Luc Mullinder celebrating his 10th season of the Saskatchewan Roughriders broadcast booth, bringing you this 4th quarter from the Steffes Auctioneers broadcast booth. 4.5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Following the turnover on downs, the Calgary Stampeders will have the ball and get to go to work.
Window closing on some of these Saskatchewan Roughriders, hopeful. You got 4 minutes, 30 seconds to make a play. Put something on film. Put effort on film. Put a tackle on film. Put a catch on film.
How aware of that are you as a player?
Well, it depends on what type of game you had. For instance, if I'm Desmond Evans, I want to spend every minute or second of this game on the field. I've missed 2 really big, easy tackles and a couple plays I could have made and probably should have.
Jacoby Criswell at quarterback for the Stampeders. He'll hand it off underneath. Not a lot of running room there for Mac Mahan, and it'll be maybe a gain of a yard to the 41-yard line of Calgary with 4 minutes to go.
I believe Vi Jones is the linebacker from NC State that made that play. Good job filling the gaps. You've got Jalen Pate sort of leading the charge from the edge position. He gets in on it originally. And of course, I was wrong. And who made the tackle? It was not Vi Jones, it was Sei Oladipo, who we've called a few times.
Yes, we have. So Criswell in it, the shotgun for Calgary at 2nd down and 9 for the Stamps. Back to pass, Criswell feels the pressure, not going to get away. That's another quarterback sack for Quill Plains Chevrolet as the Riders able to get home. It looked like Kendi Charles wrapped him up.
Well, what you're seeing is a defensive line stunt. You've got Kendi Charles and you've got Jalen Pate lined up on the same side on the right side. Pate takes Charles's responsibility, so he goes inside. Charles comes all the way around the edge. Originally, he's charged with contain, but he sees the quarterback, goes and gets him. It's a great defensive line stunt and pressure manufactured at the right time. Excuse me for my inability to speak English.
So Mark Vassett coming on to punt for the Calgary Stampeders. The Riders send 1 returner back, standing at his own 21-yard line is Daniel Weeb.
Weeb we haven't heard much of.
No.
Weeb's Sexton is having the type of game that we were thinking Weeb might have.
That's true, right?
He's come in here and he's looked great.
So 3:21 to go in the 4th quarter. The Riders trail by 11. Weeb standing back at his 25 now to receive this kick. Vassett at a 50-yard average last year in the Canadian Football League.
All our returners have tried to get upfield and then break it out to the outside. Calgary's going to get hit with a time clock violation.
With 3:21.
Give these guys an extra 15 seconds and they
Calgary
still screw
number
it up.
70. Replay third down.
Interesting as Eric Roscoe, the long snapper, came over and had a word with head coach Dave Dickinson. It was interesting. You know what? For the first time at McMahon Stadium, did not see John Huffnagel.
He's not here anymore. That's why.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it was different not seeing him here.
Huff. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, fair enough. Just a staple in the Calgary Stampeders organization for so long, so much success, and now helping up the Argos.
Absolutely. As Vassett on a clean snap gets it, boots a high, towering kick that's going to be fielded by Weeb at his 35-yard line. Just goes straight ahead right into the arms of the Calgary Stampeders at the 39. So a gain of a couple and nothing more with 3:10 to go. And the Riders sending the offense out onto the field.
Weeb caught the ball and closed his eyes and just got what he could straight ahead.
I don't blame him. So Shager comes back onto the field. Of course, his statistical look brought to you by Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers. Braden Shager, 5 of 8 for 74 yards. And coming in with the midpoint of the third quarter. As now we've got an issue. It's preseason for everyone, so the kicking ball looked like it was left out onto the field, and now we drain the clock to the 3-minute warning. So we'll take a timeout as well. 20-9, Calgary leads Saskatchewan. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's that time of year again. Is your tractor ready for all the hardcore tilling, high-volume air seeding, and grain cart work your large acre farm has in store? Maybe it's time to consider a Xerion. With up to 653 horsepower, class-leading hydraulic flow, a CVT transmission, and the quietest cab in its category, the new Xerion 12 Series is built on a solid frame to safely handle your biggest implements. Kloss delivers equipment, parts, and service support that keep you running. Go to kloss.com to learn more. Kloss, are you made for more?
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. Every tackle, every play, every touchdown, every win. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Riders go back to work at their own 40-yard line after the 3-yard return by Daniel Weeb, former University of Saskatchewan Husky. Play is whistled in for Braden Shager, who's in the shotgun, 3:07 and counting to go in the fourth quarter. Shager back to pass, backfield empty. Shager pulls it down, goes for a run up to the 45, slides down at the 47-yard line, and now we should get the 3-minute warning, and indeed we will. Brought to you by Brett Young Seeds. Lock in your acres with Brett Young Canola Seed, featuring Pod Defender, disease protection, and dependable yards. Visit brettyoung.ca today. We'll be back with the conclusion of this one in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Elevate your baling experience with the Heston by Massey Ferguson 1 Series Round Baler. With a dependable, long-lasting design for challenging conditions and high-speed baling, this machine features swing-away net loading and an optional hydraulic drop floor for easy obstruction clearing. Quality hay production starts today with Heston by Massey Ferguson. Stop by Ag World Equipment in Kinistino today or visit masseyferguson.com to learn more about the 1 Series Round Baler.
He's a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durant every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. You love football as much as we do. Talk Riders anytime at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
To go Riders trailing by 11. They've got the football at their own 47-yard line, 2nd and 3, with rookie quarterback Braden Shager at the controls for the Riders in their preseason debut for 2026. The Riders are back on the field, of course, on Saturday in Saskatoon. Griffith Stadium going to be the site of the Riders and Blue Bombers. First time in over 30 years that the teams have been there. And amazingly enough, the best seats in the house are still for sale.
Which one's ours?
The standing
We're selling
room.
our spots?
No. Oh. Standing room is amazing at Griffiths because you're going to get right down. Get a ticket today at riderville.com. 2nd down, Shager takes the snap, throws it far side. That's complete across midfield. The Riders are going to get another Bazandowski Agency's first down.
Good job by Shager, but even better now, going with some urgency, right? Getting his guys lined up. Got to get the play in. You've gone over this in training camp. Let's execute.
Hustling in motion prior to the snap, going from the near side to the far side is Shamar McBean. Shager in the gun, calls for the ball, gonna fire it near side, and he tried to thread the needle, but that falls incomplete. Tight coverage, and Shager just couldn't get it.
Yeah, he forced one in there. I'm thinking that when he sees it on film, he's going to want to go to Jalen Johnson, who was down to his right near the sideline. There's a significant amount of room between the guy Johnson, or guy who was covering Johnson. You got 2nd and 10, though. And again, you're in a place where you don't need all 10 yards right now, right?
No,
you get a 5-yard pop and get your guys up, lined up again and do it again, or you can take 10. All I'm saying is you're not restricted here.
2:42 to go in the fourth quarter. It is 2nd and 10 for Shager, who gets the snap. Back, looking far side. Here comes the pressure. Now he'll dump it underneath. That ball is complete. That's Peter Borsch out of the backfield as he'll take the football, take a hard hit on the Stampeders sideline, but advances it up near the 48-yard line as Peter Borsch gets an opportunity, the Regina Thunder Jr., to get into the game.
Well, Rider Nation loves it when they get their local kids involved, and Peter Borsch is a fantastic running back for the Thunder. Gets involved here. Only gets them 4 yards, though, so the Riders elect to. I would have taken it, right? I mean, it's exhibition season. It's not like.
I think the Riders are going to try for a long field goal attempt here as Alex Hale will come out.
This is what I would not be doing, I'll tell you that.
So this is going to be a 56-yard attempt for Alex Hale.
Let's see, though. I mean, the wind's to his back, correct? Yeah. This is where they tried that longer field goal on the. And look, this is the 3rd time somebody's just hustling and late off the sideline for the Riders.
So 56-yard attempt. This one coming off the foot of Alex Hale, the rookie out of Oklahoma State. It's on the right hash, and it's well wide to the right. Going to be taken out of the end zone by Calgary. Up to the 5. Looking for room. Missed arm tackle. Now cutting back to the near side. Still on his feet. The returner to the 10. 15. Going to step out of bounds at the 16 as he was angled out of bounds neatly there by the Riders. But pretty impressive looking return, albeit a lot of east-west.
Oscar Chapman, the long snapper, gets down there and gets him out of bounds. You're right. I think he just ran out of gas, unfortunately. He realized how wide this CFL field was.
And on that return, that was Kalen Horton.
Tim Hortons, donuts.
Why do you always go to food? You're a bad influence, Luke. Bad. First down at 10 for Calgary. Ball is at their 16-yard line. We've got 2:14 to go in the ball game. Riders trail by 11. It's 20-9 for Calgary. Calgary, a couple of big football touchdown plays, one by Vernon Adams Jr. in the opening quarter to Jalen Philpott. The other was a Josh Love capping off an impressive run from 1 yard out. A little end around here on first down to the 20, 25. Still going up near the 30-yard line for the Stampeders before a big hit at the end of the play. But a big first down run there by the Calgary Stampeders. And bouncing right up was Matt Sibley after the carry.
Juju Hughes gets in on another tackle. He's been all over the field today. And great effort, too, because he came from the opposite side of the playing field. So he comes from right to left to get in on that tackle and actually saves the Riders probably another 8 yards.
Well, Hughes has been impressive in camp, having an impressive afternoon today as well. First and 10 for Calgary at their 31 after the 15-yard run, and then a little handoff in the backfield. Not a lot of running room there, out across the 30 near the 32.
Well, more importantly, offensively for Dave Dickinson's team, it's about now just running this clock out, right?
Yeah.
Let's get the play clock moving. which it's not right now because we're back to. See, this is stupid in my mind. You go for the 35-second clock the whole game. Now to change it back to 20, and look, you've got like a break between the 20-second clock actually start. You're slowing the game down now. I don't like this.
Well,
like look how long we should be in the play right now. Now we get used to all these long play or these great crisp drives, and now we're taking a break, shooting some Gatorade, figuring out what we want to do.
Coach's timeout, I think, called by the Riders, so it's 2nd down and 9 with 1:49 to go. Very awkward looking plays. Flags fly everywhere. I'm sure this is going to be a procedure at the end. As again, Jacoby Criswell in at quarterback for Calgary.
Procedure, Calgary, number 58. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, first down.
So they'll back it up and do it over again. Just looking at the Calgary offensive line to see if Jack Warwick, the former University of Saskatchewan Husky, who of course was drafted in the 8th round by the Stampeders.
Carson Sombach's got a ton of playing time today.
Yeah, absolutely. Warwick not in the game. It is 2nd down and 14 for Calgary from their own 27. Criswell hands it off, goes right up the middle. Impressive carry there. Up across the 35, near the 38 eventually, and it's going to be a 3rd down and a couple here for Calgary, who look like they're going to send out the punt team.
Straker on the tackle.
Yeah, Calgary's going to punt this, and again, Calgary Stampeders, at some point, well, I would say maybe a decade ago, they made the decision to walk away from their big backs that you were used to seeing, that I was used to playing against. You know, the Joffrey Hughes, John Cornish, they had Messam, right? Like they had big, powerful backs, and they haven't really gone back to that. But today they've come out and they've run the ball really effectively. They've run it right up the tackle boxes, right up the guts. So I think for them to continue to build, I think they need to really focus in on becoming that run-heavy team again that they used to be.
Calgary to punt, back to return Matthew Sexton for the Riders. Spiraling kick, going to take a backwards bounce towards Calgary's line of scrimmage and then squirt out of bounds at the Riders' 36. They'll get the ball back with 1:17. But don't forget, Calgary led the league in rushing last year. Dietrich Mills, 1,409 yards, right?
Like, and that's what I'm saying. That's why they need to get back to it. They need to have it be part of their DNA, right? Because that's what they've been known for. It's like the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, they haven't won a Super Bowl in a while, but at least you know what you're going to get with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I've always felt like that should be Calgary. They should have that type of identity.
So 1st and 10, Saskatchewan. Ball now at their 36-yard line. Shager in the gun, came on midway through the 3rd quarter for Saskatchewan. Little pump fake. Now he's going to throw it up. He's got a man. It's into triple coverage, though, and it falls incomplete. Looking for Shamar McBean on the far side. 2nd down coming up. Shager's not afraid to load it up.
No, I like it. He was going at him. It's another little pump fake. You've got 3 guys in there, and I think the most important thing is you give your receiver an opportunity to make a play, right? That's what you want as a receiver, especially. Hey, just give me a chance to go up and get this bad boy.
So 2nd and 10 following the incomplete pass. Riders have the ball at their own 36-yard line, left hash. Shager in the gun, 3 receivers far side. 4 down linemen for Calgary who bring it. Shager has time, bounces around, now throws it. That's complete across midfield and more to the 50, 45 of Calgary before finally being brought down. Nice reception there for the Riders and Shamar McBean.
Yeah, Shamar McBean, this was good. Shager's got the opportunity because of the protection to just let McBean come across the field, right? And he hits him from left to right, and it's a massive first down.
1st and 10 for the Riders, now at the Calgary 45-yard line. 56 seconds to go in the 4th quarter. Shager near side. That ball complete in across the 40 once again. I think it was McBean, indeed it was, that gets it down to the 37 of Calgary.
It just got McBean on a quick slant here. Shager, again, showing good sense of urgency, getting his guys in and out of the huddle.
51 seconds to go. Play just whistled in. Shager at the line. 4 down linemen for Calgary. Pre-snap movement, no flag. Shager now. Pressure coming from behind. He's going to scramble near side, pulls the ball down, and he'll get a yard maybe inside the 35, up near the 33.
Yeah, you got the first down, but more importantly, he's seen 2 spin moves on his right side from the defensive end over on that right side. And that one looked like he waited for that defensive end to do the same spin move he's been trying for the last 4 drives. And that's when he chose to run outside the pocket, right? So as that C-gap guy on the edge, defensive end, you can't go inside without making the play. Because if you go inside, Shager will show you you're vulnerable to the outside, and he picked up a first down because of it.
1st and 10 on the Calgary 33-yard line, 39 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Riders trailing by 11. Shager in the gun. 3 receivers far side. That's where he looks, going to fire underneath, and that bounces off the hands of the intended target, McBean. It'll be 2nd down.
You know, and McBean here, he's got to gear down. Like, there's 2 defensive players that are converging on him from his front side, and instead of gearing down and letting Shager throw him open, he continues to just run into the defenders, right? I mean, he was going to get clocked if this wasn't put behind him. So again, I think that's one of the things they'll look on film and say, hey, just don't run yourself into coverage here. Just sit where the open space is.
2nd down and 10, Saskatchewan on the Calgary 33, 36 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. 5 receiver set for Shager, back to pass. Looks to the near side, fires it. That's over top of the intended target, incomplete. 3rd down coming up, Saskatchewan.
Was that Sexton again?
Yep.
Sexton's like, man, if only I had 6 more inches. He would have had 3 more footballs today if you give him half a foot.
So 3rd down, the offense will stay out onto the field with 30 seconds left to go. 3rd down and 10, Riders on the Calgary 33-yard line. Shager in at quarterback. Again, it's a 5 receiver set. 3 come to the near side, 2 to the far. Shager calls his receivers to the line. Back to pass. Has time, now slings it far side. That's going to be complete. 25, 20, and it is. A Rider first down, gain of 14 yards on 3rd and 10, and the Riders continue to hold possession of the football.
Peter Borsch, great play. Bubbles out into the flats for Shager, who steps up into the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, realizes there's nothing open, goes to Borsch. Borsch does the rest.
20 seconds and counting in the fourth quarter. Riders trailing by 11. Shager in the gun. Just outside the red zone. Looking, can't find anything, pulls it down, now goes for a run near side. He pulls the ball to the 10, 5, to the goal line. Touchdown, Riders! Braden Shager runs it in from 20 yards out, and it's a first down and a touchdown for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the first of his professional career.
Well, R.J. Moulton he had one of the receivers in coverage.
All right, welcome back. We're just dealing with some technical difficulties as we try to get Dave and Luke linked back up here. Just a heads up, yes, 20-15 is the score right now for the Calgary Stampeders. Teagan Witko here with Wes Cates and the rest of the crew at the Century Studios on the corner of 12th and Rose in downtown Regina, nearing the end of the fourth quarter in this first preseason game. Preseason week 1, of course, at McMahon Stadium. 5 seconds remain on the clock as we follow along on the stream and try to get our guys, Dave and Luke, back on the feed. Still to come, of course, plenty of content, exclusive conversations with not only our offensive game star, also our defensive game star. We'll let you know who those players might be in just a bit. Plus, a exclusive one-on-one with head coach Corey Mace. So that is all still straight ahead as we work out the details here with our technical difficulties. We are getting awfully close here to the end of the game. Wes, I know we're going to be talking to our offensive defensive game stars shortly here, but overall, your initial thoughts of what we've watched and heard so far.
It looked like a couple of tired teams halfway through camp trying to figure it out, maybe a little mentally worn out as well as physically worn out. But we've seen, some bright plays from a few guys. There was definitely a couple of Rider receivers that stepped up, made some plays here and there when they had a chance. And Shager finished off a nice little drive, showing off the gams, showing off the legs there, running it in. And he's had some decent plays. Looks like he kind of was in a bit of a rhythm. And, we did see a little bit from Cone, too, but he took a couple sacks. But he ended up with about 100 yards passing. Saw a couple of sacks from the D-line. Didn't see a ton of pressure, but it did look like that when they were running their stunts, they were getting some good action and getting to the Calgary's QBs a little bit. So, I mean, there's definitely some good takeaways to take from this, but it was a little rough, and I think some guys were just playing with dead legs or playing a little tired. So,
yeah,
it's to be expected in the first preseason game in the middle of camp, but you always want, as a fan, you always want to see guys flying around and making all the plays, but
and scoring a bunch of tutties.
They left a little bit out there this game.
Just a little.
Yeah.
You're right, though. It is preseason football. It's going to be sloppy. They're going to be working things out. You are constantly shifting around players. I was thinking, the offensive line there in that first half, they were making quite a few of adjustments, and it's hard to get into a groove, right? I mean, some of these guys have only been at training camp for like a week or so. Even some guys have been there even fewer days than that because you're just trying to find that groove, find that routine. And I think, what, not being in enemy territory next week might help some of these guys mentally as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be a comfortable setting for them, especially considering they've been up in Saskatoon during camp. Mm-hmm. They don't really have to travel for the game. They're kind of going to be in their element a little bit. So I think it should be good in that sense. So we'll see a lot better performance, maybe a little more they'll be a little more spry out there, running around a little better.
A little more chipper. Well, now we do have Dave and Luc back on the line here, so we'll toss it over to you, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks so much, Teagan. Yes, here in the fourth quarter, the Saskatchewan Roughriders able to carry the ball down the football field. Braden Shager caps off an 8-play touchdown drive with a 20-yard touchdown scamper to make it 20-15. The touchdown drive for Nelson GM and Assiniboia and Avonlea. They'll find the right vehicle to match your lifestyle. Proudly serving southern Saskatchewan for nearly 70 years. Visit nelsongm.ca today. The final score here on the Quality Tire scoreboard. Quality Tire with 9 locations across Saskatchewan and at qualitytire.ca. Calgary 20, Saskatchewan 15. Coming up, it is the fifth quarter postgame show. We'll go live inside the locker rooms with Luc Mullinder. Plus, don't miss the radio roundtable. Your opportunity to weigh in on this one, Saskatchewan. Want to hear your thoughts and what you dissect of the roster moving forward. Yeah, it's all coming up next. Again, the final score, Calgary 20, Saskatchewan 15. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during SaskAg Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and Anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit sastel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Play of the game?
More like the game to play, the new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. We have a lot of fun, like when old Rider players show up, especially Scott Schultz.
I gave the old comments like socks on a rooster. My dad used to say that to me whenever we were trying to get something accomplished and it turned out looking like garbage. That's what he would say.
I'm just picturing socks on a rooster, obviously, right?
You got to hike them up and make do.
The Sports Cage, every weekday, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM and streaming through our YouTube channel at sportscage.com.
The final gun is sounded. The outcome is in the books. Now it's time to break it down with analysts who have been in the trenches. See our game stars live from the Roughriders locker room, and head coach Corey Mace will join us with his thoughts. This is the 5th quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Have something to say? Text 306-936-6262 to share your analysis with our team. Now, back to Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder, Teagan Witko, and Wes Cates.
Dave Thomas, Luc Mullinder back here at McMahon Stadium in Calgary. The final score, Calgary defeats the Riders 20-15 this afternoon. Now let's find out how it happened. Let's go right into our post-game rewind. Brought to you by Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs with the top brands and knowledgeable staff, visit prairieguntraders.ca. Stop by today. Delayed rush from the Riders, but Wooldridge gets it away and complete big catch over the middle for Calgary up to the Saskatchewan 40-yard line is Wooldridge. Wow, what an arm as he's able to thread the needle to Janusis.
No kidding, just an absolute rocket, and he's got all the time in the world because the aforementioned Jalen Pate pops a tire and falls over, and we don't get any pass rush from the line. So
3rd down and 2 from the Riders 40. Man moves in motion to the far side of the formation. 3 receivers settle there for Wooldridge. Going to hand the ball off near side. Riders have a chance to make the play. Not going to get there though, as Lynch Adams on a second effort will get across the line on that Northern Fireplace Barbecue and Smoker 3rd down. Stampeders in front 14-6. 3 receivers near side for Wooldridge, who's in the shotgun. He's got Lynch Adams to his left. Back to pass. Wooldridge. Here comes the pressure. He escapes, though. And then another chance to throw the football. He pulls it back, and he then gets crashing forward towards the 1st down marker, and I think he's got it.
it's not much of a competition. Maybe you're working for a practice roster spot. Either way, you're also working to get back on another team's roster, right?
Jude McApanami, he goes ahead, and this time it's good from 37 yards out. Calgary extends their lead to 17-6 with 2:08 to go in the third quarter. We'll take a break and come back with more from Calgary in a moment. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network. Yeah, 1 yard run for Conley on first down at 2nd and 9, Saskatchewan. Ball right-hand hash. Shager back to pass. Has time, guns it complete up near the midfield stripe and more for another Rider first down into Calgary territory.
It's a good job. So snap, he's looking the exact direction.
27 seconds and counting as the ball moves back to the Riders' side of center down to the 48-yard line. So 1st and 10 Saskatchewan moving right to left, wearing all green this afternoon. 3 receivers far side for Shager. Conley the lone back in the backfield. Shager looking, throws, has it complete near the first down. What a nice throw by Braden Shager, and he connects with his man for the first down. That looked like it was Sexton, indeed it was, that hauls it in. 2nd and 10 for the Riders at the Calgary 38. 3 receivers far side. Shager back to pass, has time, has a man, and it's caught over the middle inside the 20 of Calgary. As again, it's Sexton coming up with it. These two have got a connection happening.
Yeah, Sexton's running a seam just outside the right hash. Okay, and Shager, again.
So 2nd down and 10 now for the Riders. Left-hand hash of the football. 5 receivers in the formation for Braden Shager in the gun. 4 down linemen for Calgary. Shager gets flushed from the pocket. Now going to go for a run up near midfield. Takes a hit head on at the 51 of Calgary. Going to be about 2 yards shy. Is this Tommy Stevens time? Tommy Stevens in the gun on 3rd down. Going to hand it off to Conley. He'll get across the 50 down near the 46-yard line, which will be enough for a Riders first down. The shotgun for Calgary at 2nd down and 9 for the Stamps. Back to pass. Criswell feels the pressure. Not going to get away. That's another quarterback sack for Quill Plain Chevrolet. Is the Riders able to get home? It looked like Kendi Charles wrapped him up.
Well, what you're seeing.
Shager in the gun. 3 receivers far side. 4 down linemen for Calgary who bring it. Shager has time, bounces around, now throws it. That's complete across midfield and more to the 50, 45 of Calgary before finally being brought down. Nice reception there for the Riders and Shamar McBean.
Yeah, Shamar McBean.
25-20, and it is a Rider first down, gain of 14 yards on 3rd and 10, and the Riders continue to hold possession of the football.
Peter Borsch, great play. Bubbles out into the flats for Shager, who steps up into the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, realizes there's nothing open, goes to Borsch. Borsch does the rest.
20 seconds and counting in the 4th quarter. Riders trailing by 11. Shager in the gun, just outside the red zone. Looking, can't find anything, pulls it down, now goes for a run near side. Pulls the ball to the 10. 5 to the goal line. Touchdown, Riders! Braden Shager runs it in from 20 yards out, and it's a first down and a touchdown for the Saskatchewan Roughriders, the first of his professional career. Okay. There you go, the post-game rewind for Prairie Gun Traders in Avonlea. For all your hunting and shooting needs with all the top brands and knowledgeable staff, visit prairieguntraders.ca or stop by today. Again, the final score, Calgary defeats Saskatchewan 20-15. As let's go right down to the locker room with Luc Mullinder standing by with the head coach, I believe. Luc?
And the head coach is just congratulating some of his other guys. He's slipping right into the interview now. How's it going, Coach?
Lovely, lovely.
Talk about some of the things that you came into the game wanting to see as a coaching staff from some of these guys.
Yeah, you just want to see them compete at a high level. The game plan obviously is going to be a little more simplified, so you want to see them play fast. I thought the effort was good. We just missed on some detail stuff. We started out pretty good on defense with the pick, and then, we kind of busted the coverage there. So again, just stuff like that, small details. We got short-changed on a couple drives. I gambled a little bit too, just to see if we can do something with our guys, and it didn't work out for us. So everybody get better, man, myself included. But we just gotta keep pushing forward. Got another game next week.
In the regular season, right? But you're not as used to them in terms of camp when you're going from the first exhibition game to the second exhibition game, and very little time in between. How do you balance evaluation and game planning for a pretty critical game coming up?
Yeah, it is. It's a little tricky, but at the end of it, the preseason, while we're trying to win, you want to be simple, and let these guys go show what they're capable of. Within practice, we can get a little deeper into the playbook and evaluate those guys there from that standpoint. But come in game, we see these guys fly around going fast. So, the game plans, I wouldn't assume is going to change, tremendously. We'll have some add-ons, but ultimately we need to evaluate these guys to find the best guys that can help us moving forward.
We talked about the evaluation process in the pregame, right? Talk to us about the coaching side of it. You're getting back into your game routines, but do you come in sort of like carte blanche, just hoping somebody steps out? Do you have kids in mind that you're like, man, I really hope we see this? How does that look from your standpoint?
Yeah, it's like that every year. Whether it's draft picks or guys you sign, you can get your hopes up, but I think anybody that's been around long enough, at the end of it, these guys got to prove it, right? So sometimes maybe could have been in tough who end up making the team, and then on the flip side, there's guys you're really excited about, and then they don't make it. So at the end of it, man, it's spot the ball, go play, and we'll find the best ones to help us.
Health-wise, did you get through the way you wanted?
Yeah, a couple guys dinged up, but I don't know. I don't think anything too serious. I'll talk with the trainers here and see what's going on, but fairly good.
Anybody stick out in your mind that you were really impressed with?
Man, I thought there was a few guys that making plays. I thought we had decent pressure up front. We just missed opportunities on a couple sacks. Some DBs were tackling pretty good. Backers were flying around on offense. I have to see how the trench play looked, specifically our run game. But even our junior kid, Peter Borsch made a couple good plays. Jack was dialed. Shager had some really good reps as well. So it was really all over the place. Winfrey, there's a bunch of guys that kind of showed up today, but ultimately we get to this film, I'd have a better answer.
Coach, how do these guys position themselves in the best way to make the 2026 Rider team in that going into the second exhibition game?
Yeah, limited mental errors, playing like your hair's on fire, and ultimately make the plays that come to you. And the great ones find ways to make them sometimes when it's not supposed to be their place. So it's the greatest job interview ever, man. So we got another opportunity.
Appreciate your time, Coach. Thanks, man. All right.
You guys.
Head coach Corey Mace downstairs with Luc Mullinder. Thanks so much, Luc. As the final score this afternoon in Calgary, the Stampeders defeat the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15. We're going to take a break. Get ready on your horns, Saskatchewan. The Happy Honker coming up, as well as more from the locker room with Luc Mullinder. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
What do you think of when you think of Burgo air seeders? Do you think of the heavy-duty steel construction, or possibly the flexibility to efficiently combine products with the next integral tank system? Or maybe the PDM Pro metering system that allows you to meter a multitude of products with bang-on accuracy. Whatever innovation first comes to mind, we know that it translates into added value to your seating operation. Burgo Innovation, pursuing perfection with Young's Equipment Incorporated.
Access is connected where it counts, in your community and in your home. And right now, we're making it more affordable for you to stay connected at the acreage, the cabin, or the farm. With Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 for 24 months. Plus, you can add Access Next TV Stream. And keep an eye on things with Access Rural Security. Stay connected, stay local. With fast, reliable, homegrown solutions from Access Communications. Visit myaccess.ca to sign up.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Calgary Stampeders defeat the Saskatchewan Roughriders 20-15 this afternoon at McMahon Stadium, the preseason opener for both teams. Without further ado, let's head downstairs. Luc Mullinder standing by with one of our game stars. Luc?
Yeah, we've got our offensive game star, Matthew Sexton, out of Eastern Michigan University. Fantastic job today, man. Obviously, you want to catch as many footballs as possible. My question for you right off the top is, you haven't been here as long as the rest of the guys, so what was the key to really getting acclimated to the point where you can position yourself in the right way today?
Yeah, so definitely I'm blessed to be around some great guys. Our receiver room is super selfless.
we're always bouncing ideas off each other, making sure we communicate in and out of the huddle. Quarterbacks, do a great job sitting down with us and making sure we know everything. And then, it starts with all the coaches, They put us in a great position to succeed, and that's exactly what happened.
Obviously, when you're at the pro level, you've got to adjust to whatever game that you got to adjust to. Talk to us about some of the things that you really like about the CFL game offensively.
Yeah, I like I like the waggle because it gives us a little bit of speed, especially from a slot guy and a fast guy like myself. I'm able to get that head start. It gives you a little advantage. But I love that it's a passing league. We're throwing the ball, and I absolutely love that. Benefits us. I'm not the biggest guy, so blocking is something that I like to do, but it's a little bit more difficult for me. But, the fact that it's a passing league is really the most ideal for me.
And the return game, too. You were back there catching kickoffs. Obviously not allowed to fair catch anything in the CFL. What's the biggest adjustment there to your game?
Yeah, you said it, like the fair catch rule. I remember my first day of practice here. I almost threw up a fair catch back then. I'm like, oh, wait. But that's been the biggest adjustment. But, again, with the halo rule, it's not a whole lot to worry about back there. So really just focusing on catching the ball and making somebody miss and making a move.
Obviously, you haven't watched the film yet, but you got to continue to take advantage of your opportunities in training camps. In your mind, what do you got to continue to build on, hopefully, for your audition here in Exhibition Game 2?
Yeah, definitely have to build on, everything as a whole. I got to get my nose in that playbook a little bit more. I had some mistakes for sure that I already know of. Being a pro for as long as I have, you already kind of know. When you make a mistake, it's like, I know that's coming up. But a lot of stuff, man. That was nowhere near a perfect game by any means. So go back to the drawing board and figure everything out.
You got Braden Shager out there. You got Jack Cohn. You were catching passes before. How do you develop the rapport and the trust that quickly?
Yeah, just reps on reps, getting reps after practice, making sure that we're on the same page, just how we're going to run certain routes, talking all the time. Just really reps, though, big repetitions.
That's our offensive game star, Matthew Sexton. Great first showing, man. Appreciate you spending some time. It was nice to meet you, man. All right.
Thanks very much, Luther. That would be your son. Luke, Matthew Sexton, 5 receptions for 78 yards today. We will get to your happy honker in a moment, but I think our defensive game star is standing by already, Luke.
Yeah, our defensive game star is here, Juju Hughes. A gang of tackles. Dave, what was the final tackle count there?
6 defensive tackles and a special teams tackle.
Yeah, you're all over the field. I remember Coach emphasized effort, too, in the post-game talk, and it reminded me of you coming from one side of the field, making tackle on the backside on the other. What were some of your keys to success today?
Just doing what we practice. That's how we practice every day, run into the ball, tag off on the ball. So no difference today in game day, just executing how we play, how we play as a defense, get to the ball. A lot of plays got to me today. Had to make the plays that came to me.
Did you come into this game with like a personal checklist of some of the things that you wanted to do well or plays that you were looking forward to trying to make?
I wanted to make even more plays than I did personally, but I just wanted to make the plays that came to me, do my job for the team, do my 111th. No super goals, just play my best ball, show my talents and what I'm capable of, and that's pretty much it.
Some of the more interesting adjustments when you come from the NCAA game or the NFL game up to Canada is the waggle. As a defensive back, how have you adjusted?
It's something different at first, but man, it's still football. Once that ball snapped, they're at the line of scrimmage, so it's easy to get adjusted for me personally. It was, like I said, it's just a patience thing, not moving too fast, not letting it throw you off just what you've normally done your whole life.
It seemed like the game was moving at a different speed for you in terms of like you were able to play fast. What's it been like working with some of these more experienced defensive backs in your experience in the locker room so far?
Yeah, it's been a blessing. I got a great guy in front of me, Ro Milligan, talks to me a lot, gives me a lot of keys and stuff. So we have a great secondary just as a whole. So just learning from those guys, seeing how they've played before I got here, it's easy to pick up on. And there goes another one of our good vets right there, So just, playing in this group is easy once you got guys like that in front of you. You just got to get in and do your part.
First experience of Canada, how do you like the weather thus far?
It's been a little crazy up there in Saskatchewan for sure, A little different for me coming from Cali, man, so that's a big change, but we adapt, man. We make it work. We can do anything.
Talk to me. What do you want to do? What do you want to change? Is there anything you want to add to your game when it comes to today's game? Obviously, you haven't watched the film yet, but going into next game.
Just no points on the board. I think we gave up, 2 touchdowns there? So, I was on the field all day, so I feel like I'm a part of that. So I want to keep them out the end zone, whatever I can do to help that. Just get in our details, play better all around. It's the little stuff. We had an okay day, but there's always room for improvement.
That's our defensive player of the game, Juju Hughes. Appreciate you spending some time with us, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Thanks so much, Luc Mullinder, down in the locker room. Of course, Juju Hughes, your defensive game star, 6 defensive tackles and a special teams tackle, while the offensive game star, Matthew Sexton, 5 receptions, 78 yards, the long being for 24. Who is our unsung hero? We'll answer that question and get that happy honker done. It's coming up. The Riders drop a 20-15 decision here in Calgary. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you're looking for an efficient, reliable tractor that works as hard as you do, Massey Ferguson has your answer. From row crops to dairy operations, the Massey Ferguson 7S Series is a perfect match for your farm. Don't let another season pass by without the straightforward, dependable equipment you need to succeed. Stop by Ag West in Yorkton and Weyburn today, or visit MasseyFerguson.com to learn more about the Massey Ferguson 7S Series.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig, and when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Play of the game? Touchdown! More like the game to play. The new Saskatchewan Roughriders Scratch and Win ticket. It's your chance to win 10 years of Rider season tickets, a premium suite for the home opener and the Labor Day Classic, and tons of Rider swag. Plus, 2 chances to win $75,000. Tickets available at your favorite lottery retailers. Proudly brought to you by Sask Lotteries, supporting sport, culture, and recreation across the province. Please play responsibly.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM. We know what happened. Now let's talk about how it happened. Watch our analysts live at sportscage.com. This is the 5th quarter postgame show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
20-15, the Saskatchewan Roughriders drop their preseason opener here at McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Time now for the Happy Honker for McBids, a new name at auctions powered by experienced professionals. Let your next auction at mcbids.ca. All right. We've done this before, Saskatchewan. Now it's the time. We'll give you an opportunity to honk your horn and show your pride, as today's Happy Honker Award is going to Peter Borsch of the Regina Thunder. Made the most of his opportunities, 2 catches for 18 yards, kept the drive moving as the Riders scored late in the 4th quarter. He made the most of his opportunities. So if you think Peter Borsch is deserving of your horn, Saskatchewan, on the count of 3, let's do the Happy Honker for McBids. Ready? 1, 2, 3. The Happy Honker for McBids, a new name at auctions powered by experienced professionals. List your next auction at mcbids.ca. The Unsung Heroes coming up next. It's 20-15. The Saskatchewan Roughriders drop a decision in Calgary this afternoon. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on. Really? Now! Until June 1st, lease a 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit sastel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
I'm Brent Blakely, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina-Wascana Plains. We've heard your frustration. You're tired of paying more for food, housing, clothing, electricity, and car insurance. Our Saskatchewan NDP team believes we should stop the rate hikes and end the mismanagement of the province's finances. It's time that you stop paying more for government's mistakes. Let's come together and deliver real change in Saskatchewan. Contact me 306-584-4404.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything tonight. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
Snap goes back to breaking down the game film with you riding shotgun. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Join our analysts now. Watch at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
The B&A Petroleum text line is awesome. 306-936-6262. That's also the Echo Sound hotline. It's the same number for the Radio Roundtable coming up momentarily, where we want to hear your thoughts, Saskatchewan. But first, it's the SEIU West unsung hero of the game. SEIU West represents over 13,000 workers in healthcare, childcare, education, and community organizations. We're stronger together. Join SEIU West. And there's a lot of people that said he should have been the offensive game star. And you know what? There's a pretty good solid case to be made for Braden Shager. 10 of 18, 139 yards, and also scampered for the Riders' lone touchdown of the afternoon. He doesn't get the offensive game star, but he is our unsung hero of the game. Again, for SEIU West, representing over 13,000 workers in healthcare, childcare, education, and community organizations. We're stronger together. Join SEIU West. One final break, and then we'll wrap things up here in Calgary. The final score again, Calgary 20, Saskatchewan 15. This is the fifth quarter postgame show. It's the Saskatchewan Roughrider Football Network, of course, the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Premier Scott Moe.
The Patients First healthcare plan was built by listening to Saskatchewan families and frontline healthcare workers. Our goal is clear: connect every Saskatchewan resident to our primary healthcare provider and a timely surgery. We're delivering through 50 focused initiatives so you can get the right care in the right place at the right time. The Patients First healthcare plan. Saskatchewan is putting patients first.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including ascochyta and anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delaro Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
Seize the power of the Bourgault 9000i Series air cart at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seating certainty with 9000i Series air carts. They are configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking so you can accomplish actual application rate in real time. Explore Bourgault's seating lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seating and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
This is the fifth quarter postgame show. Watch the live stream and get the latest on your Saskatchewan Roughriders at sportscage.com. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Back one final time here at McMahon Stadium in Calgary. Again, the final score, the Stampeders top the Riders 20-15. Let's take you through the stats. First downs today, Saskatchewan 21 to Calgary 16. When you look at the net offense and plays, the Riders had 59 plays to Calgary's 45 for a net offense of 329 yards, 325 for Calgary. Breaking it down, rushing yards, Saskatchewan 104 to Calgary's 112. Passing yards, Saskatchewan 248 to the 222 of the Calgary Stampeders. Individually, Braden Shager led the way throwing the ball for the Riders. He was 10 of 18 for 139 yards. He also led the way rushing, 5 carries for 41 yards and a touchdown, including the 20-yard scamper with just 5 seconds left in regulation. Matthew Sexton was the top receiver, caught 5 patches for 78 yards, while the top defender was Juju Hughes, made 6 defensive tackles, a special teams tackle to lead the way for the Riders defense. Of course, next action for your green and white coming up in Saskatoon next Saturday. The Riders host the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. First time they played a game in over 30 years in Saskatoon. Tickets available at riderville.com. Of course, the best tickets still available. That's standing room. That's where you get down close, tight to the action. It's going to be a fantastic afternoon coming up in Saskatoon on Saturday. Between now and then, the Riders will practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, at Griffith Stadium, as training camp will continue as the team looks to build their roster for the 2026 campaign. So again, the final score this afternoon, Saskatchewan 20, Calgary 20, Saskatchewan 15. On behalf of color analyst Luc Mullinder, technical producer Jerry here in Calgary, Colson Schultz, Curtis Gammon, Ryan Mashorik, and the entire crew back in Regina, I'm Dave Thomas saying so long from McMahon Stadium. Don't go anywhere. Teagan Witko, Wes Cates, and Justin Dunk have got your calls coming up next. It's the Radio Roundtable, all here on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
All right, almost done. Just need to get this last bit. Hey! Did the power pole just talk to me?
You're a little close, don't you think?
I do this all the time. Gotta maximize the field.
Sure, but I'd like to stay standing. And you've got people counting on you to come home.
Right. Good point.
Remember to give power poles and lines the space they need this season. And most importantly, come home safe tonight. A message from Sask Power.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the Voice of Saskatchewan. 620 CKRM.
It's Truck Month at Crestview, and yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Right now, our lot is stacked with trucks. The Hemi is back. Check out a 2026 Ram and get savings up to $20,000, or finance it for as low as 0% OAC, or get a clear out price on a brand new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee. We only got a few left, and they come with savings up to $15,000 or 0% financing OAC. This is your last chance at Truck Month, ending soon at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Football is all about making the right call early, and the same goes for your fall equipment lineup. Salford Tillage and Application Equipment combines speed, durability, and agronomic performance to help you move the chains in tough field conditions. Call your Salford dealer today for early order discounts with the best price available before May 29th. Score big this season by putting the Salford team to work in your field. Salford, field your best. See them at Full Line Ag in Saskatoon, Swift Current, and Purdue.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
If you've got a Steelcraft garage door, you've got a door with parts manufactured and assembled right here in Canada. A door with better insulation and seal, plus a warranty you're probably never going to use. And if you don't have a Steelcraft garage door, you should get one. Don't just hang a door, install a Steelcraft. Turn curb appeal into curb envy.
Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door, Steelcraft door. We offer more.
Steel-craft.ca.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
The only thing more iconic than Saskatchewan Roughrider football is your calls. Rider Nation, it's time to have your say. Be part of the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable. Text 306-936-6262 or call the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620 to join our team of analysts. The Echo Sound Radio Roundtable starts now on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Ooh, first call-in show of the 2026 season. Looking forward to getting your thoughts. Feel free to reach out to us by calling or texting us. Echo Sound Radio Roundtable is brought to you by Echo Sound, of course. Your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. So the Riders do drop this preseason contest to the Calgary Stampeders 2015. And the score could have been a little more lopsided had it not been for Shagger trotting that last one in there for the only touchdown of the game. But lots to dissect, lots to talk about, and lots of comments already coming in here. Add yourself to the queue. 306-936-6262 locally, or call us toll-free 1-866-767-0620. I'm Teagan Witko. I'm here with Wes Cates and Justin Dunk joining us now as well to help take your calls and dissect this first look at the Saskatchewan Roughriders. First of all, Justin, Wes and I had a little opportunity to kind of get our initial thoughts of that preseason contest. What did you take away from it?
Yeah, I got to bust my man Wes Cates' chops here, okay? Braden Shagger didn't look like he had tired legs. He was, I think, the offensive star of the football game, Wes. You can retort this, but my guy, the Aloha kid or whatever we want to call him, is making a real bid here, I think, to move up the depth chart. He looked better than Jack Cohn in this football game, hands down. I know you could say he wasn't playing against as good of competition as Cohn was, but I think the argument could go the other way. If you put Shager with the players that he was on the field with, Cohn I'm talking about, early in that football game, I think it's Shager that would look even better than he did late in the game. What say you, Wes?
No, I got to agree. I was really talking about the team in general looking a little dead-legged out there. Shager was actually looking good. I mean, one thing I liked about him running the ball in was, one, he stepped up in the pocket, so the Calgary rush was running the hump to keep him contained, but then he stepped up, so they dipped under. Then he came back outside, so he kind of set up his blocks by stepping up and then bouncing back outside. Then he pointed the receiver upfield, give me some room to run, bruh. All right, cool. Now I got the pylon. Bam. There we go. Let's get it in there. Let's get some points on the board because y'all out here half-stepping. I got to do everything. Come on. That's exactly what he said. But no, Shager did his thing. I thought he looked good. I thought he kind of shined the brightest out of Riders. Obviously, as you kind of mentioned, there's some personnel things that go into play there. Some guys maybe, playing with guys that they're not used to playing with that maybe had other guys struggling a bit. But he kind of did the best with the opportunity that he had, I thought, for sure.
Yeah, 10 for 18, 139 yards. Shager looked really good. So have we really – it almost feels like next week's game is going to be even more important for this, second QB position, right? Who is going to be stepping up behind Trevor Harris at this point? I think that's still to be determined.
Yeah, I think Cohn is definitely, obviously he's been around the longest, and I think the coaches are more comfortable with him just from knowing, actually, Dunk, you were talking about at the beginning of the game, like Trevor Harris believes in him and helping with the film study and that sort of thing. So I think there he's got a little more seniority and probably might still be at that number 2 spot, but Shager obviously made that competition closer, and I think the coach should be worried and definitely doing everything that he can to kind of step his game up because he just didn't look as comfortable in the pocket. I thought there were times when his timing was off. He either threw the ball a little too early, maybe held it a little too long, whereas Shager looked like he kind of was reading things out pretty well and getting rid of the ball. I even liked the way he took the one sack he took because he kind of got pressure early. He tried to stiff arm the DN, couldn't get him off him, so he just tucked the ball, went ahead and let him wrap him up, and didn't expose the ball to any type of turnover. Now, in contrast, Cohn got some pressure and tried to flick it to the running back quick and ended up with a pick. So those are just the little things that coaches might look at, GMs might look at and say, well, he made the right decision. Maybe this guy didn't as much.
What do you think? 306-936-6262 if you want to shoot us a text, or you can always call us toll-free 1-866-767-0620. We're actually streaming the post-game show this season as well for road games, so we have some people chiming in here, like Daniel saying it looked like Cohn was having trouble with the reads. He seemed to be honing in on his first read too much. And I think to your point, he's on the same page as you, this Daniel guy.
Yeah, I think so. I couldn't really tell, where his eyes were going at every time, but it just seemed like he wasn't as comfortable, wasn't as in rhythm as Shager looked when he was in there. So, some of that, as Dunk said, comes down to personnel maybe, but, he was supposed to have his best O-lineman in there out of the guys that were available. Obviously, we didn't have some of the starters out there up front or in the wide receiver group, but Shager seemed to take advantage of it, and maybe he was going against a lesser D-line and some lesser DBs, but I think overall they pretty much had the same competition to go against, and you can only go with what you're putting on film, and I think the coaches would have to obviously give it to Shager at that quarterback position. Running backs didn't get a ton of touches. Receivers, obviously Sexton got the most targets. He got 9 targets, caught 5 balls, so, maybe a few of those were the QB's fault. Maybe he didn't run his route great, but he came out of there with the most yards and the most targets, so win for him.
On the text line here, Brandon from White City saying, Shager looked good. He didn't jump up and scream when he scored, but definitely gave a look, which I think is a valid assessment. It's preseason. We're not going to be freaking out at this point. What other position battles, though, do we still think are heavily to be determined? Anything sticking out for you, Justin?
Definitely, I would go to the defense like I talked about in the pregame show at defensive end and weak side linebacker. I think Josh Woods is going to get the first opportunity to start at the weak side. Like I alluded to, he got that $10,000 signing bonus and signed for around $100,000 in hard money. Wes knows how the financials come into play. Even if the coaching staff doesn't want to talk about it, they're going to preach competition. But when you put that kind of money down on a player, it's likely going to be him. Yes, Ching, C-Man in the back, cash that cash register for Josh Woods. I look at the guys, up front. That's what I was trying to pay attention most closely to in this football game, because we know it's a veteran secondary. It's going to be hard to crack the roster, if you're a defensive back, even though Juju Hughes looked really good. So, I thought Desmond Evans, who was a guy that I highlighted in the pregame show because of his comparison from a physical standpoint to Willie Jefferson, had two big whiffs. Wes, when you get an opportunity to come free at the quarterback, and this wasn't Vernon Adams Jr., this was technically Calgary's third-string quarterback, you got to get that man to the ground if you want to make the team. So Chico Bennett Jr. had a sack. I thought he was solid. The guy that I think is honestly most intriguing from a defensive line standpoint is Jalen Pate. I believe he had a PBU or a knockdown, however you want to categorize it. Mace believes he can move inside and outside. I thought he looked pretty good, but Evans flashed enough, especially even in the run game. He was using those long levers to gain leverage on the offensive lineman, but you got to finish. So I think we saw some flashes there from Evans, but you need to see more if he's going to be a starter. To me, it looks like Chico Bennett Jr. is legitimately at least in that competition at the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chico looked good. Not to go back to the quarterback thing so often here, but we do actually have someone on the line that would like to talk a little bit about Jack Cohn's performance. So John from Saskatoon is joining us, 1-866-767-0620 if you want to chime in on this. So, John, what was your takeaway with Jack Cohn?
My takeaways?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think, far as quarterbacks, I think Cohn will be the backup, but what they're doing right now, they're not giving any big money up front, so it's really an open competition. But I still think he will win the job. He looked a little nervous at times, but I think, mind you, it's your first game of the season, but I think he'll come around and be the undisputed second stringer. That's my opinion, eh?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it is a little bit more pressure for these two guys, I think, just for the simple fact. I mean, you can throw Tommy Stevens in there as well because, I mean, it's basically like you're battling for the starting position with Trevor Harris being, obviously he's contemplating retirement every season at this point. So you're really looking at it like I could be the guy in this great franchise if I can put it together. I don't have to play this year, but I can set myself up to be the guy here in the next year or two. So I think there maybe it was a little bit of nerves there, but Cohn's been here, so the nerves should be behind him. He should be the comfortable one. Tommy Stevens came in last year and did his thing in his short yardage. He had a couple not so accurate throws today too, but if you're looking at guys that look comfortable in the pocket, to me look like they're a quarterback that knew what they were doing. I think Shager won the day, but you're right. They're probably keeping Cohn at 2 for now.
Wes, you know how this can change though, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a player, one performance in a preseason game can change the way that you're viewed by the coaching staff. And I think that's legitimately what we're talking about here with Shager. Jack Cohn's been getting a decent amount of reps in training camp, right? He knows he's at least the guy that had a leg up, according to Jeremy O'Day, coming into training camp to be the number 2. So I don't think there's any excuse for him playing his first game. That was Braden Shager's first snaps in a Canadian Football League game. Let's take that into account. Like, look how smooth he looked. And I think, Wes, you had the perfect word for it. Braden Shager looked much more in rhythm, to steal your word, rhythm, than Jack Cohn did. Jack Cohn was holding onto the football way too long, which cost him at least 1 sack. The interception that you talked about. Meanwhile, Shager was through his progression and out the gate. Yes, he did run for the touchdown, but directing traffic, he just looks so much more comfortable. And let's not forget, again, it bears repeating, That was his first Canadian Football League action. He has not been around for 2 seasons and played in preseason games and even regular season games like Jack Cohen. That was Chegar's first CFL action. Looked pretty darn good. And oh, by the way, he's only 23 years old.
Yeah. Plenty of years. You could keep him at the helm for a long time.
Mm-hmm. But again, that's one preseason game. That's one look we've had at him in game action.
But it should only get better from here, so, you know.
And to Teagan's point, right, like if we're talking about who is he playing against, right, it's the back end of the Calgary roster at the end of the game. So in this second preseason game, you have to see who does he go against in Winnipeg, how many of their starters come, how many of their backups come to Saskatoon, because I think that's a great point Teagan makes. He's going to have to be consistent, and then he's also going to be evaluated against the talent that he's facing on the other side of the ball.
So thank you very much for your phone call here. John from Saskatoon, really appreciate you taking the time. Any other thoughts before we wrap it up?
Good run for the touchdown, but directing...
No, that's all I got to say for now, eh?
All right. Well, appreciate you as always. Thanks for calling in. All right, 1-866-767-0620 if you got a comment, something that maybe you want to add to the conversation here. Call us, text us, whatever works best for you. I'm getting the break from Curtis now that we need to take a break. So we're going to be right back on the other side here. Again, get those calls into us and get in the queue. This is the Echo Sound hotline, 306-936-6262 and 1-866-767-0620. This is Saskatchewan Roughrider Football and the Echo Sound Call-In Show, home of Rider Nation 620, CKRM Cooperator Rider Broadcast Network.
Hi everyone, Sean here with Young's Equipment. I want to recognize our amazing staff for their hard work and commitment to serving our customers. Their dedication to agriculture is the reason we continue to be in business today. The support they provide day in and day out, weekends and after hours, is greatly appreciated by us and our customers. I want to acknowledge them for keeping farmers rolling. Thank you to the hardworking employees at Young's Equipment. Well done.
It's Truck Month at Crestview, and yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Right now, our lot is stacked with trucks. The Hemi is back. Check out a 2026 Ram and get savings up to $20,000, or finance it for as low as 0% OAC. Or get a clear-out price on a brand new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee. We only got a few left, and they come with savings up to $15,000 or 0% financing OAC. This is your last chance at Truck Month, ending soon at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Howdy, Wood Country Woody here. Did you know some folks sell complete garage packages that are missing things, like nails? Wood Country, though, does things right. They sell you complete garage packages. Their packages include premium grade lumber and everything you need, even walk-in doors with cladded jambs and overhead door jamb flashing. It's not a deal unless you get the whole deal at Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. wood-country.com.
Sun's out, top down, pedal to the metal with the wind in your hair. And hey, I like your summer tires.
Summer tires?
Yeah, some are cracked, some are bald, all need replacing. Let Quality Tire make sure your tires are road trip ready so you can have peace of mind as you head off to your first or next summer adventure.
Next stop, Quality Tire.
Quality Tire, trusted for the road ahead, with 9 locations across Saskatchewan.
QualityTire.ca.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
He's a Saskatchewan Roughrider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durant every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com. Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Join in the conversation. 20-15. Saskatchewan Roughriders dropped this one in Calgary against the Stamps. Preseason action. So let's not panic. Let's not freak out. But we still want to talk about what you saw. What you think. 1-866-767-0620. That is the Echo Sound hotline. Hit us up there. Or you can even text us if you'd like as well. 306-936-6262 if you would prefer to do that. Like Dean from Regina. He actually sent a message. Where is it? Okay, he said, Shagger got that swagger over Cone. He's all in on the Schwager train. I mean, I think that had something
to... The Shager Swagger?
Tagger Swagger.
Shager.
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
I think we could do better.
Shager Swag. Just shorten it.
The Aloha Kid. He played at Hawaii.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, he's loving the beach. He's always like good vibes. You know, you gotta be. You know, that's big Hawaiian culture. You gotta get the vibes right before you do anything.
We had some of his fans from Hawaii even tuning in for the broadcast today.
Hey, yeah. No, like I said, I watched some film of his college tape, and I mean, other than the fact that like he has a little hitch in his throw, but it's a quick hitch, and he just seems to kind of have a nice touch to the ball. Like no matter how far down the field he's throwing it, always kind of dropping it in just over the DB's head, and then he kind of showed that. I mean, he didn't have as many deep balls this game. I guess he missed a couple of the longer throws, but. What I also liked when I watched him on film was his footwork in the pocket. He kind of has calm feet but not flat feet, so he kind of moves when he needs to and keeps himself ready to move, but he doesn't look anxious to get out of the pocket. So those are things when you're watching a QB you love to see because you understand that he's keeping his eyes downfield to throw the ball, but he also has good instincts in the pocket to know when he needs to get out of there and extend the play or, you know, get what he can with his legs. So he kind of showed me that on film in college and today in a small dose. So I like it.
Let's continue this conversation about QBs and even receivers a little bit here with Brent. He is joining us at 1-866-767-0620 Echo Sound hotline. Well, Brent from North Battleford, what were your takeaways?
Well, you know, I was really impressed with Braden Shager. Never heard of the guy, but he seemed to have a heck of a performance in the second half. And I know it was against third-string defenders, but this guy has looked as impressive as any quarterback or sounded as impressive as any quarterback that the Roughriders have had for many years. And I was really impressed. But I also was impressed with Matthew Sexton and Shamar McBain. And I know McBain is a Canadian receiver. And I just wondered what your impressions were.
No, yeah, I mean, I liked what Sexton did. Obviously, he took advantage of his opportunities. It looked like they were really trying to work the ball to him at a time. But if that's the case, then obviously you're showing what you need to show in practice for them to come into this first preseason game and have the confidence to basically focus on you as a receiver. And then McBain, I love that name for some reason, but McBain, he's got a little something to him. Like I was watching a little bit of his film, and he likes to hit it. He has a little natural stiff arm to kind of get DBs up off of him and get some extra yards out of things. Obviously, he was back there returning as well, so more you can do is always positive. And I think McBain will stick. I like him as a receiver.
Can we just clarify one comment there from our guy, Brent in North Battleford? Trevor Harris was a Grey Cup MVP. Are we talking about backup quarterbacks? Is that what he means?
Yeah, I think that's
actually, so
okay.
Justin, I never saw the guy perform. Obviously, being here in North Battleford and no visual contact, but he was really impressive as a backup quarterback.
Chagger definitely was. I think there have been some good ones that have come through Saskatchewan, but I mean, for the kid to be 23 years old and again playing in his first Canadian Football League action, he was with the team last year, which I think helps him get a little bit advanced learning in the Canadian game. But he looked great. And Wes, I think to add to your analysis there, those strikes down the seam, in particular, 1st and 20 to Matthew Sexton for 24 yards, like that is an example of one of the main throws I think that you need in your repertoire to be a great Canadian Football League quarterback. You have to be able to throw that seam ball, and it's a different type of a seam ball than you have to throw in the 4-down game that he would have thrown at the University of Hawaii. And then just to tie a bow on McBean, this is a guy that went through the Canadian draft. They got late. He's got some speed. 4.50 hand time in the 40-yard dash at the UBC Pro Day, and he's a guy that I've seen play multiple times live at the University of British Columbia. He can fly on the football field. That speed from a testing standpoint does translate to the football field. I think we saw it today, and we saw Shagger look to him on a double move, and McBean just needed to keep running. Shagger put that ball out there nicely. So, Brent, I like your analysis there of McBean. I think there's some real upside, considering if the Riders do decide to go with 4 Canadian receivers as starters, then they do need some extra depth there with Joe being released after his incident.
Yeah. No, as far as the defense is concerned, I mean, when we listen to the game on the radio, we can't tell a thing. But offensively, they were moving the football in the 3rd and 4th quarter with Shagger. You guys have a great day.
Brent from North Battleford, appreciate you calling in, and hopefully you get to go take in that preseason game up in Saskatoon next weekend. 1-866-767-0620. That is the number to call if you want to text us, 306-936-6262. You can always join us on the Rider Broadcast Network stream on YouTube as well. Join in the conversation in that chat. Let's go to Rick, who's joining us now on the Echo Sound hotline.
Reasons. I need.
Hi, Rick from Regina.
My answer was hello.
Hi, can you just turn down whatever's in the background there, Rick?
No, he was just bumping his gums with his friends.
1 second. Okay, I'm good.
You ready, Rick? Let's go.
Okay, what did you think of the game, Rick?
Well, I was trying to watch it on the CFL Plus streaming network, and I don't know if anybody else was having the same problem as me, but it was trying to watch it was all pixelated, and it kept buffering, and then it cut out. I didn't even get to see the 3rd quarter.
Oh, man. What were you watching on? Just your phone, tablet?
Well, I had it on the phone, and I casted it to my television, right?
Oh, yeah, the cast. I tried to cast it last year when they first had it out, and it never worked when I tried to cast it, so I just watched it on the phone.
I didn't have a problem. I got to see the whole first half.
All right.
Cast it over, and then it just went for shit. I'm sorry, didn't mean to say that.
Rick, the CFL having issues with its website? I've never heard of that before.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, I get that. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot.
Well, I'm glad that you came to us, Rick. Appreciate that.
Well, hey, just, I hope anybody else out there had the same problem. We let these people know, fix that crap.
Let's write some letters.
Of what you did see, what'd you think, or what stood out to you?
The game?
Yeah.
Well, from what I could see and hear about it, I think in the first half, we did a really good job using a lot of people that had never played together against most of Calgary's first stringers. And in the second half, I was okay. I think there might have been some juggling of rosters and whatnot going on there, but I did like the play of Shagger. I think that's his name, right? Shagger or Shager?
Yep.
I thought that the guy's got potential, but then again, he was only playing against second and, C players. So we'll see.
I mean, we got to keep it in perspective. A lot of these guys are really almost as good or maybe better than the starters. Maybe there's a little bit of lack of knowledge of the schemes and maybe the game is played when you're talking about some of the guys from the States that are up here for their first time ever. But, I mean, I wouldn't really – I don't know. The competition is the competition. Hey, whoever you put in front of me, I'm going to handle my business. If I'm ready to play – whether it's middle schoolers or pros, I'm gonna do my thing, and if they stop me, cool. If they don't, then I'm gonna have a day. So I wouldn't get too caught up in who was on the field. All these guys are capable. If that's basically my point, but I hear you.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Otherwise, they wouldn't be where they are right now.
Exactly.
It wasn't a lottery and your number got picked.
Right.
You're there for a reason. Mm-hmm. But it's just sometimes, different atmospheres and way out of, a lot of these kids are not anywhere as close to Saskatchewan, right? That's not where they come from. But I'm thinking it should be okay.
Well, still one more preseason game to go so they can firm up this roster. Hopefully you don't run into any other issues when you try to watch it next time there, Rick.
Appreciate your time.
Of course. Appreciate you calling in. That's Rick from Regina on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. You can join in the conversation that way as well. We are going to take a quick break. More text messages to get through, more of your phone calls on the other side. So reach out while you can. Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the home of Rider Nation. The 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM.
Spring is here and it's the best time to get out on the road, so why not get your vehicle inspected? Landry's Napa Auto Pro specializes in full-service inspections. With certified mechanics on site, they handle everything from minor repairs to major overhauls. When you take your vehicle to Landry Service, your car is in the right hands. And to keep you cool and comfortable this summer, they also service air conditioners. Landry's Napa Auto Pro, located on North Winnipeg Street, serving Regina for over 50 years.
I'm Brent Blakely, Saskatchewan NDP MLA for Regina-Wascana Plains. We've heard your frustration. You're tired of paying more for food, housing, clothing, electricity, and car insurance. Our Saskatchewan NDP team believes we should stop the rate hikes and end the mismanagement of the province's finances. It's time that you stop paying more for government's mistakes. Let's come together and deliver real change in Saskatchewan. Contact me 306-584-4404.
Seize the power of the Bourgault 9000i Series air cart at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seating certainty with 9000i Series air carts. They are configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate on-the-go weight tracking so you can accomplish actual application rate in real time. Explore Bourgault's seating lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seating and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Hey, Dig Safe Doug here. I love to dig, and when it comes to digging, we prairie dogs are naturals. But I want to make sure that when you dig safe. No matter what kind of project you're working on, we're talking at a huge construction site or just in your backyard, you got to find out where the underground lines are. And getting a line locate's the only way to know for sure. Keep your projects on track. Plan before you dig.
Dig safe. Dig like Doug. Learn more at digsafesask.com.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
McBids, Sask Milk, Nelson Homes, Louis Dreyfus Canola Crush in Yorkton, Croft Electric, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Well, hey, welcome back. Riders dropped this one, 2015, to the Calgary Stampeders in their first preseason game of the 2026 campaign. We want to hear what you thought. Some new faces, some new players on the field there that we got to take a peek at. And I will say, I was actually just thinking about this as we were off air. We haven't had a single comment about kicking yet this year. That might be a record. But then we got a text right after.
We got 3 calls in without a kicker comment.
Yeah,
breaking records.
That's
over
new. That's new. No name on this one, but complimenting how good Kim looked. Tend to agree. Pretty solid outing. Strong leg.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he looked good, and what I liked about it is he doesn't have a bunch of hook on his kicks. Like some kickers, it's like they got to draw like a golf swing or something, where you got to kind of worry about, you got to almost aim away from making it so that it hooks back in. But his kicks are pretty straight, it looks like. So I like that about his game. And, he was pretty much right down the middle on the couple that he had. So far, so good. I don't even want to jinx him. I don't even want to talk it up too good. I just want to be happy that everybody else is happy.
Justin, what do you think? Kim, Hale, anything stand out?
Kim looked good, and I think he carries over from what he's been doing in training camp. Hit that 58-yarder that everybody was talking about at Griffith Stadium there during training camp, and then goes out in the preseason game. And you guys will remember last year there was all that talk about Brett Lawther and can we bring in somebody else? And they had the kid from Ottawa. Oh, my gosh, can't remember his name. He played in the nation's capital.
Yeah, what was it? Because he had like a... Yeah, what was his name? Because it was like anyway.
We'll try to remember it. C-Man will bring it up, I'm sure. But it looks like Kim can translate what he did in practice over into at least a preseason game when he got between the white lines, that the moment wasn't too big for him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice that we got past that. Now, we don't need to talk about kicking at all for the rest of the season, right? Because obviously...
Easy there. Easy now.
When you're doing your job well, then...
It was Campbell Fair.
Campbell's
kicker
Fair.
last year.
Fair. I knew it was a...
Thank you, C-Man.
You should just turn on your mic next time here, Curtis. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
1-866-767-0620 to join in the conversation on the Echo Sound hotline. You can also text us as well. And getting a lot of messages in. Apparently, the CFL feed was actually pretty good. So that might have just been Rick from Regina. Sorry, Rick. We should probably dive in a little bit more into the defensive side of the ball. So, Wes, I know that we focused on quarterbacks, receivers right off the hop.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, what you thinking?
Defensively, it was a little tough. I did notice what's my man's name? But Juju Hughes. I did notice him early because he got in on about 3-4 plays almost in a row. But other than that, I was kind of like, I don't see much from the D line. But then it was like little flashes of stuff like Dunk said. My man, what was it? It was Evans. Evans came off scot-free and didn't break down or nothing. Barely even got a hand on the QB when he was unblocked. I was like, ooh, that didn't look good. Van got a sack. Number 77, Van, he got a sack running a little twist stunt up the middle, but it was I'm like, this guy ran about 3 yards wider than he had to, and then the quarterback almost had time to run away from him because he just didn't keep it tight and run it a good stunt. But hey, I can't can't really rag on him too bad because he made the play. But I just didn't see a whole lot from that defense. That secondary is stacked, and I almost feel like we're going to have to lean on the secondary to start off this season before guys kind of get comfortable in that front seven with the D-line and the linebackers. But I think defensively we're going to have a lot of picks, but a lot of yards given up early on in the season, and hopefully some guys can kind of step up, start to figure out their game, figure out that yard off the ball, and start getting some pressure on the QBs and making more plays, making more sacks.
Wes, you said these guys just got to get lined up properly, right? There were some offside calls there, and if you're Desmond Evans wearing these flashy neon green cleats, you better make those plays, man, because people are going to recognize you out there when you're flying and they can see the cleats in the air and you're missing tackles. Like, get the guy to the ground. Now, I think he's got some great potential, but I mean, to your point, Teagan, talking about the defense, Wes, and you even the secondary, one of the real key spots is going to be who is the backup Sam linebacker. Right, obviously, we don't want to talk about injuries, but Antoine Brooks Jr. looked great. He's changed his number from 33 to 5, a little more swag factor. I dig it, but with Sheldrick Redwine on the retired list, he likely would have been the guy to go in if Antoine Brooks Jr. got hurt at Sam. And Wes, you know how important that position is in a Canadian defense. So I think that's where we need to look at guys who could be the backup there, right? Who's a versatile piece in the back end? Juju Hughes got a lot of time at halfback today. He had 6 tackles to lead the way for the defense. Could he be a guy that's a versatile piece in the back end that could play halfback, that could potentially play Sam? I think that's going to be a real key one because the Riders last year essentially had 2 guys there. CJ Rivas went back to safety, and then Antoine Brooks Jr. looked much better at Sam linebacker than he did at corner. So I think to your point about the secondary, there are not many jobs available there, but that is a key one. I think a versatile piece. Somebody needs to step up with the ability to play Sam and perhaps be able to play half and maybe even in a pinch play corner because Sheldrick Redwine was that guy last season, but currently on the retired list.
1-866-767-0620 to join in the conversation. Text us too, 306-936-6262, Echo Sound Hotline. Now, there was a decent amount of movement. Now, it's a preseason game, so obviously guys are going to be swapped in, swapped out, but there was a noticeable amount of movement on the offensive line. So I was wondering if maybe we could dive into that a little bit. We saw some reps from Peyton Collins. What did he leave before the second quarter? And then I think they made some adjustments over there. Bell, one of the newer faces to the Regina Saskatchewan Roughrider roster. What did we think about his performance?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't too impressed. I hate to say it that bluntly, but he kind of was getting pushed back into the quarterback's lap multiple times. I know at least 2 or 3 times I've seen him back there kind of on his heels skating a bit, and that's never good. I don't care who you're kind of blocking, I mean, these defensive tackles are big, strong guys, but you got to know how to kind of drop your hips and, push back a bit and at least be able to stalemate a guy. So give your quarterback a clean pocket to throw out of. So, I mean, but it was early and maybe it was a little bit of just not knowing what to expect. So hopefully he'll make some strides this week and kind of clean up some of that, maybe get his body lean better. Like Peyton Collins, I'm never going to hate on him. He's an Ohio kid. He probably did so well those first couple series. They were like, yeah, get him up out of there. We knew he was going to ball.
Doesn't need any more reps. He's fine.
Yeah, no. And then was Washington, I feel like there was a couple other times where I didn't just see Bell in the backfield next to the QB, but I think, what was it, when Cone took that first sack, I think that might have been Washington that kind of got a good move put on him to basically almost whiff on the block. But that type of stuff happens. I mean, O-line, all you're doing is sitting there getting beat up on all game. And you don't get much recognition when you are pancaking guys and putting them on their back. So, a couple of sacks given up, it's not too much. It's not like we need to really scream bloody murder, act like something's wrong with the O-line. I think they've got the depth. Obviously, there was a lot of starters that weren't out there, but these guys could probably be some good depth pieces if they can figure it out and get better this next week. Dunk, did you have any critiques of the O-line?
I would agree with you on Darius Bell. I think it was his first CFL game, so he's getting used to the physicality at this level, but Elijah Hills absolutely just bull rushed him back for that one sack that you alluded to. And then the big fella, up front, Brown, got bull rushed by Daniel Joseph, who is a veteran in this league. But I didn't think that looked good. But, we're really talking about an offensive line that's essentially set from a starting perspective. I was even surprised to see Peyton Collins out there. Like, this could be a guy that's playing in the NFL. I was shocked that he didn't get more NFL interest in the offseason, didn't even have one workout. And I think that probably, if he was on Truth Serum, is something that he would admit as well. But if he puts another great season together in Saskatchewan, perhaps he draws that NFL interest, or maybe he's just a long-term high-end CFL guy. So I was even surprised just to see him on the field, just from a risk factor, right? You don't have Jermarcus Hardrick in this lineup. I don't think necessarily Collins needed to go, but then you balance it out with, okay, we do want to see Jack Cohn decently well protected. So, I thought Zach Fry was solid. It seems like he's the leader, at least to start at left guard for the Riders. And then he also has that versatility to start at center. And that's likely where Bell comes into play long term. If he can develop and prove that he has at least the ability to play center and perhaps guard in this league, that's probably where he's going to live on the interior. Because I think if you're the Riders, you're looking for another Canadian or two or three or a whole bunch of them the Riders would like to step up and prove that they can play offensive line at a high level. Because right now, the way that they're currently constructed, likely to start, is with three American offensive linemen, Collins, Brammer, and Hardrick, out at that right tackle spot, and then likely going with Furland at center and Fry at left guard. So there are some options there, but I think there's also some opportunities for a guy like Bell, who was picked in the mid-rounds of the CFL draft.
Yeah, and I was going to just add to that, as Luke was talking about, that kind of shakes up the ratio, right? If you're starting three American O-linemen, then you got to kind of say, okay, are we going to maybe start one more American receiver or one more Canadian receiver, that sort of thing. So you definitely want, because it's traditionally a Canadian spot, you want some solid Canadians so that you can, open that up and have some more Americans at the skill positions, right? But, I mean, if you've got stud Canadians at other positions and you have the American O-lineman, it's tough to get good American O-linemen up here. But somehow Jeremy O'Day and Mace have figured out a way to, attract some guys. So I'll tip my hat to them on that, because most teams don't have that type of depth at O-line from the U.S.
Well, and we'll get another look at that offensive line next week up in Saskatoon. Tight turnaround on that one, as it's a Saturday game, and here we are on a holiday Monday. I do want to head out back on the phone line here, Echo Sound Hotline, 1-866-767-0620. You can call us there as well. Gentlemen, it's our guy, Chili Willie from Regina.
Yeah, Chili.
Long time no talk, my friend.
Yeah, it's been a while. I think last year, Western Final, we won. We were off to the Grey Cup. Well, Chili Willie got on that bandwagon. It was going to attend my 8th Grey Cup. And how can you pass up the game being played in Winnipeg? So, needless to say, the results was amazing. The game was off the hook. We had a great time, and I didn't spend a whole lot of money. But for a true Rider fan, 55 seasons now following the Big Green, it is today's game, preseason game. It is a thrill after 183 days of no football to finally be watching Rider football. So thank you, Teagan. Thank you, CFL. Thank you, Justin Dunk. Thank you, Wes Cates. And Wes, I don't know what you were drinking today, but your analogy, your criticisms are spot on each and every one of the players. I'm not trying to blow smoke.
They usually are, Chili.
you like, I gotta be a little tipsy to, it's like a great musician or artist. I gotta be a little tipsy for my best work.
Well, it was like Dave earlier. Dave called Luc Luther. Oh, let's get back to Luther now. And Luke was like, Luther? Who the hell is Luther?
I've said it a few times now, Chili Willie. It's preseason for all of us. We're figuring it out as we go.
I appreciate it.
Welcome back, CFL. Let's give the boys their leeway. Coach Mace is the man, Coach of the Year. He's got the tag. Just let him run the team. Let's continue to ride this thing. Let's repeat. Next year, the Grey Cup comes home again.
All right.
Take it one year at a time, but here we go, baby. Let's repeat. Rider Nation.
Chili Willie got the 3-year plan going. He's like, we ain't just talking about preseason.
You got to plan
stretching
ahead.
this thing out.
Chili Willie from Regina. Love chatting with you, as always. One more quick one here, I guess, before we go to break. Donna from Regina did text us at 306-936-6262, which, by the way, you can also call us, 1-866-767-0620. Donna wanted to ask what this looks like for the coaching staff heading into the next preseason game. I just mentioned today's a Monday. They play again on Saturday. It's not like it's that far to travel, but it is a little bit of a tight turnaround. So what do we think the focus is going to be for the coaching staff to clean things up even more heading into the next preseason game?
I think you got to be brutally honest about the film. Like, this film and the reps that guys are getting are going to be a big part of the critique and what you're looking for. And are they going to get better at what they didn't do well in this game throughout this next week going into the second preseason game? And then you got to think, well, who are we really serious about? Who do we really want to give these reps to? Because we don't want to be wasting reps on a guy that we really don't think is ready or doesn't fit in our system, so maybe, and then you don't want to make sure you miss out on anybody, because the worst thing is to let a guy go, then he pops up on somebody else's roster and he's giving you the business later on in the season. So it's tough. This is a really hard week. I don't know if they're going to get it all right. Honestly, I doubt they will, but I think the main part is taking what you can from this film to really let guys know, like, all right, this is what I'm watching for, this is what I want you to get better at, and then seeing who's listening, who's getting better at those things, and then who's kind of making the plays and kind of being the cream rising to the top.
Justin, from a coaching perspective, what do you think they're going to zone in on?
I think it's going to be a bit of balance, right? Because you're likely going to want to play your starters to excite the home fans there in Saskatoon, right? Hopefully pack the barn there at Griffith Stadium. But then to Wes's point, you got to be brutally honest about the film. But then you also have to balance this with playing your starters, appeasing the fans, and also giving the guys the opportunity who are at the back end of the roster to get some more reps to show whether or not what they did last week was for real, or if they can bounce back from it if they had a couple poor looks. Like, I know we're kind of picking on Desmond Evans, but can Desmond Evans finish next week, right? Can he take what he's learned from the film study and apply that to the second preseason game? I think that's what you're looking for a number of these players who are on that back end of the roster or competing for starting spots.
Next weekend, Saskatoon Griffith Stadium, second preseason game. That's going to be coming up. I know I'm being told that we need to take a break, but real quick here, we did get a text message in no name on this one. 306-936-6262. Question: why do the Riders have 10 home games and only 8 road games this season? This is due in part to the FIFA schedule and all of the games that are going to be taking place in BC and Toronto.
No. Don't let MLSE off the hook. It's because the Toronto Argonauts are too cheap to put up a temporary stadium or play a home game at the University of Guelph. Now, it's great for the Riders to get 10 home games. Sorry, Teagan, you can't let MLSE off the hook.
No, I don't disagree with you whatsoever.
Look at the BC Lions, right? They got kicked out of their home, and they're like, no, we're going to go to Kelowna. We're going to set up a stadium at the Apple Bowl, bring in new people to see our product. And the Argonauts, who are staying, oh, by the way, at my alma mater, the University of Guelph, until August, are like, yeah, that's going to be our home base, but we'll go play a home game in Winnipeg. We'll go play a home game in Saskatchewan, and we'll play a home game in Hamilton, who are our arch rivals. We think that's better for our product, according to Keith Pelly, than actually playing a legitimate home game, which is easily done at the University of Guelph. And guys, they're actually playing a home preseason game there to finish the exhibition schedule. So make it make sense. Sorry, Teagan, that needed to
Tell us how you really feel, Dunk. How big?
Come on, man.
How big is the Guelph Stadium? Like, how many does it hold? Do you know?
The fire code is in the 9,000s, right? But the Hamilton Tiger Cats infamously or famously played a full season there while Ivor Wynne Stadium was being demolished and Hamilton Stadium, as they're calling it now, was being constructed. So it wouldn't take much to put some temporary stands in there to get it up to, 15, 20,000. It's honestly beautiful. Obviously, I'm biased, but I'm just saying, it could have been done at the University of Guelph, could have been done at London. People are talking about you could have gone and played at the University of Toronto if you really wanted to figure that out. Like, to me, we can't let him off the hook.
Yeah, and I've been to a couple of the touchdown Atlantic games, and and then last year was touchdown Vancouver, right? Or was it touchdown Pacific? Sorry, yeah. And those smaller venues, I think it's cool, and it adds to the culture of the league. So I think they definitely are missing out on that. But obviously, not bringing it to the Guelph Griffins is definitely bugging one of us a little more than others.
I don't care that it's not at Guelph. I'm just saying, like, put your product in front of your fans. Could you imagine being an Argos fan where it's like you don't get a home game until August, technically a real one at BMO Field when the FIFA World Cup is done. So yeah, that's part of it, but come on. And Keith Pelly's out here saying this is better for the brand? No way. I don't buy it.
I mean, you could just as easily say, well, then we get the extra home game, technically. It's still going to be a Toronto Argonauts home game in Saskatchewan. The Riders also didn't have to move everything up to Saskatoon for training camp and a preseason game. The logistics of that alone, that is a crazy amount of work.
Teagan, preach.
Well, I'm just saying it's doable. I agree with you. I wasn't going to throw, Pelly and MLSE completely under the bus, but thank you for doing that for me.
Yeah, what does Pelly think? He's going to steal some Rider fans, and they're going to all of a sudden turn into Argo fans? Or
just
something?
saying,
that's not going to happen.
We got it good here in Saskatchewan.
I think Dunk just wanted to mention Guelph a few times.
Oh, that's why you were doing the drinking hand single.
Yeah, take a shot. Take a shot.
Oh, gosh. Okay, now I think it's a good time as any to take a break. 1-866-767-0620. Do you want to argue with us on MLSE 2? Because we could do that. I'm game. Talk to us about the game. Text us. It's the Echo Sound Hotline, 306-936-6262. We're going to be right back. 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking Riders, Pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
When it comes to protecting peas and lentils, the most important pass is the first one. That's why Delero Complete is built to start strong. It delivers powerful control of major pulse crop diseases, including Ascochyta and anthracnose. Because you just never know if you'll be able to get a second pass in. So get it right the first time with Delero Complete. Ask your retailer for details and always read and follow label directions.
It's Truck Month at Crestview, and yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Right now, our lot is stacked with trucks. The Hemi is back. Check out a 2026 Ram and get savings up to $20,000, or finance it for as low as 0% OAC. Or get a clear-out price on a brand new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee. We only got a few left, and they come with savings up to $15,000 or 0% financing OAC. This is your last chance at Truck Month, ending soon at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Finish strong this summer with Ritchie Brothers. When timing matters most, trust our team to deliver speed, consistency, and results. Buy or sell equipment with confidence through their global marketplace and simple, straightforward process designed to save you time and keep things moving. With decades of experience in a network that reaches across industries and around the world, Ritchie Brothers helps you get more value from every transaction. Visit Ritchie Brothers at rbauction.com and keep your operation moving forward all season long.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things.
We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Howdy, it's your old pal Wood Country Woody. Imagine no sanding or staining and enjoying your deck for decades. That's a TimberTech deck. TimberTech is fade resistant, comes in a bunch of pretty colors, and features a hidden fastener system, making construction clean and easy. Oh, I tell you, shoot, it's as slick as a whistle. TimberTech from Wood Country.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportscage.com. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Thanks for being here, being part of the show. I'm Teagan Witko with Wes Cates, Justin Dunk. And of course, we have Mr. Curtis behind the board, keeping us on the air, 620 CKRM. In addition to that, you can also watch the streams of away games now on YouTube. You can join in the conversation there in the YouTube chat. Text us as well, 306-936-6262, or just hop on the phone. Do it the old-fashioned way. Give us a shout. It's a lot more fun to go back and forth when you're calling us. So 1-866-767-0620 if you want to get at it toll free. Also, just wanted to follow up really fast here on the last conversation that we had regarding MLSE and the road games, the home road games for the Argos this year. I hope that answered the question to our texter. They thanked us for the explanation and said, move the Argos to Halifax. So that's where we stand.
That's not a bad idea. Now, I think we need a 10th team in Halifax instead of just moving the Argos there, but if they're going to support it, why not?
Yeah, be nice, even divisions. I'd love that. That'd be great.
Yeah, that would work a lot better.
That would be nice.
Then we get
that would move the season up 2 weeks like Stuart Johnston wants, even though he's doing it anyways and jamming it down people's throats. That's just my opinion, though. Like, Wes, come on, Wes.
Out of the playoffs.
As a player, like, I don't even want to talk about that. 8 out of 9 teams getting in. Wes, I haven't heard your take on this. Give me the real talk, okay?
He's been very neutral about it.
No, I just said it's kind of a lame system because there's only 9 teams. Mm-hmm. But I do like the play-in system for the NBA. That's all they did was steal the NBA's play-in system.
But the NBA has how many teams?
I know, that's what I mean. 7 and 8 don't have to all of a sudden then go play a championship. They got a whole playoffs to run through, 4 rounds. Like, with the CFL doing it this way, I just think once we get a season or two of watching the number 1 and number 2 seeds, annihilate each other, while 3 and 4 probably it's a lame game because probably a 4th place team isn't going to be much of a competition, and then we see the loser of 1 and 2 get beat up on by somebody they whooped up on all season because they almost, you know what I mean, they shot they basically blew their wad, you know what I'm saying, in the first round.
Man, it doesn't sound like you're neutral, Wes. You don't like it. You can just say it. It's okay.
No, but I like it for the revenue standpoint. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? For the fans and just for the organizations to make more money and have more games to go to, it's great. But for
there's more revenue. You
don't think people will go to, or you think the logistics of it will kind of negate the extra filling up? I mean, you're filling up.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? 2 more teams are going to get to have a playoff game. And then
let's say a new league starts, okay? Yeah. And they're trying to get you as a fan, right? Or let's say you're trying to entice a new CFL fan to watch the CFL.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, okay, how many teams make the playoffs, right? 8. Next question, what's it going to be? How many teams are in the league? 9? They're going to laugh you out of the room.
Yeah. I mean,
what?
Right,
almost 90% of your teams make the playoffs. Now, let's be fair here, because there was one smart side of this that I heard, right? From a sheer broadcast hours standpoint, to your point about revenue, if you have these 4 extra playoff games that ideally of heightened importance, you now have 4 times 3 is 12. I'm no mathematician, but you got 12 more hours of ideally high intensity broadcast games to put out, and then to your point, more revenue. But if you devalue the regular season, like you essentially have now, and what if you have teams saying, like, for example, if Trevor Harris, is resting down the stretch, right? He's got a little nick here, and it's like, what's the difference between being 1 or 2?
Yeah, no.
In reality,
exactly.
What's the difference? You're talking about jockeying for position, but it's like, Trevor Harris, we want you 100% to get into the playoffs. Now, I get it. You're trying to get more revenue. But if you devalue the regular season that you already have set in those 18 games, the majority of all those games mean something. Wes, as a former player.
Yeah. You might get to the end of the season where you're watching guys sit. You're watching coaches. They're worried more about who should I sit and who shouldn't I play just so we can be ready for this tough matchup in the first round of the playoffs as opposed to just battling it out to get that bye, right? So, yeah, you might almost have like 2-3 games at the end of the season where people are like, it doesn't even matter. They're not playing their guys, right?
So is that really going to help with revenue when it comes to the teams themselves? Like, sure, with a broadcast deal, if you got a new deal coming up, you have all these extra games, great. But is it really helping the franchises?
We got to kind of see how it plays out because maybe it shakes up and it is a little more meaningful. But there's obviously going to be some coaches that look at it differently because if I'm in regardless, unless if I'm in that 1 and 2 game, do I really? I mean, it does behoove you to play for that bye because you are going to get a week's rest to right before the final Western or Eastern final matchup, but. It almost, like Dunk said, it almost doesn't matter because you're going to get in. So you're like, whatever, we just want to be our best when the playoffs. Just don't be the
worst team in the league.
When the playoffs start, right, yeah.
Yeah, don't be the worst team and just be 1 or 2. I mean, to balance it out, there is the opportunity for more revenue here, so let's see if it can happen. Yeah. But I just think the cart is before the horse here. Get a 10th team, or, there's even whispers about the league wanting to get to 12. If you have 12 teams and 8 makes the playoffs, you can sell it. Heck, if you had 10 teams and 8 make the playoffs, that looks a little bit better. So I think if they would have got that 10th team first and then go to 8, I get it. Or I think there's other ways to construct it. But anyways, I'm just glad that we got the real take from Wes Cates. We pulled it out of him, Teagan.
Yes, I appreciate that. It was a very much so, we'll wait and see what happens. We'll see what it looks like.
I mean,
but you thought about it a bit more now.
Sometimes you talk trash and then you get in it and you're actually pleasantly surprised. I mean, I doubt that's going to happen this time. Like I said, it's just going to take for a star to get hurt in that 1-2 matchup, and people are going to be cursing this system. You know what I mean? Like, simple as that. But you got to let it happen first. Got to try some things, shake it up.
Well, and I think that's probably why some people are feeling so adverse to this is because the CFL hasn't seen massive sweeping changes like this ever before, at least not to my knowledge. Under Stuart Johnston, there's a lot of changes happening in a very short period of time.
Yeah, Stu trying to make a name for himself. He's trying to be like, remember that? Remember that commissioner that switched the whole league up?
Yeah, remember my first couple years in this chair? Anyway, there was another texter that came in here, 306-936-6262. Feel free to join in the conversation with us there or call us, 1-866-767-0620, saying, ooh, Justin with the shade, but I agree. No reason MLSE couldn't play closer to Toronto, even Quebec City. My friends are Argos fans, and they are mad. Appreciate the extra football, though. And then they wanted to talk about the preseason game that just happened, kind of the reason that we're here. Preseason is just that, preseason. Happy the guys got their reps, not reading too much into it. Have faith in Mace and his read on the new crop. I admit I am nervous about filling some huge holes in the defense by those who left. But with Micah helping coach, I'm staying positive that we can get a good D going again. Also don't see Cone as the heir apparent. But we'll see what happens next weekend and praying for a healthy Trevor Harris.
He said with Micah helping coach, he thinks Micah's going to be that much of a difference maker. Like, Mace wasn't getting it done before Micah. No, I'm just critiquing that comment a little bit. Like, I think Mace was figuring it out before Micah.
Got a pretty good head on his shoulders.
But if you're a good coach, I mean, I actually remember, Coach Miller actually talking to me about just inquiring about what I thought about roster moves or that sort of thing. So once you get to as a vet, you get that vet status. So every now and then the coaches will come to you and ask you. So I'm sure Micah was having some input before this season, but we'll see how it shakes out. I'm not worried. I'm not worried right now. The only thing like I said, I just want to see who kind of stands out and actually becomes a good quality pass rusher because I wasn't seeing it today, but it's early.
Valid point. That comes from Janny in Saskatoon, who's also looking forward to going to the game next week at Griffiths Stadium in Saskatoon. Give us a shout. 1-866-767-0620. That is the toll-free number. You can also text us at 306-936-6262. We got a couple more text messages to get to here, but I think we might want to take a quick break before we do that. Yeah. Okay. This is the Echo Sound Roundtable. So it's brought to you by Echo Sound, your SaskTel authorized dealer in Fort Capel. Get the newest cell phone today with an amazing SaskTel rate plan. Give us a shout. Let's talk a little Rider football. This is the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Introducing the new Massey Ferguson 1M Series compact tractor. Built for long work days and demanding jobs, it combines rugged durability with unbeatable comfort. Experience a deluxe cab, air-suspended seats, and advanced lighting that will keep you going longer. From snow removal to landscaping, the 1M Series powers through any task with ease. Learn more at MasseyFerguson.com or visit Owens & Schweitzer in Eston.
It's here. The Ford It's a Big Not yet. The Ford It's a Big Deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on. Really? Now! Until June 1st, lease a 2026 F-150 STX with Black Appearance Package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford It's a Big Deal event. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
He's a Saskatchewan Rough Rider legend, a Grey Cup champion, and part of the Sports Cage. Catch Double Talk with Darian Durand every Monday on the Sports Cage. Doubles is talking all things CFL and Riders like only he can. Double Talk is brought to you by Dutch Agriculture, quality for generations. Catch it live Mondays, just after 5, or check out the podcast at sportscage.com.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Seize the power of the Bourgault 9000i Series air cart at your local Redhead Equipment. Take the guesswork out of rate application, achieving seating certainty with 9000i Series air carts. They are configured with up to 5 individual tanks capable of accurate, on-the-go weight tracking so you can accomplish actual application rate in real time. Explore Bourgault's seating lineup at Redhead Equipment, your trusted dealer to help you through seating and the whole season. Redhead Equipment, making tracks since 1948.
Hey, it's Barney Shinkaruk from the Sports Cage. We have a lot of fun, like when old Rider players show up, especially Scott Schultz.
I mean, his feelings are hurt. You know, he's one of those guys.
He's offended. You might as well use offended.
He's offended. I mean, someone didn't tell him it was a business, but you know, that's fine.
His parents are calling.
That's right. His parents have been in deep conversations with the GM. I don't know what's happening with our young gentleman here.
It's the Sports Cage, 3 to 6 on 620 CKRM, available on all streams and through sportscage.com on our YouTube channel.
Have your say on the latest news from Riderville. Check out sportscage.com or call us right now on the Echo Sound hotline at 1-866-767-0620. This is the Echo Sound Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Teagan Witko, Justin Dunk, Wes Cates with you as the Riders come off of this preseason loss, 20-15. Against the Calgary Stampeders at McMahon Stadium. Shifting focus now to their final preseason game up in Saskatoon at Griffiths Stadium. That will be taking place this Saturday. And of course, We'll have all the pregame show, postgame show coverage that you need. And this is what we're doing right now. Echo Sound Hotline, asking for your input. What'd you think? Did you like what you see? Nervous at all about anything? It is only preseason, but we still want to hear from you. 1-866-767-0620 if you would like to give us a shout toll free. You can also text us at 306-936-6262. We do have a couple of those text messages to get to. First, we should probably dive into that keg size moment of the game. Are you ready for it, Curtis? Yeah. Okay. It's brought to you by The Keg in Regina and Saskatoon. Book your reservation today at thekeg.com.
Ball is at the Saskatchewan 42-yard line. Vernon Adams Jr. Play action pass. Now he throws it up looking deep, and that's going to be intercepted. The Riders pull it in for an Olympic RTM's turnover as into the end zone, and coming up with a beauty was Nelson Lacombo for the Riders, and our first turnover of the day goes the Riders' way.
Well, first of all, I mean, this is a protected pocket, so Vernon Adams, I think he forces this in. It's a good job by Nelson Lacombo, reading his eyes, coming over the top, and intercepting a ball that's thrown just a little bit outside the intended target, who's number 81, Vaishon Janusis.
Nelson Lacombo, interception. That is your kick size moment of the game. But I think we have to mention that Shager touchdown late in the fourth quarter as well.
Yeah, that kind of was a late addition. It definitely was the play of the game. I mean, Shager did kind of everything right on that play. Lacombo, I like the way he played the ball and not worried about the receiver once the ball was in the air. Sometimes DBs make the mistake of worrying about the receiver a little too much, and they miss their opportunity for a turnover. So I do like the way he read the play, stayed over the top, and then was able to get an easy one because it was well overthrown. Halfback was battling with the receiver, so he didn't even have anybody battling for the ball. He just almost looked like he misjudged it a little bit because he had to lay out for it, but he pulled it in, got him some stats for the day. So against a good quarterback, so I ain't mad at him. Good job,
Lacombo. Did we miss any there, Justin?
It was Shager's TD run by a mile, but that's just my take.
He did it too late in the game, man. We were trying to handle some things, right?
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties today, if we're being completely transparent. So here's another question that came in. 306-936-6262. Who did we not see enough of? Like, who did you want to see more of in this game to get a temperature on what we might be expecting from them this season?
I wanted to see Kweli Conley more, and I wanted to see Peter Borsch more. You know,
the running back, shocker.
I'm just saying. I mean, like we got a little dose of some of the young receivers. I mean, you know, there was some guys, obviously, like Mims has been around for a little while. I didn't see him out there. And then, Janae was getting some targets early, but it didn't necessarily show up on the stat sheets as much. But, I kind of wanted to see the running backs more because that's a big part of the game. I mean, I understand this is a passing league, but obviously with A.J. Ouellette there, it's definitely a little more run-focused offense than most. And you want some good backups and some good change of pace. I kind of feel like A.J. and Mario Anderson are maybe sometimes a little too similar, where I feel like Conley and Borsch are more slashers and definitely give you a different look compared to AJ. So, and I from what I watched of them on their highlight tapes, I definitely wanted to see more to see, what they would do.
Justin, how about you?
I would have liked to seen Daniel Weeb record a catch in this game. That's not to say that he isn't having a great training camp, because that's the case, but I'm curious to see if he goes out with the starters on Saturday in Saskatoon with Trevor Harris in there, because he's been running with the starters. They've at least shown the possibility to go with 4 Canadian starters. And, to that point, Wes, you were talking about that earlier a little bit. I think you have to view Samuel Emelis and Keane Schaefer-Baker essentially as Americans. Like, there are people in the league that said that Samuel Emelis should have been the Grey Cup MVP, not Trevor Harris, and that Emelis is like that dude, and he's among the highest paid receivers in the league. He's the highest paid Canadian receiver in the league. I think it's around $285,000 for this season. So I think that's how the Riders view it. Yes, ka-ching, ka-ching. So I would like to see Daniel Weeb a little bit more. And to your point about Deshaun Mims, I think there's a battle there. Like, if they go 4 Canadian starting receivers and decide to take the ratio that way, there needs to be some other guys who can play backups behind them. So perhaps Mims is one of those guys, but as you alluded to, you want to see a little bit more of him. And to your point about the running backs, I think it's going to be hard for anybody else other than AJ Ouellette, Mario Anderson, or Thomas the Train, Bertrand Hudon, to get on the roster, right? There's just not space there because those guys aren't necessarily known for playing a lot of special teams. I think Anderson is great. He looked at today in Calgary, and I'm with you on Connolly. I think it was great to see Borsch get a touch. It looked like he didn't feel out of place there on the field in Calgary as a pro, so perhaps there's some longer-term upside there with him, the local product that's a star with the Regina Thunder. But Connolly is at least intriguing. He does look like more of a slasher, and I agree with you. That could be something that the Riders could use within the offense, but it's going to be hard to get him on the roster unless he's going to be a core teamer.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's why I wanted to see if maybe it's worth – maybe putting Mario Anderson back on the PR and having Conley start this season if you see enough of him. I think Borsch is definitely going to be a project, right? Somebody that they're going to be able to put on a practice roster and kind of work with him and kind of groom him into maybe a starter down the line. But I just kind of wanted to see guy. You hate to see a guy with athleticism and talent never really get to show it, and then you're like, because I've seen. Case in point, what was it? I can't think of his name right now, but Thigpen, Marcus Thigpen was out. I tell this story all the time. He was a returner and a running back, and I want to say 08. He was in camp with us. Maybe it was 09. And he wasn't really showing enough, according to the coaches, and so they let him go. Then he went to Hamilton and tore it up. He scored 5 different ways in 6 games, and he ended up in the NFL for like 5-6 years. And then he came back up here and was still causing problems and became like a Rider for a few years and helped them be successful again, So you just don't want to miss out on guys like that when you have the chance, right?
Now, what about surprises? I think the only reason I bring this up is because Matthew Sexton, I read his resume. It was impressive, but man, he really shone today. I don't know if I was necessarily expecting that from him when he first stepped out onto the field in Calgary. Are there any other players that stand out in your minds as, they overachieved?
Sexton would be one, especially considering this guy was just signed, I think it was 7 days ago. So It's not like he was in those virtual meetings in the offseason learning the playbook. And he looked really comfortable, and it seems like he's at least gotten some reps with Shagger because he hit him down the seam on 2 beautiful balls for chunks, 24 and 20 yards. I think those 2 completions went for down the seam. So I would definitely agree with you on Sexton. And then, outside that, I don't think there was necessarily anybody that surprised in a really good way, but I think somebody that deserves a mention that we have not talked about yet in the postgame show is Kendi Charles. 3 tackles, a sack. There was another pressure that I saw. I thought he looked really good as a guy that's competing on the interior of that defensive line. So I suppose that kind of fits your category, Teagan. I don't necessarily think it was a surprise, but he played well.
Yeah, and I'd probably throw Shagger in there again, right? Mm-hmm. He kind of surprised a little bit. And then maybe John Kim, with all the kicker talk and what's going to happen with the kicking game, to have a quiet day as far as that's concerned, because he had 2 solid makes and everything went over without a hitch. I think that was good. Pleasant surprise. Maybe not shocking, but pleasant surprise.
Pleasant surprise. I like that. And he has a soccer background, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I actually was looking him up a little bit. Apparently, his dad is his family's from Korea, and his dad was a soccer star at San Diego State. So him and his brother, soccer players that got a little football in. I think his dad maybe did a little kicking for the football team in high school too, if I read it right.
Runs in the family then. 1-866-767-0620 if you want to chat with us, toll free, or you can always call us locally. Text us as well here in Regina, 306-936-6262. Another one coming in here from Brandon. Do you guys think anyone will get cut after today, or will they get another chance next week to make a final decision? I imagine, final roster cuts are coming after next week's game, right? Or this week's game.
Hold on, say that
Cuts are
one.
hard to predict, though.
Yeah.
Cuts are hard to predict. Like, if you're going to talk about somebody being cut after this game, I think the coaches at least got to watch the film, and there's that balance there. Do you believe that, Desmond Evans can finish? You want to get him an opportunity, or how much resources have you already put into him and believe he's kind of got to the end of it? I'm just using Evans as an example. I'm not saying he's going to get cut, but, there's been changes all the time throughout training camps across the Canadian Football League, but specifically with the Riders. I think Sexton is a perfect example, right? There was all this talk about Tyree Cleveland and Freddie Swain in rookie minicamp, and then both those guys are added to the retired list. Sexton comes in on short notice and looks really good. So cuts are going to be impossible to predict. Yeah. So I think that it's hard to say names there. I don't think anybody played bad enough today to be like, oh yeah, he's definitely going to get cut.
Yeah, and I think a big thing to add is who's got a ego that will allow them to maybe be on the practice roster and give it a couple weeks or a month to really get their chance maybe to be on the roster. I think of a guy like James Butler. James Butler was in camp with the Riders originally back in, I want to say, 19. And then because I think it's because I don't know, but I think it's because he didn't want to sign to the practice roster that they let him go. And then now he's been down in the UFL. He's been up here, but he's been a stud running back in a couple of leagues for 6-7 years now, going on 8 years, right? So just stuff like that, being able to negotiate a guy into maybe, all right, we'll try to work you on the roster, but how about sitting on the practice roster for a couple of weeks to see if we can figure something out,
And that's why I think it's hard with the NFL guys too, right? If you have players like I mentioned, Cleveland and Swain, and even Juwan Winfrey, who I think looked really good today and fits the mold that Mark Mueller likes as one of those physical blocking receivers. These guys have made millions of dollars in the NFL. So are they willing to make hundreds of dollars to sit on the practice roster to wait to get their opportunity? Or do they have other businesses going on?
Yeah.
Their families back in the U.S.? So that oftentimes, especially with the NFL guys, Wes, who've made money, comes into the equation. I think James Butler's a great pull. You're right. He was there in 2019 with the Riders. So that's something that plays into this as well. And those are some of the conversations that are being had behind the scenes, like the reality of football, right? Not all these guys are going to make the team. So I think the front office has to have those conversations with these players and say, okay, we really like you, but are you willing to go down to the practice roster and develop and bide your time until there's an opportunity for you to get into a game?
Got their work cut out for them, that's for sure. We are slowly but surely running out of time here, so we should probably take another break, and we'll come back in just a couple of minutes here. Again, if you want to get those messages into us before we have to wrap up here for the evening, 306-936-6262, you can text us. This is the Echo Sound Roundtable call-in show on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
If you want to optimize yields and profits, you need the power of PRS technology from Western Ag. An accurate measure of the soil's power to release nutrients, a customized crop plan, a complete understanding of the best crop options for your fields, and a network of professional agronomy consultants. That is the power of PRS technology from Western Ag, helping you grow more profit.
See how Western Ag Professional Agronomy can help your farm at growmoreprofit.com.
620 CKRM and Kloss are giving you the chance to experience 6 unforgettable days in Germany. Enjoy a scenic Rhine River cruise, incredible food, local wine, and unforgettable nights taking in the culture, sights, and sounds of Germany. And yes, you'll also tour the Kloss World Headquarters and see how everything's built up close. The grand prize draw happens this July at Ag in Motion. Catch chances to qualify during Sask Ag Today with Ryan Young on 620 CKRM.
You know what they say about Saskatchewan? It's the easiest province to draw. A land where watermelons belong on your head and bunnies hug you. It's also where you'll find UFA, the better choice for fueling up. Because we're Western Canadian through and through and have been since 1909. Whether you stop by or have your fuel delivered, choose UFA. Find your nearest location at ufa.com.
It's Truck Month at Crestview, and yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Right now, our lot is stacked with trucks. The Hemi is back. Check out a 2026 Ram and get savings up to $20,000, or finance it for as low as 0% OAC. Or get a clear-out price on a brand new 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee. We only got a few left, and they come with savings up to $15,000 or 0% financing OAC. This is your last chance at Truck Month. Ending soon at Crestview Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Premier Scott Moe.
This year's provincial budget is protecting Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's trade is less reliant on the U.S. than any other province. But even so, geopolitical challenges are impacting our economy and our province's finances. The provincial budget protects important services like health and education. It protects families by keeping your community safe and your taxes low. And it protects our future. The 2026 budget, protecting Saskatchewan.
A message from your Saskatchewan Party Caucus.
620 CKRM brings you Saskatchewan's #1 sports talk show, The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Breaking down the biggest news in sports. We're talking riders, pats, and everything that matters to you. Brought to you by Smoke'em Diesel in Regina. So you want to do it yourself? No problem. We sell injection pumps, injectors, and turbos to fit all your needs. Find us on Facebook today. The Sports Cage. Weekday afternoons from 3 to 6 on the voice of Saskatchewan, 620 CKRM.
Want to scroll through social media, surf the internet, and stream your favorite shows without worrying about your data? With SaskTel VIP wireless plans, you can do it all. If you've got SaskTel Internet and Max TV, you can get a VIP wireless plan with 95 gigs for as low as $55 a month. Visit SaskTel.com/do-it-all to learn more. Conditions apply.
Hey, Rider Nation. Got a question or comment on today's game? Text it to us at 306-936-6262. Don't miss any of the calls. Watch the show or catch the podcast at sportsgates.com. This is the Rider Nation Radio Roundtable on the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Thanks for taking the time. First broadcast of the season. We are now also streaming Rider Road games on our YouTube channel if you ever want to join in the conversation there on our YouTube chat. Of course, that's also what this part of the program is for. You can call us 1-866-767-0620 or text anytime throughout the day, 306-936-6262. So we got to wrap her up pretty quickly here, gentlemen, but I'm curious as we head into the game on Saturday at Griffith Stadium in Saskatoon. Riders coming off the preseason loss. We had a lot of players get a lot of looks, some new faces on the field. What do we want to see out of the Riders next week? What do you think their goals should be? Justin, let's start with you.
First, to use Wes's word of the day, I'll call it rhythm from the offense with Trevor Harris and whoever's going to play from that first unit. And then, to be quite honest, I'm excited to see Braden Jagger play. Can he do it again? Do they put him on the field earlier in the football game against upper-level competition, let's call it? Or I think Wes referred to some of the guys who were on the field today in Calgary as scrubs that he was going against that the Stampeders set on the field. But let's see if the Jagger kid can do it again. The Aloha kid, whatever we want to call him, like 23 years old, man. He looked so calm and cool back there. He definitely had the Aloha spirit. So I think for me going into that game, that's what I'm most curious to see, because I think we know by now. We know who Trevor Harris is, right? We know how A.J. Ouellette runs a football. He didn't go through any crazy body transformation, right? We know how Jameer Thurman balls at the linebacker position. We know that Roland Milligan Jr. is still great at football. You know, Tavon Campbell and the rest with that defense. So I think that's what I am most curious to see, because, yeah, it's great to see the first teamers do their thing. You want to see them flying around, making plays on defense and the offense in a rhythm. But to me, it's the Jagger kid. Like, let's see if he can stack a couple games here and try to move up the depth chart.
How about you, Wes?
I think it's going to be about these linebacker spots. You know, obviously Aubrey Miller and Woods. How are they going to fit into things? I think obviously in the CFL you got to be able to cover guys as well as run fit well. And then who's going to be that rush in, those guys coming off the edge? You know, Evans was definitely showing the athleticism, but wasn't really breaking down. Maybe was just a little too excited to get that first game action. How is he going to bounce back? That Jalen Pate, I mean, he's a stud on paper. I mean, he's like I think it was a 4.8, ran in the 40s, 270, jumping 10.3 broad jump, which is crazy. It's just explosiveness out of a guy that size. And then, Bennett Jr. and Weaver as well. Like they brought in some talent, but today we didn't really see it. So once, Mace adds in some more blitzes, maybe some guys get coached up a little better by Micah Johnson, who's going to kind of be that guy? Because this is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself in this league, because this rush in position is kind of wide open right now. So I think that's what I'm going to be looking at.
I think there's a lot to look forward to next week up in Saskatoon in this final preseason game. And then, of course, there's a week break for the Green and White before they kick off the regular season at home on June 13th. But, boys, before we got to go here, I also did just want to mention I'm very much so looking forward to watching that QB battle in Winnipeg as well when they're going to be up in Saskatoon. That should be a lot of fun.
Don't get me started on Taylor Elgersma. We won't get off the air.
How about we do that next week, Justin?
Deal.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Thank you very much for everyone who called in, everyone who texted in. We appreciate you. For Curtis and Colson and Jason and the gang, on behalf of myself, Wes Cates, Justin Dunk, thank you very much for tuning in. This has been Saskatchewan Roughrider Football, and it's on the home of Rider Nation, the 620 CKRM Cooperators Rider Broadcast Network.
Howdy, y'all. It's Wood Country Woody again. Well, looks like new home prices are still higher than a giraffe on an extension ladder. But a custom and RTM home from Wood Country gives you what you're looking for at a price that's down to earth. They draft your home for you right in store. Then they custom build your home right on your site. Literally thousands less for a home you actually want. See Wood Country today.
Your home is your castle.
In McLean, Estevan, and Tisdale. Wood-country.com.
Football is all about making the right call early, and the same goes for your fall equipment lineup. Salford Tillage and Application Equipment combines speed, durability, and agronomic performance to help you move the chains in tough field conditions. Call your Salford dealer today for early order discounts with the best price available before May 29th. Score big this season by putting the Salford team to work in your field. Salford, field your best. See them at your local Pattison Ag dealer with 18 locations.
Before streaming, before smartphones, back when your biggest worry was scratching your favorite CD, Play 92 is your throwback time machine.
All the small things, everything don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Play 92, #1 for throwbacks. Streaming at play92.ca.
Access is connected where it counts, in your community and in your home. And right now, we're making it more affordable for you to stay connected at the acreage, the cabin, or the farm. With Access Rural Internet for as low as $69.95 for 24 months. Plus, you can add Access Next TV Stream and keep an eye on things with Access Rural Security. Stay connected, stay local. With fast, reliable, homegrown solutions from Access Communications. Visit myaccess.ca to sign up.
It's time to look ahead and plan on getting financially fit. If you're looking to open an RRSP or a TFSA, maximize an existing account, or update your investment mix, Cooperators can provide the personalized advice and service you need. Ready to start off your financial journey on the right foot? Contact your local advisor to build a plan that works for you. Cooperators, investing in your future together.
It's here. The Ford, it's a big not yet. The Ford, it's a big deal. Oh, guys, just wait. The Ford, it's a big deal event is on. Really? Now! Until June 1st, lease a 2026 F-150 STX with black appearance package from $237 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 36 months with $54.90 down. That's like $119 a week. The Ford, it's a big deal event. Visit your local Ford store or Ford.ca.
The original 620 CKRM Country Cookouts are back for the spring. Listen to CKRM for the dinner bell cue to call for the chance to win a delicious meal from Nikki's Cafe and Catering for your hard-working crew. We'll also bring live music and prizes. CKRM will help bring your farm community alive. Our way of thanking you for all of the years and support. Sponsored by
Brian Gully at Smart Investing Solutions, Cowtown, P90 Energy, LTJ Trucking sells gravel, and Nikki's Cafe and Catering.
This has been Saskatchewan Roughrider football on the Cooperators Rider